Chapter 1472. The Central Territory, the largest territory in the world. Ziwei Palace, south. Kong Huangtian arrived as expected. He held a bronze sword in his hand and stood in midair. His body emitted a green light. Amidst the green light, a huge phantom of a peacock occupied half of the world. The peacock phantom's expression was like Kong Huangtian's as it stared coldly at Ziwei Palace. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei stood at the front with a group of subordinates behind him. Great Emperor Qinglong also walked out of the main hall and stood at the side. Great Emperor Qinglong? The powerhouses watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Rosefinch, Xuanwu, and White Tiger stood in a valley and looked at the entrance of Ziwei Palace. It's really Great Emperor Qinglong. Great Emperor White Tiger's face darkened. Ziwei life refining technique? In the Second Era, Great Emperor Ziwei used it once when he was fighting for the Great Emperor karmic position. At that time, he refined one of his opponents. After he finally obtained the Great Emperor karmic position, he killed the person who was refined. I didn't expect that even a Great Emperor couldn't escape, Great Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes and said, Great Emperor Changsheng and Great Emperor Qinglong have already been refined. Great Emperor Ziwei is ambitious. This time, it's obvious that he wants to conquer the world before the four realms merge. He wants to use the entire world to fight against the people of the other three realms. Will the next one be us? Us? Great Emperor White Tiger narrowed his eyes. The three great emperors fell silent. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei looked coldly at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian, Great Emperor Ziwei asked, Please fight. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered slightly. The strongest person in the Third Era? I remember that not long ago, you were still at the 15th heaven. After receiving Chao's gift, you broke through to the 16th heaven? That's right. At my level, comprehension is only one aspect. If I want to improve, the most important thing is an opponent. Only a worthy opponent can make me jump higher. You, Great Emperor Ziwei, the strongest great emperor in the world. I know that you want to conquer the world, and only you are worthy of being my opponent. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The Third Era? Hee. In the face of the Second Era, you're nothing. It's great that you're here to die. I just happen to be lacking a sword. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. In the distance, where Yin Chuan and Skirich were, Yin Chuan and the others all frowned. Meow, doesn't the Great Emperor of Ziwei have sword? Why didn't he forge one himself? Meow asked curiously. No, the sword he is talking about is Kong Huangtian. He wants to subdue it. No, he wants to refine Kong Huangtian and use it as a sword to sweep through the world. Yin Chuan shook his head and explained. Meow. Meow stared into the distance with wide eyes. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was not angered by Great Emperor Ziwei. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, If you have the ability, then come at me. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled coldly. You will never understand the heritage of the Second Era. Yellow Springs Road, open. Boom! All around Ziwei Palace, the sky suddenly darkened. The Yellow Springs surged into the starry sky. Countless ghosts struggled on the Yellow Springs Road. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was incomparably eerie. The Yellow Springs, the power of chaos. The chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Central Territory was plunged into darkness. On the ground, the water of the Yellow Springs surged. In an instant, the ground was submerged by countless Yellow Springs. All the onlookers immediately flew into the sky in horror. Ah! Screams came from all directions. Some cultivators were touched by the Yellow Springs, and their bodies immediately rotted rapidly. The Yellow Springs seemed to be targeted. It did not harm any of the people of the Ziwei celestial realm. It only harmed outsiders. The sky was also covered by the Yellow Springs. For a moment, not a single cloud could be seen. There were only countless yellow springs and countless ghosts screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs Road? Kong Huangtian raised his eyebrows. It was not that he had never seen the Yellow Springs Road before. However, this was the first time Kong Huangtian had seen such a shocking Yellow Springs Road. Poor! Great Emperor Ziwei shouted softly. Boom! The yellow springs that blotted out the sky swept towards Kong Huangtian. Swoosh! The yellow springs were ferocious. It instantly corroded a large area of the void. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards Kong Huangtian. The huge illusory peacock behind Kong Huangtian suddenly swung its tail. Smack! A large amount of yellow springs scattered. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. The illusory peacock's tail was quickly corroded. Oh! Kong Huangtian's expression changed. His figure swayed, and Kong Huangtian disappeared on the spot. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. It blotted out the sky and continued to wash over Kong Huangtian. The experts in the surrounding territories were all shocked. The Yellow Springs Road? How can it be so ferocious? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in surprise. As he spoke, Great Emperor Rosefinch took out a Dharma treasure and threw it into the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh! The Dharma treasure was instantly corroded. On the other side, Shadi and Great Emperor Golden stood together. Shadi, now I understand why you have been so concerned about the Yellow Springs Road of Great Emperor Zui. Great Emperor Golden laughed. You don't know the secret of the Yellow Springs. Heh, it is very useful to the divine realm. Shadi said with certainty. It is indeed a powerful item, as expected of the first era's treasure. Great Emperor Golden nodded. Shadi nodded. How long do you think Kong Huangtian can last in the hands of Great Emperor Zui? Great Emperor Golden laughed. I don't know. Oh, Kong Huangtian has been investigating Great Emperor Ziwei's strength. He hasn't made a move yet. Shadi said with certainty. Great Emperor Golden nodded. In the Central Territory, the Yellow Springs were chasing after Kong Huangtian. Countless experts in the surroundings were not optimistic about Kong Huangtian's chances. Great Emperor Zui had only used the Yellow Springs Road, and Kong Huangtian had no way to fight back. Kong Huangtian couldn't even get close. How was he supposed to fight? In front of Ziwei Palace, Tanlang, Pajun, and the others also revealed a look of disdain. Kong Huangtian, he's just SOSO. Pajun sneered. That's right, the strongest person in the third era? In front of Master's Yellow Springs Road, he is nothing. With this Yellow Springs Road, Master is invincible. Lianjun said confidently. Yeah, what a powerful Yellow Springs Road. Is this the power of the Yellow Springs Road? Zhu Min sighed. Everyone was praising the Yellow Springs Road. At the same time, they were full of admiration for Great Emperor Zui. On the other side, Kong Huangtian pathetically ran one round around the Ziwei Palace Hall. He suddenly stopped in the south. Kong Huangtian, you have disappointed me too much. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless Yellow Springs Road wrapped around Great Emperor Zui. Boom! It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was a 360-degree blockade. Like a huge ball, it wrapped around Kong Huangtian. There was no way for him to escape. Escape? Kong Huangtian was about to be drowned in the Yellow Springs Sea. Huh! Kong Huangtian sneered. Boom! The Peacock Phantom appeared behind him. Moreover, from where the Peacock Phantom was, billions of rays of light shot out. The rays of light instantly pierced through the Yellow Springs Sea and quickly illuminated the world. Countless rays of light that were like peacock plumes shot out in all directions. These rays of light could even turn. Like a huge net, they instantly wrapped around the Yellow Springs Sea. Rumble. The peacock plumes net was so big that it instantly bound the entire Central Territory. In an instant, the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be unable to move. Kong Huangtian is retaliating. In the distance, Shadi's eyes narrowed. Retaliating? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes also narrowed. This is? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. According to Kong Huangtian, he could use this move in the future. But what was the use of this move? Finding the road to the Yellow Springs? The road to the Yellow Springs was instantly bound by the peacock plume's net. However, this was just the beginning. Kong Huangtian suddenly stretched out his left palm. He suddenly grabbed it. Divine power deprive? Kong Huangtian suddenly shouted. Boom! A loud sound spread across the four seas. Peacock Z, Blind Kong, and the others stood in the distant territory. At this moment, they were excited. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Buzz! The surrounding void trembled. From where Kong Huangtian's left claw was, a strange ray of light shot towards him. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a large amount of yellow springs blocked it. However, this strange ray of light seemed to have come from another space-time. It instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! A loud sound came from Great Emperor Ziwei's body. It was as if something had suddenly disappeared. His body became light, and his heart skipped a beat. Boom! The countless road to the Yellow Springs suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The peacock phantom behind Kong Huangtian also suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to before the battle. The sky was clear. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei were facing each other. What's wrong? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. Meow? Kong Huangtian dissolved Great Emperor Ziwei's road to the Yellow Springs? It sounded just like that. I didn't see it clearly yet. Meow shouted. However, Yin Chuan and Tong Tian stared with wide eyes. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a furious expression. However, Kong Huangtian suddenly waved his hand. Road to the Yellow Springs, open. Boom! With Kong Huangtian as the center, a huge road to the Yellow Springs suddenly rushed into the starry sky. Then, the surging Yellow Springs rushed in all directions. Ah! Countless living beings in the Central Territory instantly cried out in pain. They were instantly corroded. In the road to the Yellow Springs, countless evil spirits were screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. In the distance, Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly quivered. How was this possible? Tanlang, defeating armies, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. How could Kong Huangtian also know the road to the Yellow Springs? How could he use it too? Deprive? What a terrifying deprived divine power! Great Emperor Golden exclaimed. Shadi also narrowed his eyes. This is snatching other people's divine powers and cultivation techniques, directly snatching them and using them for oneself? At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei can no longer use the road to the Yellow Springs. He's gone, Sha Di said in a low voice. In another place. Meow, meow, meow. Meow shouted. The fifth divine power in the world, the deprived divine power. Tong Tian exclaimed. Meow, with this divine power, isn't he invincible in the world? If others have any powerful techniques, he can immediately deprive them. Meow, such a heaven-defying divine power. Why is it only ranked 5th? It shouldn't be. Meow exclaimed. How is Great Emperor Ziwei going to break such a domineering divine power? And Mo Yushi frowned. Chapter 1473. The Yellow Springs surged towards the Ziwei Palace from all directions. Tan Lang and the others couldn't react in time. The road to the Yellow Springs? It was taken away by Kong Huangtian, and now it was used against them. A trace of panic appeared on Tan Lang and Pajun's faces. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression gradually became solemn. It was about to reach the Ziwei Palace. All right, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! Once again, a vast purple pillar rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the purple pillar appeared, a majestic aura rushed in all directions. The Yellow Springs water that had been pouring in was instantly forced back by this huge aura. The aura of a king emanated from this purple pillar. Heavenly path. In the distance, Meow widened her eyes. No, it's one of the 9 heavenly veins of the heavenly path. Tong Tian immediately shook his head. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe advance in formation. The Xing heavenly vein? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. In the distance, As soon as the Xing heavenly vein appeared, a surging aura rushed into the Yellow Springs. It faced off against Kong Huangtian's road to the Yellow Springs. Immediately after, more heavenly Tao appeared behind the Xing heavenly meridian. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 196 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths and the accompanying heavenly veins seemed to submit to the heavenly veins and listen to their orders. The surrounding void trembled violently. An aura that was even more majestic than before rushed towards the road to the Yellow Springs. In the distance, Kong Huangtian's face darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stepped out. 196 heavenly paths surrounded the Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's body merged with the Xing heavenly veins and rushed towards Kong Huangtian. It's been a long time. No one has been able to snatch something from my hands. Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold. Kong Huangtian stared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Divine power seize. Kong Huangtian stretched out his left palm again and grabbed towards Great Emperor Ziwei. Whoosh! Great Emperor Ziwei's figure flickered. As if he had crossed through space, he instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's move instantly missed. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see how Great Emperor Ziwei moved. Meow, so fast. The Xing Heavenly Meridian can control unlimited speed? Skirich frowned. Speed? Almost all the great emperors around felt a chill in their hearts. With such speed, who could be a match for Great Emperor Ziwei? The group of great emperors could vaguely see Great Emperor Ziwei's movement, but it was too fast. With the speed of the Xing Heavenly Meridian, they couldn't react in time. Even Kong Huangtian did the same. In an instant, he appeared behind Yishiwen, not giving Yishiwen any time to react at all. 7 Stars Demon Palm. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Xiao Chun threw a palm strike with his right hand. Suddenly, 7 fiend stars appeared in his palm and pressed down on Kong Huangtian's back. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too great. Even the surrounding Yellow Springs couldn't hurt Great Emperor Ziwei in the slightest. It was as if Kong Huangtian couldn't resist at all. Kong Huangtian was about to suffer. Fight! Kong Huangtian shouted. Boom! On the Yellow Springs Road, a huge green heavenly vein appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. It instantly enveloped Kong Huangtian. The 7 Stars Demon Palm slammed into the cyan veins of the sky. Boom! The cyan heavenly vein shook violently. But in the end, it didn't break. Taking advantage of this shock, Kong Huangtian twisted his body and dodged Great Emperor Ziwei behind him. Fight Heavenly Vein. Boom! Suddenly, 196 vassals of the Heavenly Daos appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Rumble! The void around the central dominion trembled violently. Xing Heavenly Vein, fighting Heavenly Vein. The two powerhouses faced each other in the void. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had already held their breaths and watched this battle quietly. Interesting. This is good too. It won't be so boring, and it won't be so sensational. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. As he spoke, the 7 fiend moles on his palm once again emitted a demonic blood-red light. Suddenly, he pressed his palm forward. Boom! The void seemed to have been imprinted with 7 huge red marks. Buzz! The surroundings of the central dominion were instantly dyed red. The entire space turned scarlet. The two of them seemed to have been instantly placed in a red world. In the red world, the 7 fiend moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm left his hand and transformed into 7 huge stars. The 7 stars surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Gradually, the 7 stars transformed into 7 human figures. Every human figure had the appearance of Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Outside the central dominion, countless powerhouses widened their eyes. 8 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Miao said in surprise. In another valley, Great Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. 7 stars master in the red world? Could the legend be true? Great Emperor Huang Jin said in surprise. In the Red World, one of the great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei pounced towards Kong Huangtian with a Xing heavenly vein. The purple long sword in his hand slashed towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's sword collided with it. Boom! The swords collided. Kong Huangtian retreated, and so did the great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. A single collision was actually a draw. Roar! The other 6 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei also swung their swords towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's expression changed. He quickly turned around and retreated, dodging the 6 massive sword lights. Boom! 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 The 6 sword lights slashed on the ground. In an instant, 6 huge trenches were formed. The trenches extended endlessly from one end of the territory to the other. Meow, those 6 people divided the central dominion into 7 parts. Meow said in surprise. In the outside world, countless experts sucked in a breath. Great Emperor Huang Jin's eyes widened and said, "Sure enough, the legend is true. 7 stars master, 7 people with the same strength as Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more? Equal? Impossible." Sha Di said in surprise. It's true. There was a legend in the second epic. Back then, Great Emperor Ziwei fought against a peerless powerhouse. However, the 7 demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm instantly turned into 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Their strength was not weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei's. They quickly killed their opponent on the spot. Great Emperor Huang Jin exclaimed. One Great Emperor Ziwei was already invincible. Now, there were suddenly 7 more. In the Red World, Kong Huangtian dodged the attacks of great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. He looked at Great Emperor Ziwei in shock. How is this possible? They're not puppets, nor are they your clones. What are they? Kong Huangtian cried out. In the center, Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and said, "You can see clearly, Peacock, the 5th divine beast in the world. You are indeed extraordinary. You guessed right. They are not clones. Oh, they are my 7 elder brothers," Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. 7 elder brothers? Kong Huangtian said in surprise. That's right. Back then, my mother had 8 children. All of them were extremely talented. When they grew up, they would definitely become powerful. However, why did they become the 8 strongest powerhouses? My 7 elder brothers finally decided to be refined by me together. 8 physiques at the same time. As long as one of them mastered one type of power, all 8 of them would master it at the same time. Heavenly Fighting Meridian? Let's see how long you can block them. Great Emperor Ziwei glared. Octuplets? 7 demonic moles? Kong Huangtian said, in surprise. At this moment, Kong Huangtian finally understood why the demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm were so powerful. They were equivalent to 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. 8th brother, you stay here. Let's kill them, one of the demonic moles said in a deep voice. Chapter 1474. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor stood in the Red World as the group of demon mole men charged at Kong Huangtian. The 7 demon mole men each had their own movement heavenly veins. Their auras surged. Surging energy pressed down, shattering large patches of space. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor split into 8. After the initial shock, Kong Huangtian quickly calmed down. He even revealed an excited expression. Each person grasps one type of energy. 8 people grasping one type of energy at the same time? Humph. At the very least, they can't grasp your martial emperor karmic rank, right? Since they can't grasp it, their strength can only be considered a portion of yours. To me, such a battle is what I need the most. Kong Huangtian said sullenly. As Kong Huangtian spoke, his hair instantly turned azure. His long hair fluttered, and countless peacock feathers appeared in the surroundings, covering the world. Break! One of the demon mole men instantly swung his sword. The peacock feathers broke, but Kong Huangtian did not care. He revealed a ferocious expression as he instantly charged into the group of demon mole men. The azure divine flames around Kong Huangtian soared into the sky. Like a peerless war god, Kong Huangtian quickly swung the bronze sword in his hand. For a time, the bronze sword images filled the sky. Sword streams tore through the void and tore the void outside the central territory apart. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the 7 demon mole men, Kong Huangtian swung his sword faster and faster. However, he was still suppressed. The demon mole men grasped the movement heavenly veins. Their speed reached the limit. At first, Kong Huangtian could not keep up with their speed and could only block. Although there were only 7 of them, their terrifying speed left afterimages everywhere. They were so fast that it was like tens of thousands of demon mole men were fighting Kong Huangtian. In the end, these people's strength was about the same as the purple tenebrous emperors. They suppressed Kong Huangtian. However, Kong Huangtian also had the movement heavenly veins. With the movement heavenly veins, one's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Although Kong Huangtian's speed was not as fast as the people with the movement heavenly veins, the strong fighting spirit could stimulate Kong Huangtian's limitless potential. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Kong Huangtian's speed also increased. At first, Kong Huangtian was injured all over, but gradually, he could barely hold on amid the chaotic swords. Every time their swords clashed, a surge of lightning would be produced. The countless cultivators in the distance could only see the piercing electric light. Kong Huangtian's potential was forced out unceasingly. The strength of his sword swings grew stronger and stronger. Every single sword strike seemed to contain traces of Tao. Gradually, Kong Huangtian went from being battered and exhausted to being able to wield his sword with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, Kong Huangtian blocked the attacks of the 7 people. Not far away, Great Emperor Zui narrowed his eyes. He looked at Kong Huangtian, who was in a disadvantageous position, with some surprise. In the distance, countless experts held their breaths and clenched their fists as they watched. What a powerful Kong Huangtian! The Great Emperor of the North Star is at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Kong Huangtian is also at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Right now, 7 great emperors of the North Star are actually unable to do anything to Kong Huangtian. Peak of the 16th heavenly layer, Kong Huangtian wants to break through to a higher level. Attack the 17th layer of heaven. The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. 17th heaven, this was like an insurmountable barrier. In the second epoch, countless people tried their best and died. However, who could reach the 17th layer of heaven? No, at least not among the group of great emperors. Most of the great emperors were still working hard at the peak of the 15th heavenly layer. As for great Emperor Zui, he had already reached the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He was worthy of being called the number 1 great emperor in the world, but he still hadn't reached the 17th heavenly layer. However, Great Emperor Zui had the Great Emperor karmic rank. Under the power of the Zui celestial realm, his strength reached the 17th heavenly layer. This was already Great Emperor Ziwei's limit. However, Kong Huangtian wanted to break through to the 17th heavenly layer. The third epoch? Was the third epoch really inferior to the second epoch? The great battle continued. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The deafening explosion caused the entire mortal realm to be filled with the endless rumbling of thunder. Countless people knelt down. They looked at the sky in horror. Roar! Kong Huangtian revealed a ferocious expression. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body spun like a top in the wind. No one could capture his figure or his movements. Fast, fast, fast. Kill, kill, kill. Cheat. Finally, under the cover of the heavenly battle meridian, Kong Huangtian injured a demon mole man for the first time. This seemed to be just the beginning. Kong Huangtian's movements didn't stop. He quickly increased the strength of the demon mole man. Roar, bastard. Ah, he actually injured me? Kill. The group of demon mole men roared in shock. Not far away, Great Emperor Zhui, who was standing on the Great Emperor karmic rank, had a gloomy expression. Kong Huangtian's strength is still rising? The more he fights, the stronger he gets? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Huangtian had already lost himself in the battle. At this moment, Kong Huangtian didn't seem to be fighting. Instead, he seemed to be comprehending. He was comprehending the gap between the 16th heavenly layer and the 17th heavenly layer. However, this gap was always a little short. Just a little short? Roar! A demon mole man instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian and stabbed his sword towards his back. However, Kong Huangtian seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly stabbed his sword back. Ah! Boom! Kong Huangtian cut off the demon mole man's head with his sword. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Was this still the Kong Huangtian that they suppressed just now? In just 3 days, he actually grew to this extent? The demon mole man's head was cut off, but he didn't die. He quickly dodged, grabbed his head, and reattached it. However, at this moment, Kong Huangtian was no longer someone who could be bullied easily. The speed that he was proud of was quickly caught up by Kong Huangtian. Faster, faster, faster. Kill, kill, kill. Not enough, not enough. Kong Huangtian shouted as he killed. Kill. The group of demon mole men pounced forward again. Boom, boom. In the battle, another 2 demon mole men were instantly cut in half. Kong Huangtian's sword, Dao killing intent, was getting stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger, more and more ferocious. The raging killing Dao was rising rapidly. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader looked at Kong Huangtian's sword. For a moment, he seemed to have sensed something. Waves of black light surrounded his body. It was as if he had comprehended something wonderful. On the other side, Bai Chi's golden body of killing Dao appeared. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the killing intent around him became stronger and stronger. Kong Huangtian's killing Dao made Bai Chi feel a great sense of enlightenment. As for the others, they didn't have such a feeling. However, they could deeply feel Kong Huangtian's strength. It was a kind of feeling that was getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, the 7 demon mole men were no longer Kong Huangtian's match. Under the fierce slaughter, the 7 demon mole men were quickly cut in half. Although their powerful vitality was constantly recovering, they were still directly cutting vegetables and melons when facing Kong Huangtian again. Not enough, still not enough, still not enough. Kong Huangtian frowned and shouted. On the other side, the Great Emperor of Ziwei finally couldn't sit still anymore. Great Emperor! Boom! The Great Emperor karmic throne under the Great Emperor of Ziwei suddenly released a dazzling purple light. A vast aura rushed out. Suddenly, the entire Ziwei heavenly realm's fate surged over. Countless merits swarmed over. Endless luck and fortune surged into the Great Emperor of Ziwei's body. The Great Emperor of Ziwei also took out a long sword and quickly charged into the battlefield. The entrance of the Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly changed the situation of the battle once again. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly pierced a big hole in Kong Huangtian's left shoulder. It's still not enough. I can still be stronger. Kong Huangtian waved his sword ferociously, not caring about his injuries at all. The long sword in his hand slashed towards the Great Emperor of Ziwei even faster and more ferociously. You're courting death. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly suppressed Kong Huangtian. I can defeat him. 17th level of heaven. I can definitely break through to the 17th level of heaven. Kong Huangtian shouted with his eyes wide open. Kong Huangtian waved his sword again. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring out a super thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was like a huge whip that crazily lashed out in all directions. The group of demon mole men immediately cried out tragically. It was different from before. Just now, when they were cut in half because the speed of the sword was too fast, they could quickly reconnect their broken bodies. However, when the thunderbolt cut their bodies, they exploded with a loud bang, turning their flesh into a mess. Kill! Kong Huangtian roared as the divine flames around his body rose crazily. In the Red World, the great emperor of Ziwei suppressed Kong Huangtian while Kong Huangtian cut the group of demon mole men apart. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kong Huangtian's strength seemed to be rising all the time. He was getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor of Ziwei's suppression gradually reached its limit. How is this possible? How can his strength continue to rise endlessly? The great emperor of Ziwei said anxiously. Buzz! Under the suppression of the great emperor of Ziwei, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly turned from green to golden. I seem to have figured it out. As Kong Huangtian fought, a strong sense of excitement suddenly burst out from his eyes. Figured it out? What did he figure out? The great emperor of Ziwei's heart trembled involuntarily. Great Emperor Qinglong. The great emperor of Ziwei shouted. Roar! At the entrance of the Ziwei palace, Great Emperor Qinglong suddenly stepped out of the Great Emperor altar and rushed towards the battlefield. Buzz! Two long swords suddenly appeared beside Great Emperor Qinglong. On the long swords, a strong aura surged out. The Sword of Force. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Meow. The Great Emperor of Ziwei's Sword of Force was also given to Great Emperor Qinglong. He has two now. Meow shouted. The Great Emperor of Ziwei wants to ask Great Emperor Qinglong for help. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Great Emperor Qinglong was aggressive and was about to enter the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Outsiders shouldn't participate in the battle between the Great Emperor of Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. The Shadi's voice suddenly came from afar. Treasure, please turn around. Swish! A streak of white saber light shot toward the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom! The Shadi stepped out and stopped Great Emperor Qinglong from helping. In the sky, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's face darkened. Bastard! However, at this moment, it wasn't just the Shadi. The Golden Great Emperor also appeared. The two of them didn't interfere with Kong Huangtian's battle. Instead, they stopped Great Emperor Qinglong from helping. The Great Emperor of Ziwei could only suppress Kong Huangtian himself. Kong Huangtian's strength was like a geyser, increasing rapidly. Although he was still at the peak of the 16th heaven, he was already close to the 17th heaven. At the very least, with the Great Emperor of Ziwei's current strength, he could only suppress Kong Huangtian. It would be very difficult for him to kill Kong Huangtian. Soon, just a little more, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian, who was being suppressed, kept changing colors. Chapter 1475. Almost there. Just a little more. The divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body were constantly changing colors. The sword in Great Emperor Ziwei's hand kept slashing down. Kong Huangtian could only keep blocking. However, Great Emperor Ziwei could feel that Kong Huangtian's resistance was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if Kong Huangtian had found the key to breaking through the 17th layer of heaven. Great Emperor Ziwei was bewildered. However, Kong Huangtian was extremely anxious at this moment. Vaguely, Kong Huangtian seemed to have seen the gap between them. However, seeing it didn't mean that he could touch it. Getting stronger and stronger didn't mean that he could break through to the 17th layer of heaven. No matter what he did, he seemed to be further away from the 17th layer of heaven. No! Kong Huangtian roared. He used the heavenly battle meridians to squeeze out his potential. Because he squeezed out his potential, he became stronger and stronger. However, Kong Huangtian knew that he was getting further and further away from the 17th layer of heaven. Roar! Kong Huangtian was furious. His bronze sword suddenly erupted with billions of sword lights. Once again, it clashed with Great Emperor Ziwei's sword. Boom! He retreated again and slashed with his sword. Boom! A mole man was once again slashed in half. However, this time, it was a vertical slash. When the slash landed, the mole man's flesh and blood instantly splattered everywhere. Amidst the pain, The mole man prepared to repair his body again. Screech. Kong Huangtian suddenly transformed into a huge peacock. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole man. Screech. Kong Huangtian charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. Third brother. The mole men roared in shock. Kong Huangtian's sword instantly transformed into a huge tail. With a flick of his tail, the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation crazily attacked the mole men. Immediately, the group of demon-mold people was stirred up and scattered. Screech. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole man. Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. The huge peacock charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei as if it wanted to knock him off the altar. The 12 paths of reincarnation followed beside it, stirring up the void as it charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. The supreme blue phoenix? In the distance, Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Meow? What's the blue phoenix? Meow was confused. It's the same as my dark phoenix, a treasure that can open the 12 paths of reincarnation. I obtained the dark phoenix. Kong Huangtian obtained the azure phoenix. However, he is a peacock. Even a peacock can forcibly refine the azure phoenix? Mo Yushi spoke in shock. In the distance, Kong Huangtian borrowed the power of the 12 paths of reincarnation and his strength skyrocketed. The power of the 17th firmament. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Kong Huangtian's brothers had already been devoured by Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's strength was already enough to make Great Emperor Ziwei wary of him. Now that he had the help of the 12 paths of reincarnation, his strength actually increased by another level. 17th heaven? Perhaps it's because I'm being suppressed and my thoughts aren't clear. My strength is already close, so why can't I break through? It's because of you that I can't break through. As long as I kill you, my thoughts will be clear and I will be able to break through. Kong Huangtian roared as he rushed over. Ming! Under the loud roar, heaven and earth shook. Countless experts in the surroundings felt a sharp pain in their eardrums when they heard this sharp cry. A power that wasn't weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei rushed over. A cold light flashed in Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes. Seal of virtue, suppress heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted loudly. A huge 18-colored square seal suddenly appeared in his palm. There was only one word on the square seal, virtue. As soon as the seal appeared, a vast might rushed into the world of the living. For a moment, almost all the living beings suddenly felt a great panic in their hearts. Under the great panic, countless living beings suddenly knelt down. As soon as the seal of virtue appeared, all the living beings in the surrounding void seemed to be suppressed. Tanlang, Pajun, Great Emperor Qinglong, Great Emperor Huangjin, Sha Di, and even Kong Huangtian were frozen in the void. Buzz! 3,000 heavenly Tao phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. All the heavenly Tao in this world appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei controlled the seal of virtue, and the merits around him surged into the seal of virtue crazily. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Even Great Emperor Ziwei's essence was being crazily sucked out. Great Emperor Ziwei, who could be seen with the naked eye, was actually becoming thinner. However, there was no doubt about its power. It could be seen from how Kong Huangtian was suppressed to the point that he could not move. What is that? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. It must be a treasure from the first epoch. The seal of virtue? Great Emperor Xuanwu revealed a look of desire. Kong Huangtian had a deeper understanding of it. Is this a treasure from the first epoch? It seems to have the power of heaven and earth when it suppresses it. Kong Huangtian looked at the huge seal in shock. However, Great Emperor Huangjin's eyes lit up. The seal of virtue. The seal of virtue. The treasure of the first epoch's supremacy of virtue. Die. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. Kong Huangtian's entire body could not move. Even if he stirred up the 12 paths of reincarnation, he could not move at this moment. He could only watch as the seal of virtue covered his head. It was a kind of infinite destructive power. Kong Huang Tian could feel that as long as he touched it, he would be crushed into pieces. It was a kind of helplessness, but it was also a kind of irresistible. As it was powerless to resist, the huge peacock revealed a sad expression. When a person was about to die, the memories of their life would instantly replay in their mind. As they replayed, it was as if time had frozen. Pieces of memories flashed past as Kong Huangtian commented on his life. In this life, I have risked my life. I have been crazy. I have fought for the common people. I have carried the burden of the third epoch. I am too tired, too tired, too tired, Kong Huangtian said. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian seemed to have given up on struggling. As if he had been freed, he closed his eyes. There was a kind of breakthrough called letting go. When he let go of everything, a serene smile appeared on Kong Huangtian's face. At this moment, the color of the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly changed from a single color to a myriad of colors. 1 color, 2 colors, 3 colors, 15 colors, 16 colors, 17 colors. As soon as the 17-colored light appeared, Great Emperor Zi Wei's expression suddenly changed. Dang! Boom! The seal of virtue bombarded Kong Huangtian's body. Even though Kong Huangtian had broken through at this moment, the seal of virtue was simply too powerful. As the 18-colored seal of virtue crushed down, countless cracks instantly appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. Even Kong Huangtian's birth chart instantly showed a large number of cracks. Great Emperor Zi Wei revealed a look of ecstasy after surviving a calamity. This was because Kong Huangtian's current state could be considered to be completely dead. His entire body was shattered. His soul was shattered. His birth chart was shattered. Everything was shattered. No one could save him. Ha ha ha. You've broken through. So what if you've broken through? Under the seal of virtue, you'll still die. Great Emperor Zi Wei laughed excitedly. At this moment, after activating the seal of virtue, Great Emperor Zi Wei's body had lost nearly half of its weight. A large amount of essence energy had been completely extracted. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also shockingly terrifying. At this moment, Kong Huangtian, who was covered in countless cracks, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. His gaze immediately caused Great Emperor Zi Wei to tremble. However, this was just the final radiance of the setting sun. Kong Huangtian's body instantly turned into dust. It completely dissipated. The only thing that remained was the 12 paths of reincarnation formed by the bronze longsword. The 12 paths of reincarnation once again transformed into a bronze longsword and instantly shot into the distance. Huh, Kong Huangtian, your birth chart has already been shattered. You still want to come back to life? You don't even have a birth chart. With your willpower, you can only hold on for 2 days at most before dissipating. Escape? What's the use of that? Oof. Great Emperor Zi Wei snorted disdainfully. The bronze longsword was wrapped in 17-colored light as it shot into the distance. Ancestor! Countless members of the Kong family immediately cried out in grief. He had broken through. Great Emperor Zi Wei had finally broken through before he died. However, that was also the end of his life. His birth chart had been shattered. All that was left was a ball of consciousness that could dissipate at any time. Then, what was the use of such a breakthrough? The bronze longsword shot out. However, it soon flew to another territory. Under the terrifying speed, the expressions of the people in that territory immediately changed. The longsword flew towards the peak of a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a group of figures happened to be standing. The longsword rushed towards one of them. Yin Chuan. The longsword instantly shot towards Yin Chuan. In the distance, Great Emperor Zi Wei, Great Emperor Rosefinch, Shadi, Great Emperor Huangjin, and everyone else looked over in confusion. Yin Chuan also saw the longsword piercing towards him. Oh no! Tong Tian shouted as he slashed with the fairy-slaying sword. Boom! After breaking apart the fairy-slaying sword, Tong Tian retreated. Blood Sea! Yin Chuan's expression changed as he quickly activated the Blood Sea. However, the bronze longsword's speed was too fast. In just an instant, it was in front of Yin Chuan. Break! Yin Chuan's hand of Tao slammed down with a loud bang. However, the bronze longsword seemed to fly through the gaps between his fingers in an instant. Boom! The sword instantly pierced through Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Miao immediately cried out in shock. Buzz! The long sword instantly emitted a dazzling 17-colored light that enveloped Yin Chuan. However, the long sword seemed to have melted in an instant and merged into Yin Chuan's body. Parasitism. Kong Huangtian's soft voice sounded from the longsword. What? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Parasitism? Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed as well. In an instant, he couldn't move. Boom! Yin Chuan's body was involuntarily enveloped by the light as he was shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the sea and was about to disappear in front of everyone. Parasitism. Before he completely lost control of his body, Yin Chuan also shouted loudly. Buzz! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened so fast that almost everyone couldn't react in time. Yin Chuan. Meow! Meow anxiously cried out. Meow, quick! Bring me to Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi grabbed Meow. Meow. Meow nodded. Using the contract with Yin Chuan, her figure flashed and disappeared with Mo Yushi. At this very moment, Golden Great Emperor suddenly shouted, Everyone, Great Emperor Qinglong will be your fate in the future. Right now, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence is exhausted. It's time to kill Great Emperor Ziwei and eliminate the hidden danger. Follow me and kill Great Emperor Ziwei together. Boom! Golden Great Emperor's voice reverberated in all directions. Great Emperor's white tiger and Xuanwu's eyes narrowed as they soared into the sky. Obviously, the two of them had made a prompt decision to kill Great Emperor Ziwei here. Only Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes as he looked at the place where Yin Chuan disappeared. Chapter 1476. In the Deep Sea. Meow, it's clearly here. It's clearly here. Why isn't he here? Meow looked around anxiously. Meow, can't you teleport directly to Yin Chuan's side? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. Yes, but I teleported here. Yin Chuan should be here, but there's nothing in this sea valley. Meow said anxiously. He must be here. Meow, I'll search here. Go and find Yintong Yin Chuan immediately. Ask him how Yin Chuan is now. Mo Yushi shouted. Meow. Meow left quickly. Mo Yushi looked around the sea valley. Meow said it was here, but there was nothing there. Perhaps there was a small space here. Mo Yushi looked around. Just as Mo Yushi had guessed, Yin Chuan was in this sea valley. However, it was a small space in this sea valley. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. Two consciousnesses were struggling in his mind. Kong Huangtian used the mystique, parasitism. He parasitized Yin Chuan's body. Seeing that he could not move, Yin Chuan also used parasitism, and his consciousness jumped out. The two consciousnesses confronted each other in Yin Chuan's mind. In Yin Chuan's mind, there were two figures, Yin Chuan and Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian, you want to snatch my body? Yin Chuan said coldly. Kong Huangtian shook his head. He looked at Yin Chuan as though he was examining him. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at Kong Huangtian. That day, I raised a bloodline of you, Peacock and Blind Kong. I was waiting for today to prevent today's defeat. Kong Huangtian shook his head. Oh, Yin Chuan frowned. I don't have any ill intentions. I have no ill intentions towards you. Although I've lost this battle, I managed to reach the 17th heavenly layer. I've lost everything except for my consciousness. I can only last for 2 days at most. Within 2 days, I need to choose one of you to inherit my 17th heavenly layer. My memories, my comprehension, and my cultivation will become my greatest treasure. I'll give it to one of you. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. The 17th heaven realm? Yes, but this realm is only suitable for those of the Peacock bloodline. The three of you all have this bloodline. If the world is peaceful, I would naturally pass it to Peacock Z. But now that the world is in chaos, Peacock Z's temperament wouldn't be able to protect this treasure of mine. Hence, I entered your body first. You need to show me a method to convince me. Before my consciousness fades away, I will pass all the treasures to you. If not, I will go and look for Peacock Z. After all, he is the true successor of the Kong clan. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. All the comprehension and realm of the 17th heaven. Even with Yin Chuan's temperament, he felt an intense excitement in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. Yin Chuan stared at Kong Huang Tian. You are still able to remain calm after your body and Tao dissipated? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. At this moment, Kong Huang Tian was too calm. He was so calm that he didn't seem like someone who had just died. However, Kong Huang Tian shook his head. No, I'm not dead. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. You're not dead? I'm already at the 17th heaven. I have already seen through life and death. More accurately, I have ascended. Kong Huang Tian shook his head. What do you mean? Yin Chuan didn't understand. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Even if they were completely destroyed, they would be reborn in a different form. Maybe they would be reborn after a long period of time, but they would eventually be reborn. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Do you know this? Kong Huang Tian spoke. I saw it from Tian Gang. However, you did not transcend. Yin Chuan nodded. That's right. That's right. I didn't transcend. This is called ascension. I have dissipated now, but as long as my bloodline is still in this world, there will be a day when I will be reborn according to my bloodline. Kong Huang Tian explained. Bloodline rebirth? Are you saying that one day you will be reborn among the descendants of the Kong family's disciples? Yin Chuan asked, feeling puzzled. Yes. The conditions for ascension and resurrection are different for everyone. As long as the Kong family's bloodline is not destroyed, I will be able to wake up one day. Kong Huang Tian said. Ascension? Yin Chuan sighed. You don't have to make a fuss. The strongest experts of the first epoch, like Phoenix, Virtue, and Sure, are all like this. As long as the cycle of reincarnation is not destroyed, Phoenix will eventually be reborn. As long as Virtue is not destroyed, Virtue will also be reborn. As long as Luck is not destroyed, Sure will also be reborn. Ascension is a form of death, equivalent to a long sleep. When one transcends life and death at the 17th heaven, one can do this. Kong Huang Tian explained. The 17th heaven, Yin Chuan said gravely. My rebirth requires the Kong family's bloodline to be indestructible. Of course, perhaps 1,000,000 years later, I might never be able to revive. If fate destroys all life, none of us will be able to live. Kong Huang Tian said with a bitter smile. In other words, you won't be able to participate in the upcoming War of the World? Yin Chuan asked seriously. I probably won't be able to participate. I hope that you all can protect the common people. My rebirth depends on you all. Kong Huang Tian sighed softly. Then, no matter how a transcendent person dies, they can be reborn. As for ascension, one needs a reason to be reborn. Why don't you all try to transcend? If you transcend, you won't have to worry anymore, right? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Kong Huang Tian shook his head. Transcendence does have a great advantage in terms of rebirth compared to ascension. However, there's also a drawback to transcendence. Oh, it is very, very difficult to break through again. Kong Huang Tian said seriously. Very difficult? That's right. It is very difficult, extremely difficult. At the very least, in my deductions, breaking through again after transcendence is 10 times more difficult than transcendence. Therefore, the people of the second epoch and the first epoch are not willing to transcend, Kong Huang Tian explained. It is very difficult, but it is not impossible, right? Yin Chuan said with a frown. Hey, you know Tian Gang, right? Has he ever broken through since he transcended? Kong Huang Tian asked with a smile. Yin Chuan raised his brows. In the end, he nodded and stopped arguing with Kong Huang Tian. Suddenly, Yin Chuan thought of a sentence left behind by Huang on the cypress tree back then. Don't transcend. don't transcend easily. These were the last words by Huang left for Yin Chuan. Could it be that this was what he was talking about? Of course, I don't know the specifics after transcending. Perhaps there are other directions. Only a transcendent would know, Kong Huangtian said. Are you preparing to give me your current realm before ascension? Yin Chuan finally accepted Kong Huangtian's explanation. That will depend on your methods, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. How? Yin Chuan asked. Seize a great emperor karmic throne. Kong Huangtian said. Great emperor karmic throne? Yin Chuan raised his brows. That's right. I will ascend in 2 days at most. Coincidentally, all the great emperors are here. Hence, you must seize back the great emperor karmic throne within 2 days. Otherwise, I will give up on passing it to you. Kong Huangtian said. Yin Chuan stared at Kong Huangtian's consciousness and finally nodded. Also, remember, don't use the parasitic divine ability unless you have no other choice. In this world, only you and I know the secrets behind it. Kong Huangtian said. I will. Yin Chuan nodded. Buzz. Yin Chuan's consciousness quickly attached itself to his body and slowly woke up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan opened up a small space and stepped out. Instantly, he saw Mo Yushi looking for him anxiously. Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi rushed over in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded and smiled. However, Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. You? Are you Yin Chuan or Kong Huangtian? Mo Yushi asked in fear. After the beast exchange, Mo Yushi's nerves were extremely sensitive. Don't worry. He is Yin Chuan. A voice came from afar. Meow. Yin Chuan, are you all right? Meow flew over. It was Meow and Yin Chuan. The human Yin Chuan nodded. The human Yin Chuan looked at Yin Chuan. The two of them nodded at each other. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the prime of Tong Tian followed. Yin Chuan, are you all right? The prime of Tong Tian asked. I'm fine. However, I might have something to do next. Yin Chuan smiled. What is it? The prime of Tong Tian was puzzled. Kill the great emperor. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, in the central territory. The Slayer, Golden Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor rushed out and pounced on Great Emperor Ziwei, who had exhausted all his essence blood. Great Emperor Ziwei had countless treasures. The group of elites not only wanted to get rid of the hidden danger, but they also wanted to get their hands on the treasures of Great Emperor Ziwei. The seal of virtuous. This was also something that the elites coveted the most. As for Great Emperor Qinglong, at this moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and the others who were fighting. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The Nether River Patriarch was more interested in the 2 swords of force wielded by Great Emperor Qinglong. Get out of my way. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Ziwei life refining technique? What a weirdo. Let's go somewhere else. Show me how magical these swords of force are. You have a death wish. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted and pounced on the Nether River Patriarch. Space superpower, greater shift. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom! The 2 of them instantly disappeared from the battlefield without a trace. The 4 elites surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Tanlang, Pajun, and the others could no longer sit still. They quickly charged forward, followed by Great Emperor Shung's subordinates. However, at this moment, 4 elites with gourds on their backs suddenly appeared in midair. Fire Crow Gourd, Luo Luo. Ice Toad Gourd, Huang Luo. Shiwang Gourd, Yulin. Hongmeng Gourd, Meng Sansheng. A group of people stood in front of Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. It's you guys? Tanlang's expression changed. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out in the central territory. And there was also Great Emperor Rosefinch. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battlefield, and his eyes turned cold. Besieging Great Emperor Ziwei? A bunch of idiots. Do you think Great Emperor Ziwei is so easy to kill? Instead of besieging Great Emperor Ziwei, why don't you get Kong Huangtian's Dharma treasure? As he spoke, he looked at the distant sea again. Yin Chuan? Oomph. This time, I won't show you any mercy. Great Emperor Rosefinch stepped forward and rushed towards the distant sea. Chapter 1477. A chaotic battle broke out in the Central Territory. Even though Great Emperor Ziwei had used up all of his blood essence, he was still able to fight against a group of great emperors. Boom! Rumbling thunder rumbled across the world. On the other side, although Great Emperor Rosefinch didn't know where Yin Chuan was, he had been paying attention to the direction that Bai Qi, Tong Tian, and the others had gone. Soon, he found where Yin Chuan and the others were. Above the sea, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the bottom of the sea. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch released his aura, and the surrounding seawater was instantly forced to explode in all directions. The huge impact instantly reached the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, Mou Shi, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan, Miao, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Tong Tian were surrounding Yin Chuan. Kill the Great Emperor, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Miao, Miao cried out excitedly. Why? Tong Tian asked curiously. For the Great Emperor's position, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Tong Tian raised his eyebrows and nodded. Who are you going to target? Just as Tong Tian finished asking, boom! A huge aura came down from above. Everyone was at the bottom of the sea, and an undersea storm immediately swept up, radiating in all directions. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked above the sea. Naturally, someone who wants to die will come knocking on our door. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Boom! Yin Chuan led everyone and quickly stepped out of the sea. Standing above the sea, he looked at Great Emperor Rosefinch, who was in midair. Great Emperor Rosefinch stared at Yin Chuan with a cold glint in his eyes. I thought you were going to run away. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear in front of me. Ever since Miao Rulai had gone to the Great Qin City to cause trouble and had been chased away by the silver-eyed Gue Guzi, he had formed enmity with Yin Chuan. Following this, they joined forces with Great Emperor Qin Long to attack the Great Qin City, but they were easily resolved by Yin Chuan's invitation of Golden Emperor and Shadi. The third time, they personally went to Xianying City and fell into Yin Chuan's trap. They tried to kill Rosefinch in the Heaven Realm, forcing them to return. After being shamelessly humiliated 3 times, this hatred had long been engraved in his heart. At this moment, when he saw Yin Chuan again, he vowed to kill Yin Chuan to vent the hatred in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Humph, what did you get from Kong Huangtian? Emperor Rosefinch asked coldly. I received a request, Yin Chuan said with a smile. What? I want your head. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. How dare you? Emperor Rosefinch glared at him. Humph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Bang. His long hair instantly turned red, and the surrounding sea instantly turned into a sea of blood. A ferocious aura surged out. Ha ha ha. With your current strength, you want to become my enemy? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. At this moment, Yin Chuan was at the 13th heaven. After using the Blood Sea Divine ability, his strength could reach the peak of the 14th heaven. However, he was still much weaker than Emperor Rosefinch. Even if I won your life, I might not be stronger than you, Yin Chuan said coldly. His hands glowed with white light as he slightly activated the Hand of Tao. The Hand of Tao had the strength of the 15th heaven in every palm strike. On the other side, Tong Tian took out the celestial slaying sword while Mou Shi turned into a huge black phoenix. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted as he soared into the sky. Mou Shi and Tong Tian followed behind and rushed into the sky. You're courting death, Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. Suddenly, 3 streams of light shot out from his palms. The 3 streams of light turned into 3 huge red Rosefinch flames and rushed towards the 3 of them. Break! Tong Tian shot out his sword and broke through one of the Rosefinch flames. Screech! Mou Shi swung her tail and broke another Rosefinch. Yin Chuan punched out with the Hand of Tao. Boom! The 3rd Rosefinch exploded. Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to fail again. He took a step forward and his Emperor karmic rank appeared. Billowing energy gushed out. Behind him, Rosefinch's great Tao suddenly reached the sky and burned a huge part of the void. The boundless flames that filled the sky rushed towards the three of them. Screech, Celestial Slaying Sword, Hannah Dao. The three of them surrounded the Vermilion Bird Emperor and launched attacks at him. Rosefinch's Burning World. Boom! Billowing flames rushed in all directions and filled the sky. The four of them started fighting. The huge collision shattered a huge part of the void. With the help of his Emperor karmic rank, Emperor Rosefinch had the power of level 16 and naturally suppressed the three of them. Below, Bai Qi and Jin Yu stood behind Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. Meow, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan, aren't you going to make a move? Meow asked curiously. I've already made my move. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan looked at the sky. In the sky above where Emperor Rosefinch was fighting, a golden cloud gradually appeared. Around the golden cloud, 3,000 heavenly axioms seemed illusory. That's the heavenly axiom cycle? Meow's eyes widened. This is the boundless land that Emperor Qing Long gave back then. The heavenly axiom cycle has accumulated all the power until today, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, a crack suddenly appeared in the golden cloud in the sky. Crack! The crack slowly opened. Slowly, a huge eye appeared. I was looking down at the battle below. Meow, what a terrifying eye. My heart stopped. Meow exclaimed. Emperor Rosefinch also felt the appearance of the huge golden eye. He suddenly had goosebumps all over his body and turned his head to look at the sky. Heavenly axiom cycle. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly axioms descended from the sky and completely surrounded the surrounding sea region. The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Heavenly axiom cycle again. Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. Previously, it was the heavenly axiom cycle that caused him to be severely injured. He had to rush out of the range of the 3,000 heavenly axioms as soon as possible. Stop him, Yin Chuan shouted. Immortal Slaying Heavenly Sword. Boom! Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the Prime of Tongtian attacked at the same time. The three surges of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch along with the turbulent flow of energy. Courting death, Emperor Rosefinch's face was filled with anger when he was helped. He reached out his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom! 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 The three palms were like the might of the heavens. They instantly caused the blood in their bodies to churn as they were sent flying. At this moment, the golden eye in the sky suddenly released the boundless energy that it had been accumulating for a long time. Boom! Like a giant cannon, a black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Wherever the black ray passed, the void collapsed. Wherever it passed, there was nothing left. The black ray of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's hair stood on end. A fatal threat rushed towards him. There was no time to dodge. He could only attack. Rosefinch's great Tao, 10,000 sparrows, burned the heavens. As he roared, he punched out. It was as if countless fiery red Rosefinch had gathered into a river of fire and rushed forward. Wherever the black ray of light passed, everything was destroyed. Even the Rosefinch River was destroyed. Boom! The black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch's body. Ah! Emperor Rosefinch screamed. However, in an instant, his upper body was completely melted. The black ray of light did not slow down. It rushed towards the sea below. A bottomless black hole appeared above the sea. In midair, only Emperor Rosefinch's legs were left on the Emperor's altar. Emperor Rosefinch was dead? The Prime of Tongtian stared in shock. This is too exaggerated. Emperor Rosefinch died just like that. Meow stared with her eyes wide open. Even Yin Chuan was stunned as he stared at the scene. It's over? Just like that? What a powerful black ray. Even if I'm at the 16th heaven, I'll be severely injured if I'm not prepared. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded in Yin Chuan's body. Everyone suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not mind. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that it can only be used once." The Prime of Tong Tian was speechless. Such a heaven-defying black ray. Even if it was used once, it would be incredible. I finally understand why your expression didn't change when you were surrounded by Emperor Qinglong that day. Such an attack is indeed terrifying. The Prime of Tong Tian exclaimed. I wonder when I'll be able to accumulate such power again. Not far away, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and kept the 3,000 sky Dao. With Emperor Rosefinch dead, Yin Chuan quickly rushed towards the Emperor Karmic throne. Chapter 1478. After the death of Great Emperor Rosefinch, Yin Chuan also quickly rushed toward the Great Emperor Karmic throne. The Great Emperor's altar floated in the air with the legs of Great Emperor Rosefinch on it. When Yin Chuan flew closer, he discovered that the Great Emperor's altar was imbuing the legs with surging power. His legs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones, flesh, and blood were all growing. In just a short while, his thighs had already grown. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before Great Rosefinch's body was completely restored. Mend the corpse. The Prime of Tong Tian was surprised. No, the Great Emperor's altar is meant to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hand of Dao. As the two giant palms approached, Emperor Rosefinch's legs suddenly burst into dazzling flames. It seemed to be resisting Yin Chuan's hand of Dao. Boom! Unfortunately, he only had 2 legs left, so he couldn't block it at all. The hand of Dao tore apart the Great Emperor's altar and Great Emperor Rosefinch's legs. Emperor Rosefinch's leg was sent flying in the air. Yin Chuan extended his hand and attacked. Boom! His legs instantly exploded into fine powder. Beneath Yin Chuan's feet, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared and slammed onto the great monarch sacrificial altar. Buzz! The 2 altars quickly merged. At the same time, in the underworld, South Outer Continent, Rosefinch Heaven, a loud noise suddenly rang out in the fiery red sky. Boom! Nay! Nay! The countless fiery red Rosefinch flames in the Rosefinch Heaven realm suddenly screamed and then collapsed. Above the starry sky, the giant star Rosefinch suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it suddenly dimmed. Hundreds of second epic experts looked up at the sky in horror. Master, countless people felt sorrow in their hearts. Rosefinch's celestial realm collapsed, and Rosefinch superstar dimmed. Didn't this mean that Emperor Rosefinch had fallen? Their master had fallen, and all the officials were crying out in grief. In the mortal realm, Yin Chuan, who was in his human form, was standing on the heaven and earth altar of the Qi level. He was trying his best to integrate the Great Emperor Karmic rank. The 2 altars merged and shot out beams of golden light. Waves of terrifying energy were rushing towards Yin Chuan's body. Boom! An extremely powerful will rushed towards Yin Chuan. The will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar instantly swept through Yin Chuan's body and disappeared. Subsequently, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar surged with energy towards Yin Chuan, helping Yin Chuan refine the Great Emperor sacrificial altar. In an instant, Yin Chuan felt an endless power enveloping his body. His emperor's heart became even more resolute. Although his power had not reached its peak, it gave him a feeling of looking down on the world. Phew! Yin Chuan let out a long breath of turbid air. He felt an indescribable comfort all over his body. What a powerful will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar! Kong Huangtian's voice suddenly sounded. Yin Chuan was puzzled. When you fuse with the Great Emperor's altar, do you still remember the will of the Great Emperor's altar? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan nodded. The will disappeared in an instant. It did not affect Yin Chuan in the slightest. That will is too strong. Even I can't fight against it. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Even you can't fight against it? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Yes. At the very least, in my current state, Mao cannot fight against it. It seems that this Great Emperor sacrificial altar is indeed an incredible treasure. Can I trust it? Kong Huangtian asked solemnly. Can I trust it? I can rely on the power of the great emperor's sacrificial altar, but I can't trust it completely? I will. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. The surging power of the great emperor's sacrificial altar was still washing over Yin Chuan's body. Rumble. Yin Chuan's body gave off a series of rumbling sounds. Boom. Yin Chuan's body gave off a super loud sound. Immediately, a huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Meow. Yin Chuan, what happened to you? Meow flew over. 14th heaven. The great emperor sacrificial altar helped me break through to the 14th heaven, Yin Chuan said in shock. 14th heaven. Mo Yushi's face lit up with joy. Congratulations to the heavenly emperor for reaching the peak of the great 1,000 realms. Bai Qi immediately said excitedly. Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. Xiaoqian was extremely satisfied. He felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Finally, he regained the cultivation he had when he was in the great 1,000 realms. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked at Yin Chuan and shook her head. Pay attention to your temperament. Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his face instantly became serious. That's right. I've only recovered to the great 1,000 realms. What's there to be excited about? But why did I feel so satisfied and excited just now? Suddenly, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He recalled the Eternal Emperor's words. The Eternal Emperor had said that the great emperor sacrificial altar could affect one's temperament. Affect one's temperament? Yin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the triangular great emperor sacrificial altar under his feet. His expression was slightly complicated. The great emperor sacrificial altar is not a good thing. In just a short moment, it has affected your temperament. It's an inauspicious thing. Don't take it. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan said solemnly. Mou, she revealed a trace of worry. On the other hand, Tong Tian looked at the silver-eyed Yin Chuan with a strange expression. How many people had sacrificed their lives for the great emperor sacrificial altar? Now that Yin Chuan had obtained it, he wanted to give it up? The human Yin Chuan remained silent for a while. His eyes narrowed as he said, affect my temperament. If my temperament is affected, it means that my temperament is not enough. The great emperor sacrificial altar? It turned into a heart demon and bewitched my heart. However, it can also refine my heart. It wants to subdue me? I will subdue it. Yin Chuan said with a resolute expression. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked at the human Yin Chuan and nodded. She did not say anything else. Kong Huangtian, I have already obtained the great emperor karmic throne. Now what do you say? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Tong Tian, Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu were stunned. I will pass on all my comprehensions to you. Kong Huangtian said in Yin Chuan's sea of consciousness. Wang. In an instant, countless images rushed into Yin Chuan's mind. Yin Chuan stood in midair and suddenly became motionless. What's wrong? Meow. Meow exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. Protect him. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shook his head. In midair, Yin Chuan's body emitted a brilliant azure light. His hair suddenly turned azure and fluttered in the wind. Stepping on the great emperor's sacrificial altar, Yin Chuan exuded a powerful aura. Far away in the east continent's Xianyang city, boom! Above the sea of providence clouds, there was not only providence. Even in the void, countless forces of fortune, and merits were surging into the sea of providence clouds. Above the sea of providence clouds, the divine statues emitted rays of colorful light. Among them, Yin Chuan's radiance was even more dazzling, illuminating heaven and earth. This is... Instantly, the citizens and officials in Xianyang City exclaimed in shock. Some of the officials even felt a sense of comfort all over their bodies. An indescribable power nourished their bodies, and their cultivations began to stir, as if they were about to break through at any moment. Although the sea of providence clouds changed greatly, the officials knew that it was a good thing. It seemed like Dejun had been reborn. Could it be? Countless officials thought of a possibility and rushed to the Skyward Palace square. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Lu Buwei was overjoyed. "Prime Minister, what's going on?" the officials asked. "Dejun has taken another step forward. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, no, when the Great Emperor returns, it will ascend to the Heavenly Realm," Lu Buwei said excitedly. Boom! The group of officials immediately became excited. Chapter 1479. On the surface of the sea, Yin Chuan's consciousness was absorbing all of Kong Huangtian's insights. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan stared at the human Yin Chuan to prevent any unexpected changes. He held a blue, brain-like object in his palm. It was the exchange beast. Kong Huangtian's words were sincere, but Yin Chuan still had to be on guard. Fortunately, what Yin Chuan was worried about didn't happen. After more than a day, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, two 17-colored rays of light shot out from his eyes. 17th layer of heaven, seeing through life and death. Yin Chuan's long green hair sighed. "You still have a long way to go. Remember my insights and slowly comprehend them. There is still half a day left. I will let you experience it personally and let you see the real 17th layer of heaven." Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Yin Chuan frowned for a while. Finally, he nodded. Don't worry. I, Kong Huangtian, won't lie to you. Remember, after I leave, make sure that the Kong family doesn't perish." Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. "Don't worry." The human Yin Chuan nodded. Buzz! Suddenly, the human Yin Chuan's aura underwent a huge change. An unstoppable aura burst out from his body. The entire sky was filled with countless peacock feathers. The 17-colored light in Yin Chuan's eyes turned into a green light. "Yin Chuan, MOU?" she asked worriedly. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "He is Kong Huangtian now." "Ah, MOU?" she revealed, a look of surprise. Kong Huangtian's consciousness controlled Yin Chuan's body. As he stretched out his hand, the bronze sword appeared from his body. Holding the bronze sword in his hand and stepping on the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar, Kong Huangtian looked at the distant central territory. He took a step and charged forward. "Look carefully. This is the 17th layer of heaven," Kong Huangtian muttered to himself. Boom! His figure instantly arrived at the central territory. Central territory. The battle continued. Almost all of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper Legion commanders took action, but they were still stopped by Meng Sansheng, Huang Luo, Huang Min, and Yulin. The four gourds looked very impressive, ferociously injuring all the Legion commanders. Roar! Tan Lang roared in grief and anger. However, Meng Sansheng's group of four was also extremely fierce, not allowing anyone to take a single step forward. In the sky, Sha Di, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor were besieging Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence had been depleted, and his strength had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to use the seal of virtuous virtue again. Even so, Great Emperor Ziwei was still able to suppress the crowd. Great Emperor Ziwei fought the four of them alone, and the four of them were sent flying again and again. "White Tiger, Xuanwu Gold, you three bastards! How dare you make me your enemy? You overestimate yourself!" Great Emperor Ziwei shouted coldly. After the battle with Kong Huangtian, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's strength had decreased by at least half. But even so, the four great cultivators were still no match for him. "Treasure, please turn around." Sha Di shouted again. A ray of white light rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Slash! Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom! The Immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back, but Great Emperor Ziwei's huge sword will crashed into Sha Di. Sha Di was knocked back, but he did not care and rushed forward again. "Sha Di, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly, looking at the four people with gourds on their backs and Sha Di in the distance. Great Emperor Ziwei instantly understood everything. "That's right. I need your road to the underworld," Sha Di said in a low voice, not hiding anything. "Ha ha! Road to the underworld? Are you sure it's with me? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Shadi narrowed his eyes, but he still nodded and said, "The road to the underworld is extraordinary. Since it belonged to you from the beginning, it belongs to you. Although it was taken away by Kong Huangtian, as long as Kong Huangtian dies, it will no longer be controlled by him and will return to you." You know quite a lot, Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. He waved his hand. Boom! The road to the underworld appeared again, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Rolling power rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Golden Great Emperor threw a punch. Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom! Golden Great Emperor retreated, and Great Emperor Ziwei also retreated with a loud bang. Golden Great Emperor? My best friend, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Ha ha, friend. Golden Great Emperor's eyes flashed with coldness. Ziwei, in the second epoch, your strength was on par with mine, as well as everyone else's. Our friendship was the best, but I misjudged you. That day, we obtained that precious treasure together, and there were many layers of seals on it. For the sake of our friendship, I left the treasure in your care and prepared to break the seals together, but you took it for yourself. Is this the seal of great virtue? Golden Great Emperor shouted coldly. After obtaining the seal of great virtue, your strength increased again and again, even reaching the strength of the number 1 Great Emperor. It's fine if you betrayed me, but you colluded with Great Emperor Rosefinch to frame me, causing me to lose the chance to transform into a star. Fortunately, I'm not fated to die. Please bury me alive, Great Emperor Ziwei. Only then can I escape the cleansing of the world. Golden Great Emperor shouted. Ziwei, today, I'm going to take back what's mine. The seal of great virtue? You've had it for too long. Golden Great Emperor said coldly. Golden Sovereign punched out once again. Boom! Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu didn't speak. The two of them just fought Great Emperor Ziwei with all their might. They had already taken this step. If they couldn't kill Great Emperor Ziwei today, they would end up like Qinglong and Changsheng when Great Emperor Ziwei recovered his vitality. Roar! The 4 great cultivators kept attacking Great Emperor Ziwei. You guys are still far from enough. Power of the underworld, yin and yang of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! The power of the underworld instantly poured into Great Emperor Ziwei's heavenly meridian. Great Emperor Ziwei's shriveled body expanded rapidly. His strength also skyrocketed. Break! Great Emperor Ziwei let out a loud cry as he pushed his hand forward. The 4 great cultivators were sent flying backward. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they still weren't a match for Great Emperor Ziwei. Even if I'm injured now, I'm still not someone you could touch. Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. However, just as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Ziwei's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look. However, Yin Chuan, who had long green hair, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The group of cultivators was slightly stunned. The Great Emperor's altar, Great Emperor Rosefinch's Great Emperor's altar? Yin Chuan killed Great Emperor Rosefinch. No, he's not Yin Chuan. That gaze, that aura. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Yin Chuan, who was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. Kong Huangtian, Great Emperor Ziwei's originally ferocious face suddenly panicked. Kong Huangtian isn't dead? Great Golden Emperor's expression changed. No, Kong Huangtian is dead. Otherwise, the road to the underworld wouldn't have returned to Great Emperor Ziwei. Sha Di said in a low voice. Then what's going on with him? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. However, Yin Chuan, who was possessed by Kong Huangtian, looked at Great Emperor Ziwei coldly. Yin Chuan, watch carefully. This is the power of the 17th layer of heaven. It's just as well. I can take this opportunity to take revenge and end this regret, Kong Huangtian said. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand. As he waved his sword, black and white sword chi seemed to appear in the void. They intertwined and rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. This is... Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed as he thrust his long sword forward. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword exploded. The black and white sword chi slashed across Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm. Wong! Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm instantly withered. It was so shriveled that it seemed like only a layer of skin was left. This is... Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this the 17th layer of heaven? Yanchuan's consciousness was surprised. The 17th layer of heaven. Although your body's cultivation is weak, I can sense that you also have the strength of the 17th layer of heaven. Kong Huantian explained. I don't understand. Yanchuan said in a low voice. You have my comprehension, but you haven't fully comprehended it. When you fully comprehend it, you will understand. Kong Huantian explained. Yanchuan responded softly. Kong Huantian's sword was so powerful. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. The 17th layer of heaven? He was also at the 17th layer of heaven. Why was he so much weaker than Kong Huangtian? The other four great cultivators also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Kong Huangtian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than before, right? On the other side, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly tore his shriveled right arm apart. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei quickly filled his right arm with his strength and grew another right arm. Kong Huangtian, you're still alive? Power of the Yellow Springs. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted again. With a wave of his hand, the Yellow Springs path formed a giant palm of energy that grabbed at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. He slashed out with the sword in his hand again. It was still the same move. Black and white sword rays shot out. The giant palm of the Yellow Springs immediately separated. The black and white sword rays once again appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. No! Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in shock. The black and white sword rays touched his legs again. Buzz! In an instant, his legs quickly shriveled until only a layer of skin was left. This is... The surrounding cultivators were shocked. This is called drawing life and infusing death. The black and white sword rays are divided into life and death. At the 17th layer of heaven, one can mobilize the power of life and death. The power of life and death is also called the power of life. It draws life and infuses death. Kong Huangtian explained to Yanchuan. Yanchuan nodded. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei was terrified. He quickly tore apart his lifeless legs. Once again, he grew a new pair of legs with great strength. However, at this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei became even thinner. No matter how hard Great Emperor Ziwei tried, he was still powerless against Kong Huangtian, who was at the 17th layer of heaven. Why is this happening? Great Emperor Ziwei said with grief and indignation. He stretched out his hand and took out the seal of virtue again. Great Emperor Ziwei had no choice. If he used the seal of virtue now, he might die from having all his energy sucked out. However, that was only a possibility. If he didn't use the seal of virtue, he would definitely die. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was too terrifying. Although he was attached to Yin Chuan's body, Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't withstand the sword of life and death at all. If it had hit him directly, he might have been finished. Chapter 1480. The moment the virtuous seal appeared, a powerful force rushed down like a hot knife through butter, pressing down on Kong Huangtian and the others. The essence energy in Great Emperor Ziwei's body was also being sucked away. Even though it was extremely taxing on his body, Great Emperor Ziwei's face was still ferocious. He wanted to crush everyone into dust. Under the huge force, the 5 people below bore the brunt of it. The void was sealed, and the 5 of them couldn't escape. Kong Huangtian's face sank. Another virtuous seal? The expressions of Sha Di, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu, Great Emperor changed. My physical body has been destroyed, and I only have willpower left. I need the four of you to lend me your strength to kill great Emperor Ziwei. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The eyes of the four lit up. I'll lend you my strength. Great Emperor White Tiger shouted and opened his arms. Kong Huangtian controlled the Great Emperor altar and sucked the Great Emperor White Tiger Great Emperor's endless power into Kong Huangtian's body. It was just like how Yin Chuan mobilized the power of an entire nation's citizens. Kong Huangtian's power instantly soared. I'll lend you mine. Great Emperor Xuanwu shouted. I'll lend you mine. Take it. Shadi and Golden Great Emperor also replied. The power of the four powerhouses quickly gathered around Kong Huangtian. In the sky, the virtuous seal pressed down. It was about to reach Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. The virtuous seal. Unfortunately, you're not a virtuous supremacy after all. You're just a treasure. Moreover, your body is weak at this moment, so the execution of the seal of virtue is greatly inferior when compared to the last time. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian's sword soared into the sky. The power of the four powerhouses instantly gathered into one, transforming into a black and white aura that charged forward. Boom! The black and white aura collided with the virtuous seal, causing the void to shatter. With everyone as the center, the void shattered and countless stars were instantly shattered. Below, the void shattered, and a large area of land was instantly destroyed. The expression of Great Emperor Ziwei, who was controlling the virtuous seal, changed. No! Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. Boom! Surging power surged into the virtuous seal. Kong Huangtian's black and white chi of life and death persisted. While he was holding on, he saw that Great Emperor Ziwei was getting thinner and thinner. In just a short while, he was all skin and bones. His right hand, which was controlling the seal of virtue, was also trembling, as if he was losing control of it. You've lost, Kong Huangtian said coldly. With a shake of his hand, the chi of life and death suddenly exploded. The huge seal of great virtue instantly collapsed from Great Emperor Ziwei's hand and rushed into the starry sky. No! Great Emperor Ziwei screamed. Xing! Wherever the long sword passed, Kong Huangtian instantly appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. With a single slash, he sliced Great Emperor Ziwei into two halves. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. A thin slit appeared between his eyebrows, and blood slowly seeped out. Not only has this sword drained your vitality, it has also drained your vitality. You no longer have any fate charts. Ziwei, you are dead, Kong Huangtian said calmly. The Great Emperor of Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian. A few days ago, Great Emperor Ziwei would never have imagined that he would die in such a cowardly manner. Screech! Kong Huangtian let out a loud peacock cry. Then, he suddenly left Yin Chuan's body and transformed into a huge transparent peacock that flew into the sky. Kong Huangtian's consciousness left Yin Chuan's body. Standing in midair, the transparent peacock stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Huangtian and bowed solemnly to him. Thank you, ancestor, Yin Chuan said solemnly. No matter how much he suspected and disapproved of Kong Huangtian in the past, at this moment, Yin Chuan understood that he had indeed benefited from Kong Huangtian countless times. Not only did Kong Huangtian save him, but more importantly, Kong Huangtian had paved a long path for him in the upcoming chaos of the world. With such a gift, as long as his path was smooth, he would reach the 17th heaven sooner or later. Kong Huangtian was his ancestor, but he had never acknowledged it before. At this moment, Yin Chuan truly accepted this ancestor in his heart, just like Bai Wang. In his life, he had given him everything that was unparalleled. Screech! The transparent peacock let out a long cry. Yin Chuan, I accept your bow. Before I ascend, I have one last thing to tell you. The transparent peacock shouted. Speak. Yin Chuan, listen carefully. Yin Chuan nodded. In the past, Hung Jun challenged the heavens and lost. However, he had a sword duel with me that transcended the mortal world. I was defeated by Hong Jun's sword. said the transparent peacock. Kong Huangtian lost? Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the past, Hong Jun lost to the heavens, and Kong Huangtian won. However, Hong Jun won in the sword duel between Kong Huangtian and Hong Jun. Yin Chuan raised his head, wanting to ask for clarification. Bang! The transparent peacock suddenly exploded, turning into countless light spots that were blown away by the wind. Kong Huangtian had ascended. Looking at the place where Kong Huangtian disappeared, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and bowed respectfully again. Sha Di, Golden Arch, White Tiger the Arch, and Xuan with Arch also gradually recovered. Something's not right, Sha Di suddenly exclaimed. It was Great Emperor Ziwei, who was not far from Yin Chuan. Kong Huangtian had severed all of his life charts. He was already declared dead. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He slammed his palm towards Yin Chuan, who was in front of him. Yin Chuan suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Not good. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He turned his head and saw the palm coming toward him. Wasn't Great Emperor Ziwei dead? No, I know. Yin Chuan's expression changed drastically. Not long ago, when Great Emperor Rosefinch died, the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar was replenishing Great Emperor Rosefinch's body. It wanted to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Now that Great Emperor Ziwei was dead and his life charts were gone, the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar was replenishing his life charts? Was the Great Emperor sacrificial altar trying to revive Great Emperor Ziwei? Hand of Dao. Yin Chuan's expression changed drastically as he slammed his palm forward. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei's palm exploded with a loud bang. His life chart power had only recovered a little. It was impossible for him to wield much power. The energy palm instantly shattered, and more than half of Great Emperor Ziwei's body exploded. Great Emperor Ziwei, who only had half of his body left, immediately fled into the distance without hesitation. With the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, he would recover sooner or later. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh! A white light shot toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! The road to the Yellow Springs and the walking heavenly meridian immediately appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei prepared to flee quickly. Great Emperor Ziwei fled at an extremely fast speed. The expressions of the Great Emperors changed, and they wanted to give chase. Hand of Dao seize! Yin Chuan shouted softly. Boom! A hand stretched out, and Great Emperor Ziwei's walking heavenly meridian was pulled over. Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu instantly arrived before Great Emperor Ziwei. Each of them threw a punch at Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly exploded. Then he turned into 3 streams of light that shot in 3 directions. Whoosh! Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu each chased after one of them. Sha Di, on the other hand, pounced toward the Great Emperor sacrificial altar that contained the road to the Yellow Springs. Boom! Sha Di grabbed it. As for Great Emperor Yellow Gold, he had long disappeared. He rushed toward his strongest Dharma treasure, the seal of great virtue, and disappeared in front of everyone. Boom! The Ziwei celestial realm exploded with a loud bang. In the starry sky, the Ziwei celestial realm suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it dimmed. Great Emperor Ziwei had finally fallen. My lord, the heavily injured subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in grief. Treasure, please take it, Meng Sanxing shouted. A large number of heavily injured cultivators were instantly sucked into the primordial gourd. Yin Chuan stood on the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar and quickly refined the walking heavenly meridian that he had seized. Yin Chuan was naturally not as skilled as Kong Huangtian. He had just seized the walking heavenly meridian, so he still needed to comprehend it. On the other side, Sha Di was erasing all the marks of Great Emperor Ziwei while refining the road to the underworld. He wanted to make it his own. He stepped on the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar, but did not refine it. Mo Shi, Tong Tian, Bai Qi, Jindiyu, Miao, and Yintong also flew over from afar to protect Yin Chuan. Miao, what happened? Great Emperor Ziwei is also dead? Miao said in surprise. Below, there were still aftershocks of the battle. However, since Great Emperor Ziwei had fallen, most of the commanders had been absorbed by Meng Sanqing's primordial gourd. At this moment, their resistance was even weaker. Some of them even fled quickly. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Ziwei celestial realm had completely become history. Not long after, Yinchuan woke up and grasped the walking heavenly meridian. He opened his eyes slightly. On the other side, Meng Sansheng, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, and Yulin also surrounded Shadi. As for the other great emperors, they had all disappeared. However, at this moment, a woman in a dragon robe was standing not far from Shadi. It was Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong had suddenly appeared. Meow. That woman has been hiding in the dark until now. Meow looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Wu Jiong was staring at Shadi. Shadi opened his eyes after refining the road to the underworld. Wu Jiong took out a jade talisman. Wu Jiong, have you thought it through? Shadi asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. The divinity will help me resolve this crisis. In my opinion, the great emperor karmic rank is more important. I'll use it to exchange for this opportunity. I'm sure of it. Shadi took the jade talisman and nodded slightly. Wu Jiong stepped onto the great emperor sacrificial altar. Boom! Wu Jiong's heaven and earth sacrificial altar landed on it and quickly merged with it. Rumble! Boom! During the process, Wu Jiong's cultivation suddenly broke through to the next level like Yin Chuan. Level 15? Shadi looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed her eyes for a while and then opened them with satisfaction. Good. From now on, the divinity and I don't owe each other anything. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Shadi nodded. Shadi turned his head and took a look at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. Let's go. Whoosh. Shadi and the other 4 people disappeared in an instant. Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan and said, Congratulations, Emperor Yin. Same to you. Yin Chuan nodded. Senior brother, let's go back as soon as possible. Wenxiu has just escaped. Please help me to take her down and strengthen Zhou. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Tong Tian looked at Wu Jiong and finally nodded. Yin Chuan, goodbye. Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Tong Tian followed Wu Jiong and disappeared into the sky to chase after Wenxiu. Bai Qi, summon the dragon chariot and return. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Meow. Yin Chuan, what should we do with Emperor Changsheng in my hat? Meow cried. Let him out. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Chapter 1481. On an island in the south of the Central Territory. Ancestor. Sob. Farewell, ancestor. Sob. 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 Thousands of cultivators knelt on the island, crying and wailing. They were all cultivators from the Kong family. Kong Huangtian challenged Great Emperor Ziwei to reach the 17th layer of heaven. All the elders of the Kong family came to help with excitement. Once they reached the 17th layer of heaven, who in the world could defeat them? Great Emperor Ziwei? He was only at the 16th layer of heaven. He had only reached the 17th layer of heaven with the help of the Great Emperor's altar. That was an illusory 17th layer of heaven. In the end, Kong Huangtian succeeded. The 17th layer of heaven. The legend of the Kong family had once again created a miracle. However, this 17th layer of heaven was at the cost of one's life. In the end, he died together with Great Emperor Ziwei. For a moment, countless cultivators of the Kong family could not accept this fact. They knelt on the ground and wailed. Blind Kong also knelt down at this moment. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he could see everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Old ancestor, Blind Kong cried out. Only Peacock Z was still standing there at this moment. He clenched his fists and revealed a trace of ferocity on his face. Why? Why? Peacock Z let out a low roar that only he could hear. Ancestor, can't you see me? I'm the head of the Kong family. Why did you pass everything to Yin Chuan and not to me? I'm not willing. I am not willing. Peacock Z roared in a low voice. Blind Kong cried for a while and calmed down his uncontrollable emotions. Family head, let's go and pay respects to Yin Chuan. Blind Kong persuaded. Pay respects? Pay respects to what? He's just a distant relative of the Kong family. Peacock Z suddenly glared. You, family head, that's what the ancestor instructed us to do. Blind Kong immediately said in surprise. The ancestor is already dead. What else is there to say? How can the foundation of the Kong family fall into the hands of an outsider? Peacock Z shouted. What? Peacock Z, you? Blind Kong immediately said anxiously. Peacock Z turned his head and said coldly, Remember, I am the head of the Kong family. The ancestor has fallen. I am the head of the Kong family. As he spoke, Peacock Z looked at the group of Kong family members kneeling on the ground and crying. Everyone, listen up. Although the ancestor died in this battle, it was a glorious death. The ancestor reached the 17th heavenly layer. He fulfilled his wish. Now, everyone follow me back. We'll erect a tomb for the ancestor. Everyone, pay respects to him, shouted the Peacock Master. The Kong family disciples wiped their tears and replied, Yes. Stop. Blind Kong cried out in alarm. Let's go. Peacock Z ignored him and led the Kong clan's elders towards the south. Blind Kong became anxious and quickly chased after him. The central weave. Bai Qi went to look for the six-dragon palanquin, while Yin Chuan, and Mo Yu Shi, and Jin Diyu surrounded Miao. Miao took out her little felt hat. Who? A figure suddenly rolled out. It was the Longevity Heavenly Emperor. Where's this? Yin Chuan? The Longevity Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. You've regained your clarity of mind? Yin Chuan looked at the Longevity Emperor. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he recalled everything. The Ziwei life refining technique is indeed domineering. I must have been blind to be fooled by those bastards. The Longevity Emperor said in a low voice. As he spoke, the Longevity Emperor suddenly saw the Great Emperor alter under Yin Chuan's feet. You killed the Great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. How strong was the Great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor knew very well that the Great Emperor was at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He had a strong foundation and countless trump cards. He even had the Great Emperor karmic rank and could unleash the strength of a 17th heavenly layer. Yin Chuan actually killed the Great Emperor of Ziwei? It wasn't me. This Great Emperor altar belongs to Great Emperor Rosefinch. Yin Chuan said, Oh, Rosefinch is also dead? What happened during this period of time? The Longevity Emperor was slightly taken aback. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan recounted everything that had happened during this period of time. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, the Longevity Emperor let out a long sigh. The Longevity Celestial Realm. What use do I have for it? Back then, it was just a plaything. Everyone else opened the Celestial Realm. As the Great Emperor, if I don't open it, it would be meaningless. Well, I don't like being the Great Emperor anyway. After saying that, the Longevity Emperor looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I'm going to find some of my subordinates. After that, I'll go to Dijon. I don't want to be involved in politics. I'll just be a carefree foreign affairs director. The Longevity Emperor laughed. You're welcome at any time. Yin Chuan nodded. My subordinates follow me because I never treated them as subordinates. I saw them as brothers. Now that they have died because of me, I must find them. See you in Xianyang. The Longevity Emperor laughed. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. The Longevity Emperor then looked at the Great Emperor altar under Yin Chuan's feet and smiled. Yin Chuan, I won't forget what you said back then. If you get a second Great Emperor altar, I'll give you my Great Emperor altar immediately. Looking at the serious Longevity Emperor, Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Let's go. The Longevity Emperor laughed and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Roar! Roar! Soon, the six-dragon carriage was driven by Bai Qi. Yin Chuan took out Kong Huangtian's sword. Yushi, this is the Blue One's 12 paths of reincarnation. Refine it. Yin Chuan said gently. Looking at Yin Chuan, and Mo Yushi nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage. "Return to the court," Yin Chuan said. "Let's go," Bai Qi shouted. "Roar!" The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the east. In the netherworld, above the sea at the border of the outer north continent and the outer east continent, waves rose and Inchi gathered. Dragon roars could be heard. The surrounding territories were filled with dragon roars, and the ground trembled. Among them, there were 2 great experts fighting against each other. No, it should be said that one of them was toying with the other. The Nether River Patriarch and Emperor Qinglong. The Nether River Patriarch moved his finger slightly. Instantly, more than 10 Nether River Patriarchs appeared. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. At this moment, the vast sea below had already turned blood red. The figures were toying with Emperor Qinglong Dai. Emperor Qinglong controlled 2 swords of force and attacked the Nether River Patriarch crazily. However, even with the swords of force, he was no match for the Nether River Patriarch. With a stretch of his hand, he neutralized Emperor Qinglong's attacks. Swords of force? Force? The great force of the First Era? Indeed powerful. The Nether River Patriarch looked at the 2 swords of force and smiled. "It's a pity that you used such a trashy move with such a treasure. You're a disgrace to the great force." The Nether River Patriarch smiled. Buzz! All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Emperor's body trembled. His body came to a halt, and his eyes suddenly became clear. "Emperor Ziwei is dead?" the Nether River Patriarch said in surprise. Raising his head, the Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky. It was as if he could see the central territory through the netherworld. As expected, Kong Huangtian has finally broken through. It's a pity that he's just a little bit away from breaking through. Otherwise, this world would be more lively. No, this world is going to be lively soon. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Old Ancestor Mingi shook his head and said with a smile. On the other side, Emperor Qinglong gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at the Nether River Patriarch in the distance, his expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! Emperor Qinglong took a step forward and was about to escape into the sky. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and saw another shadow of the Nether River Patriarch appearing in front of Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Haha, what's wrong? You're trying to escape after regaining your consciousness?" The Nether River Patriarch laughed. "Nether River Patriarch, what are you trying to do?" Emperor Qinglong asked in surprise. "Nothing. Originally, I didn't think much of the Sword of Force. However, after your demonstration, I realized that the Sword of Force has inspired me. It just so happens that my Avicii and Yuan killer swords are still incomplete. I'll use them to make up for what I lack." The Nether River Patriarch laughed. You. The Azure Dragon Emperor yelled in shock and disbelief. Emperor Qinglong was also shocked by the Nether River Patriarch's tone. What did he mean by originally not thinking much of it? The Sword of Force was a treasure that could help one transcend. You still don't think much of it? Then, the Nether River Patriarch spoke in a determined tone. Although he said it casually, Emperor Qinglong could hear the determination in his voice. "No, the Sword of Force is mine. No one could take it away from me." Emperor Qinglong roared. The Nether River Patriarch laughed evilly. "Let's see if you can hold on to it." As he spoke, the Nether River Patriarch waved his hand, and the Avicii and Yuan killer swords flew out instantly. Boom! In an environment shrouded by the Yin fog, there was an earth-shattering sound. For the Sword of Force, Emperor Qinglong used all his strength again. It was different from the last time. There was only one sword last time, but there were 2 now. In the rolling Yin fog, explosions could be heard everywhere. Outside the Yin fog, at the border of a territory, there was a group of figures standing there. The leader was Zombie Yin Chuan. Behind Zombie Yin Chuan stood Yiguzi, Desolation Hua, and the 12 Beast Kings of Dejun. The group of experts stood quietly at the peak of mountain, watching the sea that was surrounded by Yin fog. Heavenly Emperor, the Nether River Old Ancestor's strength is too strong. He can deal with the Azure Dragon Great Emperor with ease. Moreover, he is toying with him. Desolation, Hua said in a deep voice. Yes, Qing Long is a peak level 15 Great Emperor. With the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank, he can reach level 16. He also has 2 Swords of Force. He is definitely a peak level 16 Great Emperor. With such strength, the Nether River Patriarch can easily deal with him without using all his strength. The Nether River Patriarch's strength, perhaps. Gigu Zi frowned. 17th Heaven. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Level 17? Everyone was shocked. No wonder Emperor Xuanwu did not dare to offend the Nether River Patriarch too much. No wonder he was so domineering in the past. He did not care about the competition of the world. It was not that he did not dare to interfere, but he did not want to. How could the Nether River Patriarch care about a group of level 14, 13, and 15 Great Emperors? Chapter 1482. In the void, there were the first, great evil, great kindness, and boundless world. The 4 great worlds were like 4 chaos spheres. They were separated from each other, and now they were moving closer to each other. The great evil, great kindness, and boundless world were moving towards the first world at the center. Although no sound was heard, anyone who saw could feel the shock. The speed of their movement was getting faster and faster. The 4 great worlds were similar. They were surrounded by the heavenly demon world, the heavenly demon world of the great evil world. Countless heavenly demons were flying around the peak of a mountain that seemed both real and illusory. Dozens of figures stood at the peak of the mountain. Most of them were surrounded by black gas. Their faces were hideous and evil. There were 8-armed evil demons, 4-faced evil demons, bat-winged evil demons, and black-boned evil demons. Among them, there was also Tian Gang, who was a transcender. There was also Yin Chuan's son, the Nether King. Everyone was standing behind a man in a wide and luxurious black robe. The man wore a lotus-shaped purple crown on his head. He had a handsome face, and there was a green lotus between his eyebrows. His eyes were deep like a pool of water, and no one could see through him. The man was the transcender of the great evil world, the Lotus Deity. Master, the speed of the great evil world moving towards the first world is obviously faster, Tian Gang said. The Lotus Deity looked into the distance and nodded gently. Yes, the 4 great worlds will merge in 10 days. 10 days? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. Didn't they say it was 100 years? How long had it been? Only 10 days were left. 10 days? So fast. The Nether King was also surprised. The Lotus Deity nodded. When the 4 great worlds merge, I will use the power of the great evil world to allow the 4 great worlds to merge smoothly. Tian Gang, Nether King, I have a mission for you. Master, please give us your orders. The 2 immediately replied. When the 4 great worlds merge, the 2 of you will bring your subordinates and capture the White Tiger Great Emperor. If he resists, kill him and bring the Great Emperor's altar to me. The Lotus Deity said. Permission granted. The 2 of them replied. My lord, we have failed in our duties. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost the foundation of the first world. We can only rely on a few spies to constantly send messages through the life plates. Pluto immediately admitted his guilt. Tian Gang's face fell. Even though the Netherworld King was asking for forgiveness, he hadn't made any big mistakes. It was all his own fault. Tian Gang kept making mistakes which led to the current situation. The Netherworld King was obviously scolding him in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, this subordinate has failed in his duty. Tian Gang was unable to refute and could only say hatefully. The expression of the Lotus God, who was standing at the front, changed slightly. Then, her eyes returned to being as still as a pool of dead water. Superiors did not wish for their inferiors to be as monolithic as a piece of iron. Small conflicts were not necessarily a bad thing. Forget it, it's all in the past. Lotus Goddess said indifferently. Yes, the 2 of them replied. All demon tribes, prepare for battle. Follow me to conquer the first world. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. The demons behind him roared in unison. The Great Thousand World, the world where Yin Chuan lived in his first life. It was still the entrance of the heavenly demon world in the Great Thousand World at the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a group of experts was standing there, watching from afar. The leader was dressed in an emperor's robe. He had a broad forehead and was extremely majestic. His eyes were glowing, and a soul-stirring feeling rushed out. Behind him stood people of different shapes and sizes. Most of them were standing in a subordinate position, but there were three who stood side by side. One of them was an extremely beautiful woman. One of them held a horsetail whisk and had a handsome face. One of them was dressed in white and carried a long bronze sword on his back. A surge of sword intent shot out from his eyes. In this man's eyes, there was only one thought. Fight! 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 My husband, the speed has increased. It seems like it won't be long before we collide with the first world. The beautiful woman looked at the man in the emperor's robe and said with a frown, Huanji, you're right. 10 days. In about 10 days, the four worlds will merge into one. It's unstoppable. The emperor took a deep breath and said, Zhongshan, you are a transcendent of the Great Thousand Realms. Now, you are also the realm master of the Great Thousand Realms. When the four worlds merge into one, you need to stabilize the world. The man with the horsetail whisk said. Zhongshan nodded and said, Xian Yuan, I will. Unfortunately, Bai Wang has fallen. Otherwise, Bai Wang. The man in the white robe said with a frown, The Great Thousand Realms is a world born in the fourth epoch. It should have been the weakest one. However, nothing is absolute. The memories of the entire world were wiped away by fate. Fortunately, Bai Wang deduced everything back then and broke the seal, recalling everything. Unfortunately, I can't protect Bai Wang. Zhongshan sighed. This is not your fault. You have already done your best. Xian Yuan shook his head. I understand. Everything else is fine. However, after 1 million years, it should have been revived. I wonder if he will blame me when he learns of the result. Zhongshan took a deep breath. The man in the white robe shook his head and said, Based on my understanding of Ing, he will understand you. Everything before him is not important. What is important is fate. If the people of the four realms are wiped away by fate, then everything will be meaningless. The man in the white robe said in a deep voice, Jianao, you are right. 4 realms combined into one. We will soon face the heroes of the 4 realms and the strong foundation of the first world. This is the best battlefield for you. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Jianao nodded and said, 10 days later, I will challenge the heroes of the world. Xian Yuan, Jianao, I need you to do me a favor. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. When the 4 realms combine into one, the rules and laws of different worlds will clash with each other. During this period, I need to stabilize everything in the Great Thousand Realms in case we are late. I need you to help me capture a great emperor. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. A great emperor? Jian Ao's expression changed. That's right. According to Bai Wang's deduction, when the first world combined into one, it should be during the first world's second epoch. The 9 great emperors each have a great emperor karmic rank. This is something that the Great Thousand Realms does not have. Great emperor karmic rank and heavenly Tao. This is too strange. Even if I can't gather all of them, I must get one. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. All right. Jian Ao nodded in a carefree manner. Don't worry. Xian Yuan also nodded. Great Kindness World. There was no fixed realm lord in the Great Kindness World. Instead, a group of heroes divided the 4 realms. At this moment, a group of heroes stood at the peak of a mountain in the heavenly demon world. They looked at each other, and at the same time, they could see the first world that was getting closer and closer. Everyone, what do you think? A golden-haired man shouted. There shouldn't be much time left. The 4 realms will combine into one soon. After discussing for a while, one of them said, When the 4 realms combine into one, we will be responsible for our own areas. All right. Chapter 1483. The First World. Underworld, Nether River Patriarch's battlefield. The swords of power shone brightly. Streams of light flashed across. The four seas were waiting for Emperor Qinglong's command. However, the Nether River Patriarch was simply too powerful. A single clone was enough to defeat the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Avicii and Yuan-Tu swords stood in the air, unleashing the hell of Avicii and hell of Yuan-Tu. They wrapped around the two swords of power respectively. "No, you can't do this!" Emperor Qinglong screamed. Nether River Patriarch grinned. Bam! Four of Nether River Patriarch's clones instantly appeared in front of him. One of them grabbed one of Emperor Qinglong's limbs. Boom! With a sudden pull, Emperor Qinglong's body seemed to have been dislocated. A loud sound was heard from his body. "Arg!" Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. A huge green path appeared behind him. A huge Qinglong was circling on the path. Boom! Emperor Qinglong merged with the path. Suddenly, the path changed shape and merged with Emperor Qinglong gradually. It turned into a green dragon. Roar! The dragon roared and broke free from Nether River Patriarch's clones. True dragon path? Interesting. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. It's not that easy to cultivate such a path. Nether River Patriarch said calmly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Nether River Patriarch's path suddenly appeared. It was a vast black river. The black river surged and rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the path appeared, the surrounding seas trembled violently. The surrounding void shook violently as if it was shocked by the path. Nether River path. Nether River Patriarch smiled and waved his hand. Roar! A Qinglong rushed out of the Nether River path. Qinglong looked exactly the same as Qinglong when Qinglong merged with his path. What? Emperor Qinglong's expression changed. Don't you know? This Nether River Patriarch is a huge space, an illusory space. If I want something, I just have to create it and convert it between illusory and corporeal. Then, I can turn illusory into corporeal. Nether River Patriarch smiled. What? How is this possible? How could a spatial divine ability be so exaggerated? Conversion between reality and illusion? You can materialize whatever you want? The Azure Dragon Emperor exclaimed in shock. You don't believe me? Let's see if it's the same as you. Patriarch Nether River smiled. Roar! Qinglong charged out of the river Styx and pounced towards Emperor Qinglong. Boom! The two dragons crashed into each other with the same force. When they collided, they were inseparable. Boom! 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 The two dragons continued to clash for a while. No, how is that possible? He has the same power as me? Emperor Qinglong exclaimed. Still don't believe me? Nether River Patriarch mocked. Then let's have another one. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-span underworld river appeared. Roar! Another Qinglong pounced towards Emperor Qinglong. Three Qinglong pounced on each other in midair. Emperor Qinglong was getting more and more shocked. Was this another one of him? Emperor Qinglong wouldn't lose to the other two Qinglong because of his Emperor karmic rank. But that river Styx was too terrifying. At this moment, Nether River Patriarch waved his hand again. Arg! 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 Another 8 Qinglong pounced. 10 Qinglong pounced on Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong. In the distance, Zombie Yin Chuan and the others. What a strange river Styx. What a domineering river Styx. Conversion between reality and illusion. Conversion between reality and illusion. Gue Guzi exclaimed. Needless to say, Nether River Patriarch's casual move had completely demonstrated his strength. Nether River Patriarch didn't even treat Emperor Qinglong as an opponent. More Qinglong pounced out from the heaven-span underworld River Patriarch, while he went to the Avicii and Yuan killer swords and focused on devouring the swords of momentum. Rumble! The swords of momentum were surrounded by countless fortunes as though they were struggling violently. You haven't awakened from your immortalization. It's useless to struggle. Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Rumble! The battle lasted for an entire day. It wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. There were already 100 Qinglong pouncing on Emperor Qinglong. 100 of them, and all of them were Emperor Qing Long's own strength. Even with the Emperor altar, Emperor Qing Long couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He was covered in wounds. He allowed these Qing Long pouncing on him. Rumble, rumble. After 2 loud bangs, the swords of momentum completely shattered into pieces and were absorbed by a Vichy and Yuan killer. Hum! The 2 swords vibrated. In an instant, the swords of countless swordsmen in the underworld also vibrated. Ha ha, you 2 are quite cocky. Go back and refine the swords of momentum. Nether River Patriarch laughed. He waved his sleeves and kept a Vichy and Yuan killer. Then, he turned to look at the other side of the battlefield. Emperor Qing Long, who was being humiliated by 100 Qing Long, spat out blood. His face was bruised and swollen. "Sai, you asked for it," Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. He waved his sleeves. Rumble. The heaven-span underworld river instantly washed over the group of Qing Long suddenly. The 100 Qing Long turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Emperor Qing Long was left alone with a bewildered look. How would he dare to act rashly against Nether River Patriarch? Nether River Patriarch looked at Emperor Qing Long's appearance and was in a good mood. Ha ha ha! Nether River Patriarch laughed and put away his doppelganger, Bloodsea, and Nether River. He then walked toward the North Outer Continent and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew! Emperor Qing Long suddenly let out a long breath. Nether River Patriarch? He never knew that Nether River Patriarch was so terrifying and powerful. Emperor Qing Long looked at himself and smiled bitterly. He had worked so hard, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Go! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted from afar. Yes! Yin Chuan, Desolation Hua, and the 12 supreme beasts instantly rushed toward Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long suddenly noticed and looked over with a changed expression. People of Dijon, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Help me kill the emperors and help Dijon ascend to the heavenly realm. Yin Chuan's shout reverberated throughout the world. 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. The 12 beasts shouted. Boom! A huge explosion shook the surroundings. The statue of Yin Chuan above the great Qin city transformed into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon of Fate roared, and Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread throughout the Netherworld. At that moment, countless people in the Netherworld's outer East Continent and inner South Continent looked up at the sky and were shocked by Yin Chuan's voice. Kill the emperors and establish the heavenly realm? In their excitement, countless people quickly raised their right hands. Waves of energy were extracted and poured into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon seemed to have traveled through time and space and quickly appeared not far away from Zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The power of the people of the 2 continents quickly poured into Zombie Yin Chuan's body. Bang! A pair of dragon bone wings suddenly spread out. Yin Chuan's eyes glowed red as he spat out blood-red fangs and roared. Roar! A huge roar rushed out. The void trembled. Zombie Yin Chuan's power reached its limit. Fiend Star! Enter the formation! Desolation Transformation shouted. Boom! A ray of starlight seemed to have traveled through time and space and rushed into the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 10,000 dragons, fate. Gue Guzi's voice came from afar. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon veins sounded, and the power of fate rushed toward the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 12 capital heaven divine wraith, gather! The 12 sovereign beasts shouted. The 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation enveloped Emperor Qing Long and Yin Chuan, but it didn't attack. It only enveloped them and transformed Desolation Transformations and Gue Guzi's fate. The 2 forces pressed down on the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation from above and below. The billowing power rushed toward Yin Chuan's body. Everyone's power poured into Zombie Yin Chuan's body. The power was so great that even though Yin Chuan's body was extremely strong, veins popped out on his face. The power formed a golden, lightning-like energy body around his body. Yin Chuan, Emperor Qing Long exclaimed. Emperor Qing Long, it's time to settle the grudge of the past. Zombie Yin Chuan said with a ferocious face. After speaking, Zombie Yin Chuan didn't care about Emperor Qing Long's attitude and rushed forward. Zombie Yin Chuan's 13th heaven had mobilized the power of the people of the 72 territories and transformed into the body of a general. His power had reached the peak of the 15th heaven. In addition to the 12 capital heaven Divine Wraith, Star Wraith, and Fate, Zombie Yin Chuan's power had reached the 16th heaven. In an instant, he exploded and attacked the Azure Dragon. Roar! Qing Long was furious and clawed at Zombie Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's face was ferocious as he punched. Boom! When the fist and claw collided, the void instantly shattered. Crack! The dragon claw was instantly broken. Emperor Qing Long, who was already injured, suddenly changed his expression. Zombie Yin Chuan's power was so strong. His physical body was actually stronger than his. Rascal! How dare you? Emperor Qing Long said furiously. Black Dragon! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! The great Tao of the Black Dragon suddenly exploded. Zombie Yin Chuan's body swayed and merged with the great Tao. Roar! The great Tao of the Black Dragon was also transforming and suddenly turned into a huge black dragon. The huge black dragon was half the size of Qing Long Roar. The black dragon roared and instantly tangled with Qing Long Roar. The two dragons used their claws and jaws to tear each other apart. Dang, dang, dang. The claws and teeth clashed with the black dragon's body and let out a loud metallic sound. It was as if they couldn't break through the black dragon's skin. However, the black dragon was different. Bam! Its claws pierced into Qing Long's body, and its jaws bit onto Qing Long's neck. Rip! It suddenly tore. Instantly, Qing Long's stomach was ripped open and blood spurted out from his body. Roar! Qing Long roared in pain. However, the black dragon seemed to be enjoying it very much. Qing Long's blood splattered on the black dragon's body and was absorbed into the black dragon's body in the blink of an eye. Roar! The black dragon became more ferocious. Qing Long's stomach was ripped open, but he became weaker. They were entangled for another half a day. Crack! The black dragon bit off Qing Long's neck. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly and opened its mouth to swallow quickly. Roar! In one gulp, the black dragon completely swallowed the Azure Dragon into its stomach. Emperor Qing Long died, leaving a great emperor karmic position in the air. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly to the sky. The roar shook the underworld. In an instant, the entire underworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. Chapter 1484. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly at the sky. Its roar shook the entire netherworld. Instantly, the entire netherworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. As it roared, the black dragon quickly refined and devoured Qing Long, and its body swelled up. At the same time, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared below the black dragon and landed on the arch sacrificial altar. Boom! The two sacrificial altars collided and quickly merged. As the black dragon swelled, its body coiled around the arch sacrificial altar. Its body emitted a majestic aura as black light shot into the sky. Rumble! The sea was filled with the sound of dragon bones clanging. Waves of black gas enveloped the black dragon. Not far away, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array was dispelled. The paragons of the 12 kingdoms, Desolation Hua and Guzi, gathered together and waited for the result of the black gas. Ao Dong, you have been the dragon monarch for so many years. You should know a lot about the dragon race. Why do I feel that the heavenly arch and the great Tao merging into a black dragon? Ninth Rat looked at Ao Dong curiously. Ao Dong frowned slightly and said, the heavenly Thearcha is black dragon great Tao, and the arch Qing Long great Tao should be a true dragon. True dragon? Ninth Rat did not understand. Ao Dong nodded. True dragons are not the dragon race. The dragon race is all evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Evolving? I know. If the carp race, the snake race, the turtle race, and even the horse race give up on evolving, they can also evolve toward the dragon race? The snake emperor asked. That's right. To be precise, they're evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, this is a never-ending path. Ao Dong explained. Oh, ninth, Rat did not understand. What is a true dragon? The snake emperor asked. A true dragon is the sky. The sky is a true dragon. Sky is formless and boundless. No one can describe its specific form. What is the sky? The sky's form is the true dragon, Ao Dong explained. Sky. Everyone looked at Ao Dong. Isn't heaven and earth formed from the 3,000 heavenly Daos? What does it have to do with the true dragon? Bai Ditian frowned. Ao Dong shook his head. I don't know. Buzz. Everyone was startled. The form of fate. A true dragon? Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at the black fog shrouding the black dragon. Everyone, I don't know anything else. Let's just wait and see. Ao Dong said again. Everyone nodded and looked at the true dragon, the son of heaven, who was about to come out. Roar! The dragon roared. With a loud bang, all the black fog in the surroundings was dispersed. Zombie Yin Chuan returned to his original form. He opened his arms, and the black dragon bone wings on his back were surrounded by a dense black aura. He bared his fangs and pointed his mouth at the moon. Roar! Yin Chuan roared, and the huge moon immediately infused a strand of moonlight into the mouth of the zombie Yin Chuan. The great emperor's sacrificial altar also poured endless energy into zombie Yin Chuan's body. A loud noise suddenly came from the zombie's body. Boom! Then, a surging aura formed a ripple that spread out in all directions. Phew! The zombie let out a long cry of satisfaction. Boom! Yin Chuan retracted his dragon bone wings and fangs and returned to normal. 14th Heavenly Layer. Yin Chuan clenched his fists, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He finally recovered the cultivation of his first life. Looking at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under his feet, Yin Chuan finally reached the 14th Heavenly Layer. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, for reaching the 14th Heavenly Layer. Hua Qiliang's eyes were sharp, and he saw the difference with a glance. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, everyone congratulated. No, it should be congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Gue Guzi's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Everyone said again. Phew, I thought I would have to wait for a while. Who would have thought that this great emperor's sacrificial altar would be so powerful? Zombie Yin Chuan looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar and said. Everyone also looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under Yin Chuan's feet. However, Yin Chuan raised his head and roared towards the sky. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have used the power of the citizens to slaughter Emperor Qinglong. From this moment onwards, the underworld will reach the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! A golden dragon of fate suddenly appeared from Yin Chuan's body, and the golden dragon of fate roared as it madly flew towards the great Qin city. Within the dragon's roar, zombie Yin Chuan's voice rumbled throughout the world. Roar! In just a moment, the underworld's 2 continents and 72 territories were filled with Yin Chuan's voice. Heavenly realm? Almost all of the citizens felt quite startled. At this moment, the great Qin city was madly absorbing fate, virtue, fate, and fate from all around. In just a moment, above the great Qin city, multicolored light soared into the sky and shone in all directions. Boundless virtue, fate, and fate gathered and turned into streaks of colorful light. It was impossible to tell how many colors there were, and it was incomparably dazzling. Countless dew rain descended from the void. As the dew rain fell, countless cultivators instantly felt their bodies relax, and some of the weaker cultivators even broke through on the spot. Heavenly music drifted throughout the great heavenly realm, and countless images of immortal birds and divine beasts flew in all directions. The entire great heavenly realm was enveloped in an intense festive atmosphere. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Endless cheers could be heard everywhere. While the underworld was in such a state, Yin Chuan and the Yang realm also rushed to Xianyang City. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have slaughtered Emperor Rosefinch. From this moment onwards, the Yang realm will achieve the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! Yin Chuan's voice instantly sounded in the Yang realm's eastern continent. Cheers rumbled throughout the world. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Xianyang City and the Great Qin City were surrounded by 3,000 heavenly Daos. It was as if even the heavenly Daos were congratulating the establishment of the heavenly realm. At the same time, in the Western continent, all citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty, listen up. From this moment onwards, the Great Zhou heavenly court will be promoted to the Great Zhou heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! The promotion of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Zhun dynasty caused a powerful aura to spread throughout the world. Countless experts in the world stopped what they were doing and looked at the two dynasties. In a short period of time, the world had changed too quickly. In a valley, Emperor Changsheng found a group of subordinates and turned to the east when he sensed the changes in the world. The great heavenly realm? Ha! Emperor Changsheng exclaimed. My lord, the two great emperors Rosefinch and Qinglong are also dead. One of the subordinates frowned. That's right. Do you feel it? 3 powerful gravitational waves are coming, and the 4 realms are about to merge. Emperor Changsheng said. Merging? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Changsheng did not say anything. Instead, he raised his head and said, From today onwards, I will withdraw from the heavenly longevity realm. From now on, the heavenly longevity realm will cease to exist, and the world will follow its natural course. Boom! The celestial longevity plane collapsed. Countless cultivators around the Sinan continent looked at the sky in shock. After all, the heavenly longevity realm had only been established for a short period of time. Countless cultivators could only sigh. In the blink of an eye, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Around the Sinan continent, Golden Palace. Buzz! Golden Palace was surrounded by rolling merits. Countless subordinates of the Golden Emperor came to protect him. The Golden Emperor had obtained the seal of great virtue. No matter what happened in the outside world, the Golden Emperor did not care. The most important thing now was to improve himself. Around the Sinan continent, Eastern Territory, Dongfang Booby walked out of the palace and looked to the east. Then he looked to the south where the Golden Emperor lived, then to the west. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Sect Master? A few subordinates walked up to him respectfully. The 4 realms are about to merge, Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. The 4 realms are about to merge? Mengling Tian said in surprise. Nodding, Dongfang Booby said yes. An old friend from the second era should be back. Sect Master's old friend? Back. Did he go to the other 3 worlds? Mengling Tian said with wide eyes. He went to the Great Kindness World. Dongfang Booby nodded. Netherworld, North Outer Continent. Chujiang Palace. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Avicii and Primordial Killer Swords with satisfaction. Then he reached out and slashed. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the void. Nether River Patriarch instantly stepped into it. The hole slowly closed, and 2 heavenly demons flew out. Nether River Patriarch stepped into the heavenly demon world. It was Snake Spirit who welcomed Nether River Patriarch. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. Snake Spirit smiled. Where's Fushi? Nether River Patriarch asked. The 4 realms are about to merge. The king has gone to the Wuji platform to observe the ceremony. Snake Spirit said. Bring me there. Nether River Patriarch said. Yes. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan had returned. He stood in front of the central palace. Zombie Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the sky. The officials stood respectfully. Congratulations, Great Emperor. The officials congratulated. Zombie Yin Chuan only nodded, but his expression was extremely solemn. Through the Great Emperor karmic position, I can feel that the four realms are about to merge. Inform the city lords of the various territories to comfort and protect the people. During the merger of the four realms, there will definitely be a great collision between heaven and earth. The world will be in turmoil. We need to protect the people, Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Gue Guzi walked behind Yin Chuan. Great Emperor, news came from the Great Kindness world. In half a day at most, the four realms will merge. Gue Guzi said. Oh. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Also, he said that the Great Kindness world is not as simple as the rumors say. It's very deep and has countless experts. Gue Guzi whispered. I can also guess that the Great Kindness World's foundation is the foundation of the Second Era. It's naturally much stronger than the Great Wide World. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. However, Great Jun has many grievances with the Lotus God. I'm worried that. Wait for my orders, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. In infinity, the form of the first world was a chaos sphere that was safely fixed in infinity. One could vaguely see a dividing line in the middle that divided the first world into two. Half was the Yang realm, and the other half was the Netherworld. From three different directions, three balls of chaotic origin of the same size were hurtling toward him at an extremely fast speed. One was black, one was white, and one was gold. They were so fast that it seemed like they would perish together in the next moment. The collision between heaven and earth of the four realms. Chapter 1485. The four realms were getting closer and closer. Unification was imminent. All living beings in the world had just recovered from the great changes not long ago. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. They walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky, feeling this inexplicable heart beating wildly. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's as if I didn't do anything. Me too. Something seems to have happened. So strong. All living beings fell silent, waiting for something to happen. This was the four realms approaching. The huge gravitational force affected all living beings imperceptibly. After a while, a buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the world. All living beings widened their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Everyone looked up at the sky. In Wuji, the four Tai Chi spheres were getting closer and closer. As they approached, the four heavenly demon realms were the first to bear the brunt. The powerful suction force instantly sucked countless heavenly demons into Wuji. As soon as they entered Wuji, they instantly disappeared into nothingness. The great evil realm was the first to reach the first realm. Countless powerhouses stared at the moment of final contact. It was getting closer and closer. The Nether River Patriarch, Fushi, Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and the explosive Beast King all stared at the place of contact. The outermost heavenly demon realm was close together. At an extremely terrifying speed, they finally made contact. A huge sound instantly filled the entire heavenly demon realm. A huge shock was produced, and countless heavenly demons were instantly blasted apart. 64 trigrams. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Fushi shouted softly. Boom! Fushi's shout instantly spread throughout the heavenly demon realm of the first realm. The entire heavenly demon realm paused for a moment. On the other side, a shout also came from the great evil realm. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Boom! The heavenly demon realm made contact. The collision between the two realms began. After charging through the heavenly demon realm, what followed was the real collision between heaven and earth. The great evil realm's collision location happened to be in the direction of the outer southern continent. While all living beings in the world were waiting for the result, the outer southern continent welcomed a shocking scene. In the starry sky, countless stars suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! During the Big Bang, countless black holes appeared in the sky of the outer southern continent. Countless black holes crazily absorbed the light. The entire southern outer continent was gloomy. A huge suction force rushed down. Below, countless soil, rocks, plants, animals, rivers, and seawater were sucked up by a suction force. Ah! Help! Master, save me! Ah! In the outer south continent, countless cries sounded out as countless creatures were sucked into the sky. Countless miserable cries sounded out. Countless peerless experts from all over the world frowned as they watched. Yin Chuan, in his human form, stood at the entrance of the skyward palace and stared at the south. Yin Chuan was at the 14th heavenly layer, and his eyesight wasn't good enough. However, with the great monarch's altar, his strength had risen to the 15th heavenly layer. Naturally, he could see the situation in the outer south continent clearly. It was incomparably magnificent. The entire outer south continent was shrouded in a tremendous force. He could vaguely see the gloominess of the southern continent. They're here. All cities, activate the city defense formation, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, in the outer south continent, the world was in chaos. The great evil world descended and charged towards the outer south continent. In the great evil world, at the peak of a huge palace, the Lotus deity led countless demons and waited with rapt attention. The collision point of the two worlds, the outer south continent of the Yang realm, it's about to crash. The Lotus deity shouted. Hong! The collision shook the world. Regardless of whether it was the first world or the great evil world, they were instantly filled with this loud noise. A huge shockwave rushed from the outer south continent to all directions. The entire world of the Yang realm experienced a huge earthquake in an instant. In the first world, 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared out of thin air. Rolling power surged in all directions, calming the impact of this huge collision. Even so, there were still countless storms blowing in all directions, and the airflow of the entire Yang realm was completely chaotic. With the exception of a few experts, ordinary birds would be swept away as soon as they flew into the sky. Rumble! The loud noise in the outer south continent continued. Under the huge collision, it was chaotic for a moment. Everything in the outer south continent could not be seen clearly, as if the world had returned to chaos. Heavenly Emperor, we've lost contact with all the spies in the outer south continent. Yifeng frowned. Yin Chuan nodded. Even with Yin Chuan's eyesight, he could not see the outer south continent. He could only see the edge of the outer south continent. Along with the seawater, there were countless demons wreaking havoc in the sky. The great evil world has descended. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Everything was just the beginning. The great evil world had descended. Next was the great kindness world. The outer west continent of the netherworld welcomed the collision of the great kindness world. Just like the Yang realm, under the huge collision, demons flew everywhere, and countless living beings and dead spirits suffered. The entire outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. In the outer west continent of the netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's forces. The White Tiger Emperor looked at the collision of the great kindness world, and his face darkened. White Tiger, Celestial Realm. Protect. Boom. The White Tiger Emperor wanted to protect the Tiger Tribe's outer west continent. Unfortunately, the collision of heaven and earth was not something the White Tiger Emperor could face. Boom! The outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. Yin Chuan, the zombie of the outer east continent, suddenly could not see anything in the outer west continent. He could only see white and golden light shooting out from the direction of the outer west continent. Wherever the light passed, countless vengeful spirits were instantly purified. Then it was the great wide world. In a great wide world, a huge floating city with the words Lingxiao Heavenly Court written on it. The leader was a man in a golden dragon robe. He was the realm lord of the great wide world, Zhongshan. He looked into the distance. 3,000 heavenly Dao defend. Hong. The great wide world collided with the outer north continent of the Yang realm. In an instant, the outer north continent was in chaos. A large number of things and living beings on the ground were all swept up. Rumble. As they collided, the outer north continent gradually fell into chaos. Heaven and earth collided, and the four worlds collided. Looking from Wuji, the four realms looked like four huge spheres leaning against each other. 3 of the spheres were glued to the sphere in the middle. Some of them fused with each other. In other words, a part of each world fused with the outer south continent of the Yang realm, the outer north continent of the Yang realm, and the outer west continent of the netherworld. During the fusion period, it was chaos. The heavenly demons of the four worlds scurried around each other as if they were trying to fight for their respective territories. The shape of the four worlds turned into a strange shape. It was a four-sphere that was stuck together. Heavenly Demon World. Fushi, Patriarch Nether River, and Snake Spirit were watching all of this. The four worlds collided, and the four worlds merged into one. Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice, "It's merged, but it's not primordial chaos yet." Fushi said in a deep voice, "King, what is primordial chaos?" Snake Spirit asked curiously. "It's the true fusion into one, turning into primordial chaos and transcending everything. Of course, it can also be seen from a shape. The other 3 worlds have each fused a continent. Next, more continents will be fused. It can also be said that they will overlap with each other. When they completely overlap into a sphere, they will completely fuse into one, which is primordial chaos." Fushi explained, "That means we still have time?" Snake Spirit's eyes lit up. Fushi nodded. "There's still a little time, but it's almost time." Patriarch Nether River suddenly looked at Fushi. "Fushi, are you ready to face fate?" Fushi looked at Patriarch Nether River and smiled. He did not speak, but took a deep breath and looked at Wuji in the distance. He suddenly exhaled, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Patriarch Nether River looked at Fushi and smiled. He did not continue to ask, because it was meaningless to ask now. "I'm going back," Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. Fushi nodded. Slash. Patriarch Nether River suddenly slashed, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Patriarch Nether River instantly entered between heaven and earth and flew quickly to his 10 palaces. Yang Realm, East Outer Continent, Xianyang City. Yin Chuan in human form looked at the South Outer Continent and then at the North Outer Continent and took a deep breath. Great Emperor, the South Outer Continent is the evil world of the Lotus God, and the North Outer Continent is the good world of Mount Zhong. Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Reporting to the Great Emperor, there's news from the underworld. Yifeng immediately reported. Oh, there's movement on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld. 2 figures entered the North Outer Continent from the chaotic Yang realm. Yifeng said, "People from the Greater Thousand World?" Yin Chuan's expression changed. It should be a man in white with a sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky. The sentry was an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt as if a sword had pierced into the depths of his soul. He froze there and only recovered after a while. The sword intent in his heart collapsed. Yifeng said, "Invisible sword intent?" Gue Guzi said solemnly. "It's Jianao," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The other man was holding a horsetail whisk. After entering the underworld, illusory images of babies flew around him. Each of them had a pair of white wings and were incomparably holy. An extremely peaceful feeling spread out. The other sentry was also an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt a sense of peace and happiness. He lost himself in his longing and only recovered after a long time. Yifeng said, "That's Xinyuan." Yin Chuan nodded. "Where are the 2 of them going?" Gue Guzi asked. "I don't know. Wait for the news from the sentry." Reporting, a sentry quickly came from afar. "They're here." Yifeng's eyes lit up. Reporting to the Great Emperor, the Xuanwu Hall in the north outer continent of the underworld has been inexplicably attacked. Two great experts have descended and are clashing with the Xuanwu Great Emperor. Reporting news from the south outer continent of the underworld. The Transcendent's heavenly star and Pluto have appeared at the Yellow Springs Road and are heading towards the west outer continent of the underworld. Reporting news quickly gathered in front of Yin Xuan. Chapter 1486. The Great Collision of Heaven and Earth. The Yang Realm's outer south continent, outer north continent, and outer west continent were all in chaos. However, as time passed, the chaotic lands of the three continents gradually cleared up. At this moment, almost all the experts in the world understood that the world was going to be in chaos. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In the study room, a group of officials stood respectfully in front of the desk. Lu Gang reported the news that the factory guards had received. Your Majesty, Emperor Xuanwu has been killed. Lu Gang's eyelids twitched wildly. Xuanwu has been killed. Yin Xuan frowned slightly. Jianao and Xinyuan? Gi Guzi said solemnly. It seems that too many things have happened in the vast thousand worlds in the past million years. When I fought with Zhongshan, Jianao was at most 14th heaven. A million years? Too many things have happened. Yin Xuan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded in agreement. After all, the Black Tortoise Great Emperor was also at the peak of the 15th heaven. With the help of the Great Emperor karmic rank, he had the strength of the 16th heaven. However, he was still killed. This meant that Jian Ao and Xin Yuan were definitely stronger than the Black Tortoise Great Emperor. Your Majesty, a voice came from outside the study room. Come in. A factory guard respectfully walked to Lu Gang and bowed to Yin Xuan. Your Majesty, there was a great battle at the border between the outer west continent and the inner south continent. Emperor White Tiger was finally captured and escorted to the Yang realm. The factory guard said respectfully, Oh, Emperor White Tiger was captured? Yin Xuan's eyes darkened. Ha! The situation of the great emperors not long ago has completely collapsed. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Emperor Zhuwei, Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Xuanwu, and Emperor Qinglong are dead. Emperor White Tiger is a prisoner. Emperor Shang gave up on the heaven realm. Only Emperor Huangjin is left. Yifeng nodded. Back then, the heaven realm was established with an unstoppable momentum. And now, the officials took a deep breath and looked at Yin Xuan. There are heroes in every generation. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World had just ascended, and their strength was evident. Two great emperors were captured and killed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng explained, Great Emperor, our spies in the three realms have sent us news again. Back then, when heaven and earth collided, our spies only suffered some injuries and didn't die. The news is that the two realms are rapidly fusing. As they fuse, the 3,000 heavenly Daos of their respective realms and the 3,000 heavenly Daos of our first world complement each other. Yin Xuan nodded. Wang Jian, Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. Present. Wang Jian stepped forward. Yin Xuan took out a letter and said, Head to the northern outer continent and meet Zhongshan personally. Pass this letter to him. Yes, Wang Jian replied. 1 month later, the north outer continent of the Yang realm, the place where the greater thousand realms first intersected with each other. Rumble. The world regained its clarity, but the entire outer north continent was still shaking. In a huge floating city in the outer north continent. It was called the Ling Shao Imperial Court. The Ling Shao Imperial Court was where the realm lord of the Great Thousand World resided. In the center of the palace, it was called the Immortal Palace. In the palace, there were many officials and generals. Zhongshan sat on the dragon throne in the center. He wore a golden dragon robe, and golden rays were emitted from the dragon throne. The golden rays pierced through the ground and shot out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth and stabilizing the two realms. Ian, how are the reports from the other realms? Zhongshan asked. Realm Lord, the Great Thousand World was 200 times bigger than before. Now, the space has condensed, and the Yang 9-6 realms has returned to its original state. The Great Thousand World's northern continent and the First World's outer north continent are fusing together. The other 8 continents of the Yang world are located to the north of this place. Our Ling Shao Imperial Court is the center of the world, Ian said respectfully. In, Zhongshan nodded. Report. A shout came from outside the palace. Soon, a guard rushed into the palace. Realm Lord, Wang Jian of the Great Zhun Heavenly Realm requests an audience on behalf of Great Zhun Great Emperor. The guard said respectfully. Wang Jian. Zhongshan's expression changed. The civil and military officials were in an uproar, and then their expressions froze. Everyone held their breaths and no longer spoke. 1,000,000 years ago, the final battle of the Great Thousand World was still fresh in the minds of the old officials. Back then, Great Qin's Ing clan led the Great Qin's officials to the final battle with them. Invite him in, Zhongshan said solemnly. Zhongshan used the word invite instead of invite. The difference of one word was enough to show how much importance Zhongshan placed on Yin Chuan. Soon, Wang Jian was invited into the palace, and the officials looked at him. Great Zhun Heavenly Realm's 6th Army Commander, Wang Jian, is here on behalf of Great Emperor to greet Realm Lord Zhong. Wang Jian said solemnly. I am relieved that Ing clan is able to recover. He owes me a fair and square battle. Zhongshan laughed. Wang Jian smiled and said, Great Emperor has never forgotten the battle between Great Emperor and Realm Lord Zhong. Before I came, Great Emperor asked me to bring a letter for Realm Lord Zhong to take a look. Wang Jian took out the letter sent by Yin Chuan and handed it over. A eunuch quickly came up and took the letter, walked up to the stage, and handed it over to Zhongshan. Zhongshan immediately opened the letter and read it. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. As time passed, Outer South Continent gradually regained its clarity. The two realms merged, and the heavenly Tao merged. Heaven and earth were still trembling. At the peak of a huge mountain, countless lotus flowers surrounded it. At the center was a huge lotus flower. Lotus God sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. The lotus flower that Lotus God sat on had 17 colors. It slowly released light and suppressed the entire outer South Continent. A group of demons stood respectfully around it. More and more people were arriving one after another. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more rays of light shot over. It was the Nether King and Tian Gang who had escorted the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor was surrounded by a large number of chains. He was completely bound and could not move. At this moment, the White Tiger Emperor looked at the Nether King and Tian Gang who had captured him in fear. In the past, he looked down on these two people. In such a short time, actually made him a prisoner? How did their strength increase so quickly? It was Lotus God. It must be Lotus God. Both of her subordinates had captured him. How strong was the Lotus God? Although the White Tiger Emperor was captured, he still had his eyesight. Looking at the trembling void and the Lotus God sitting on the huge lotus flower, he instantly understood that it was this person who had suppressed an entire world. My lord, the White Tiger Emperor has been captured. Under his feet is the Emperor Altar. It is indeed magical. The Nether King laughed. Lotus God opened her eyes gently and looked at the Emperor Altar under the White Tiger Emperor's feet. Divine light flickered in her eyes, and she raised her eyebrows. My lord, is there anything wrong? Tian Gang asked curiously. Lock him up first. After I suppress this world, I will investigate again. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes, the two answered. Without the Nether King and Tian Gang's help, the subordinates quickly brought the White Tiger Emperor away. Tian Gang took a deep breath. My lord, the great evil world has already arrived in the first world. Should we take revenge? Revenge? The Nether King's expression changed. Tian Gang ignored the Nether King and looked at Lotus God. My lord, Yin Chuan of the Great Zhun Empire insulted me and offended my lord. He is irreconcilable with the great evil world. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the demon race to destroy Xianyang and capture Yin Xuan. I'm also willing to go. The Nether King immediately added. Lotus God looked at the two with an indifferent expression. My lord, the Great Jun Empire occupies a huge territory. If we destroy Yin Xuan, we will gain a huge territory. This battle is feasible. A four-faced demon said respectfully. I am willing to be the vanguard. The group of demons immediately shouted. Lotus God sat on the huge lotus flower and looked at Xianyang City in the distance. In the sky above Xianyang City, fate energy was boundless. In another 10 days, the outer south continent where the great evil world and the first world merge will be stabilized. The 8 divisions of the left will quickly conquer the outer south continent. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. At that time, Tiangang, if you want to do it, go ahead. Lotus God said indifferently. Yes. Tiangang was overjoyed. 10 days. 10 days was just right. Tiangang gathered a large number of experts from the great evil world and sent them all to Xianyang City. He was confident that the power of an entire world was not something Yin Xuan could resist. The Yang world and the outer south continent had merged into one. Countless demons quickly spread across the world. After losing Kong Huangtian, the Kong family, which used to be the ruler of the outer south continent, immediately became cold. Countless experts left one after another. Now, a large number of demons were running everywhere. The Kong family, which was already in danger, immediately became worse. Kong family, Imperial Palace. Peacock Z entered the Imperial Palace. Family head, 3 more territories have been occupied by the demons. The Kong family's forces have been completely defeated. A subordinate said in grief and indignation. Leave, Peacock Z said in a low voice. Yes, only Blind Kong and Peacock Z were left in the palace. Bastard, why did the old ancestor give inheritance to Yin Xuan and not to me? Peacock Z said angrily. Bang! He smashed the table with a palm. Family head, please follow the old ancestor's last wish. Blind Kong continued to persuade. Last wish? Blind Kong, don't you know? That Yin Xuan and the Lotus God have an irreconcilable enmity. Are we going to side with Yin Xuan? Do you want to lead the family to destruction? Peacock Z shouted angrily. Not necessarily. He is only a distant relative of the Kong family. He can only side with the Kong family. I will never side with him. Peacock Z said coldly. Sigh. Blind Kong sighed softly. Xianyang City. In Yin Xuan's study, everyone had left. Only Yin Xuan sat alone on the dragon throne in the study. Yin Xuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the purple cloud palace that Wu Jiong had given to Yin Xuan. In the small ball, there was a sun with 9 planets revolving around it. The third blue planet emitted strong signs of life. Earth? Yin Xuan's eyes narrowed. Miao was lying on the side. Miao. Yin Xuan, why are you looking at this? Is that the purple cloud palace? All right, it's called Earth. Miao approached curiously. Yes, I want to go in and take a look. Yin Xuan said in a low voice. Miao now. Miao's eyes widened. Yin Xuan nodded lightly. Miao, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 1487. Meow, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Meow. Meow suddenly shouted excitedly. Meow's little claws desperately grabbed Yin Xuan's clothes, as if it was afraid that Yin Xuan would not bring it along. All right, you can come along, but... Yin Xuan looked at Meow. What? Meow stared innocently. On Earth, almost everyone is mortal, and all the cats are mortal too. No cat can talk, so don't talk in front of people. Don't alarm them. Yin Xuan said, Meow, don't worry, I won't talk. Meow immediately promised. But Yin Xuan looked at Meow's promise and felt that it was not reliable. All right, then let's go right now. Meow shouted. Yin Xuan shook his head. Not now. The Purple Cloud Palace was sealed by Hong Jun, who mastered the time magic. The time in the Purple Cloud Palace is different from the outside world. Different? Meow Meow stared at the interior. Vaguely, it found something strange. There's also a small ball like this in Mount Zhong. He went in and mentioned that the time in the outside world is 1 to 1,000, which means that 1 year in the inside world is 1,000 years in the outside world. But I just studied it and found that the time in the inside world has changed, and it is not 1 to 1,000 anymore. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ah, what is the ratio? It should be 1 to 1 million. Meow, 1 to 1 million? Isn't that the time in the inside world has stopped? 1 million years in the outside world is only 1 year in the inside world? Meow was surprised. Almost, but that is only relative. The people in the inside world cannot feel it. It has been more than a year since the last time we entered Mount Zhong. Yin Chuan nodded. Then what should we do? Won't it be terrible if we go in? A day inside is equivalent to decades in the outside world. Meow was conflicted. Yin Chuan nodded. This was also the reason why Yin Chuan had not entered the Purple Cloud Palace after obtaining it. No one knew how many things would happen in the next few decades. Report. A guard shouted from outside the hall. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The Longevity Monarch has brought a group of subordinates to Xianying to seek an audience with the Longevity Monarch. The guard shouted from outside the palace. Longevity Emperor? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Meow looked at Yin Chuan. Have you forgotten? Back then, when the Changsheng Heavenly Emperor fought against Kong Huang Tian, we were there. The Longevity Emperor's move. Longevity years. Time flies. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Meow, the time theurgy. That wretched man also knows the time theurgy. Meow immediately became excited. That's right. Although the Longevity Emperor's time theurgy is much weaker than Hong Jun's, is still a time theurgy. As long as we can temporarily suppress the time inside the Purple Cloud Palace, we can quickly reduce the difference. Yin Chuan said, Meow, yes. It seems like we need to ask this wretched man for help. Meow immediately nodded and said excitedly, Go and inform Zhao Afong. Let's go and take a look. I wonder how the Afong Palace that was built for her is now. Let's go take a look. Yin Chuan said, Meow, okay. I'll go now. Meow's figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yin Chuan also stepped out of the study and went to meet the Longevity Monarch. In a large hall in Xianying, the Longevity Monarch came with dozens of subordinates. Yin Chuan, I have come to seek refuge with you. How is it? My brothers are not bad, right? The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. There was a baby standing beside him. It was Qi Sha. My lord, it's great that you are back. Qi Sha shouted excitedly. Qi Sha, this time you have worked hard. Our brothers will not forget you. In the future, I will be the boss and you will be the second boss. The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. Okay. Qi Sha did not stand on ceremony and shouted excitedly. The others were also very happy. They had followed the Longevity Monarch because of their loyalty. Now that their leader had returned, they would naturally follow his lead. Yin Chuan, my brothers can't stand being restrained. They were the same in the Longevity world. Therefore, they will not be part of the Great Jin's army. It will be better for them to stay in the Foreign Affairs Department. The Longevity Monarch said, Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. I'm a man of my word. You have obtained 2 Emperor's altars. I will also give this to you. The Longevity Monarch said solemnly. My lord, the subordinates exclaimed. How could the Emperor's altars be given away so casually? The Longevity Monarch waved his hand and said, All right, everyone knows that I have no interest in power. It is useless to keep it. Don't you know what happened to the White Tiger and Xuanwu Emperors? In the future, those who have Emperor's altars will be hunted down by the world's heroes. I still want to live for a few more years. Everyone was speechless. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Of course. Yin Chuan, I'm not talking about you. The Longevity Monarch said. It's fine. I like challenges. Yin Chuan nodded. That would be great. The Longevity Monarch said. Boom. The Emperor's altars appeared under their feet. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with a grand aura. Slash! The Longevity Monarch shouted. Boom! Blood chi burst out from Emperor Changsheng's body and scattered in all directions. Whoosh! The longevity monarch instantly withered. However, he walked down from the Emperor's altars. He cut off his connection with the Emperor's altars. My lord, everyone was anxious. I am fine. Damn it. It is too difficult to cut open the Emperor's altars. I almost lost half my life. The longevity monarch sat down and rested. Yin Chuan did not stand on ceremony. The Emperor's altars appeared under his feet. He stepped on his own Emperor's altars and stepped on the Emperor's altars that the longevity monarch had sent over. Boom! The two Emperor's altars approached each other and merged. A ferocious intent rushed towards Yin Chuan's body. Roar! Yin Chuan roared. The powerful intent of the Emperor's altars filled Yin Chuan's body once again. Yin Chuan felt like he was looking down on the world. He forcefully suppressed the intent that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, he slowly recovered. There was an indescribable comfort in his body. Moreover, Yin Chuan realized that although his cultivation had not increased, his strength should be much stronger than the Emperor's altars. Ka ka ka! He clenched his fists in satisfaction. As expected, the Emperor's altars are really a whole. Yin Chuan, you have 1/3 of it now. The longevity monarch laughed. That's right. Yin Chuan smiled. The longevity monarch recovered and looked at himself. Ha ha ha, this is right. I said that the Emperor's altars have affected my personality too much. This is normal. The longevity monarch's expression changed greatly. His original dignity disappeared, and he returned to the Dongfang Zhengpai of the past. There was a trace of wretchedness. Yin Chuan looked at the Dongfang Zhengpai strangely. Yin Chuan stepped forward and kept the Emperor's altars. Qisha, take the others and stay here first. I have something to discuss with the Dongfang Zhengpai. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Qisha nodded. A baby led the group of earthly fiend stars and left quickly. Yin Chuan, is there anything else? Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Yin Chuan took out the golden ball. The moment the ball appeared, Dongfang Zhengpai felt something strange. What a thick trace of time ability. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. To those who cultivated time ability, they would naturally be excited to see the profound manifestation of their ability. This is called the Purple Cloud Palace. Study it and see if you can suppress this time ability for a short period of time. I want to go in for a while. Yin Chuan said. Go in? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. This is definitely an incredible place. Is it a world wrapped in time divine ability? I want to go in too. Dongfang Zhengpai said immediately. Sure. Yin Chuan nodded. One day later, in a palace in Xianyang City. Yin Chuan in human form, Yin Chuan in zombie form, Miao, Zhao Afong, and Dongfang Zhengpai gathered together. All right, I have settled the matters of the others. Let's go in. Dongfang Zhengpai said. The time difference has been settled? Yin Chuan in human form looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Of course. However, it can only be suppressed for a short period of time. This Purple Cloud Palace is too powerful. Is Hong Jun really only at the 15th level? Is he really the same as me? I think his time ability is way better than mine. Dongfang Zhengpai said angrily. Let's go. Yin Chuan in human form said. Everyone nodded. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand at the golden ball. Wong. Ripples appeared on the surface of the golden ball. Let's go. Dongfang Zhengpai took the lead, and the group walked in. Whoosh. Yin Chuan in human form, Zhao Afong, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai entered together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only zombie Yin Chuan carefully put away the small ball to protect himself, just in case something unexpected happened. Once they entered the golden ball, they would be at the edge of the solar system. To the group of powerful beings, this was not a distance at all. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Earth and landed on the moon. Meow, look, there's someone jumping over there. Is that a zombie? Meow saw an astronaut jumping on the surface of the moon. Now, let's go take a look. Dongfang Zhengpai was also interested. Solar system, Earth's moon. An astronaut walked out of the capsule and walked on the surface of the moon. The astronaut's name was James. A year ago, American astronauts found 3 aliens on the moon who could talk and laugh in a vacuum. 2 of them spoke with China's Hunan accent. The United States increased their exploration of the moon, hoping to contact the strange aliens again. James reporting, nothing unusual. James reporting again, nothing unusual. Oh, I see it. They're coming for me. The aliens are coming for me. James shouted in horror. Before he came, he was full of excitement. However, when he saw the aliens, he suddenly thought of some sci-fi movies that invaded the Earth and screamed. Bang! Meow jumped on the helmet of James' huge spacesuit. James immediately thought of the parasitic aliens in Alien. Help, don't kill me. Mommy! James cried in his unfamiliar Hunan accent. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Zhao Afang's expressions froze. James's cries were so shrill that even Meow Meow, who was in high spirits, jumped in fright when he heard them. What the hell? So disgusting, I'm pissing my pants. Meow said speechlessly. Chapter 1488. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Afang, and Meow left the moon and went straight to Earth, leaving James paralyzed on the ground. It took a while for James to recover from his fright. I want to go back to Earth. There are aliens here. I don't want to be experimented on by them. James ran back to the shuttle. His face was still pale when he entered the shuttle. James, what's wrong? Why you look so pale? On one of the monitors, a general asked in a deep voice. General, there are aliens. Let me go back. Let me go back. James said in fear. However, the general on the other side was overjoyed. Aliens? What happened? James stammered and told the general what happened just now. Haha, that's great. James, quickly contact the aliens, represent the United States, and send them a good invitation. The general said immediately. Contact. James rolled his eyes and fainted. Earth, above the Pacific Ocean. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Afang, and Meow. The 4 of them stood in midair and looked down. At this moment, a commercial plane flew past. Most people were asleep. Only a little girl sat by the window and stared at the 3 people and the cat in midair. Mommy, mommy, that kitten is so cute. The 3 or 4-year-old girl pulled the woman beside her excitedly. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. Baby, go to sleep. No, mommy, I want that kitten. It's wearing a little felt hat. It's so cute. I want one too. Baby, you must be dreaming. Where's the kitten? Outside the window, there's a big brother, a big sister, and a big fat guy. The kitten is standing on the big brother's shoulder. The little girl said. The woman. Baby, you must be dreaming. How can there be people outside? The woman obviously didn't believe her. There's really someone outside. Wah. Mommy doesn't believe me. The little girl suddenly cried. Baby, you can't lie. Wah wah. I'm not lying, right? Wah wah wah. The little girl's cries immediately woke up everyone on the plane. No one could fall asleep due to the cries and shouts. This brat. A low voice came from somewhere. The plane flew away. Meow's eyes widened. This thing can fly? Why aren't there any magical energy fluctuations? Meow Meow exclaimed. Look, underground there on that road, there's a metal box. There's someone sitting in it too? Dongfang Zhengpai pointed at a car on the road in the distance. Look, there are iron ships above the sea. Everyone looked at this grotesque world together. Zhao Afang stretched out his fingers and quickly calculated. Soon, the blueprints of planes, ships, cars, and trains were displayed by Zhao Afang. It's the same as what Wu Jiong said. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. They're all mortals. They use this kind of oil to burn, and the heat generated from it creates power. Zhao Afang explained. This kind of fossil energy? Underground fossil energy? Yin Chuan looked at the oil refineries pointed out by Zhao Afang in surprise. Also, there are all kinds of waves in this world. The entire ground is filled with electric waves, and there's a receiver connected to the stars. These signals are gradually forming communication. The 2 people over there are using a small box to transmit messages. Zhao Afang was surprised. He calculated with his fingers, and the theory was displayed in front of everyone. Yin Chuan was surprised at first, but after watching for a while, he lost interest in it. I heard it. Those people said that the small box is called a mobile phone. Miao said excitedly. What a pity. Yin Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Mobile phones are just SOSO. According to what you said, mobile phones need to build many signal towers. It's so troublesome that it can't be spread all over the first world. Even if the signal towers are built, they have to worry about being destroyed and losing communication. Moreover, the fastest speed is only the speed of light. It's far inferior to the life token, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mobile phones are only suitable for Earth. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. What about the airplanes and cars? Miao's hearing was good enough to hear the discussion from afar. It's also very difficult to popularize in the first world because this kind of thing requires a large amount of fossil energy. It requires the extraction of the Earth's blood. It's like draining the pond to catch fish. In less than 200 years, the fossil energy of petroleum will be completely exhausted. Future generations can only walk towards the end of the road. Moreover, the oil doesn't disappear after being burned. Instead, it turns into invisible impurities and is discharged into the air after being burned. If this continues, people will not only be breathing air, but also oil that has no energy. Yin Chuan shook his head. Is this drinking poison to quench thirst? Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Yes, and this fossil energy can't be stored in large quantities without a space treasure. It can be used for short distances, but once the distance is long, it can't be taken away, and it can't be used too far away from Earth. Yin Chuan shook his head. Miao, they're still cutting down trees. Miao pointed to the distance. The common people are innocent. It's only the rich and powerful who are destroying nature. Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. But without cultivation, it's still very comfortable for the common people to live like this. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Comfortable? This is exchanging one generation's comfort for 10,000 generations of misery. Yin Chuan shook his head. The metaphysical is the Tao. The physical is the tool. The so-called technology they're talking about is only the tool, and the physical is the Tao. Neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the details is already deviating a lot from the Tao. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The metaphysical is the Tao. The physical is the tool. Zhao Afong nodded. In a short period of time, the quality of life of the common people on Earth was indeed getting better and better. However, how long could the practice of drinking poison to quench thirst last? The future generations would definitely taste the bitter fruit. But there's still solar energy over there? Miao pointed to the thing she heard from afar. There's a limit to the solar energy collection. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao were studying the laws of Earth. However, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up with excitement. Yin Chuan, let's go our separate ways. Let me know when you're leaving. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately flew to the left. In a male dormitory of a certain university, under the scorching summer sun, a group of shirtless boys entered a dormitory together. A group of people surrounded a computer that was playing a video. Each of them stared at the video on the computer with a critical look. The academic atmosphere was thick. The group of people did not even blink. Occasionally, they swallowed their saliva and tried to suppress their hunger as they studied the video on the computer. Everyone was focused on the video, even when Dongfang Zhengpai flew in through the window. His two ears did not care about what was going on outside, and he had the attitude of someone who was reading the books of the sages. Dongfang Zhengpai snuck behind the group of people and listened to the voice of Yemidi coming from the computer. He patted the shoulder of a guy and asked, Kid, what are you looking at? Don't bother me. The guy did not even turn his head. He did not even want to shift his gaze away from the computer. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the guy strangely. He was too serious. He raised his head and followed the gaze of the crowd. As he watched, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were fixed on the screen. His face was filled with blood, and his nose was bleeding. He did not even have the mood to stop the bleeding. An hour later, when the video changed to a new one, Dongfang Zhongpai's eyes revealed a perverted look. He could not help but say, is this heaven? The people of Earth are too blessed. Almighty God, this is a spirit that does not benefit oneself and only benefits others. Dongfang Zhongpai's body trembled as he revealed a perverted look. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao looked down and roughly understood the technology of Earth. Let's go to the tomb that I built back then, Yin Chuan said. Zhao Afong and Miao nodded. Swish! The two of them soon arrived at the tomb of the first emperor. However, there were already many buildings around the tomb. Countless terracotta soldiers and horses were also surrounded. The three of them landed at the foot of Mount Li and looked around. Then they went straight to the buildings where the terracotta soldiers and horses were. Soon they arrived. The sky was already dark. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he walked slowly and observed the changes in the surroundings. Everything has changed. Yin Chuan sighed. Yes. Zhao Afong nodded. The three of them walked inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over and illuminated Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw an old man about 60 years old walking out from a small door. He held a searchlight and shone it at them. It's not open at night. Come again tomorrow. The gatekeeper shouted. Visit? Yin Chuan smiled. The three of them continued to walk inside. Didn't I tell you? It's not open at night. Go back. The gatekeeper shouted again. This is my tomb. I can come and go as I please. Yin Chuan said calmly. What? Your tomb? Who are you? The gatekeeper asked curiously. Zhao Afong said, My husband is the owner of this place. This is my husband's tomb. Are you the tomb keeper here? Tomb keeper? Who are you trying to scare by wearing ancient clothes at night? The gatekeeper felt that something was amiss. After all, it was strange to wear ancient clothes to such a sinister place at night. Even if they were trying to cheat, it would not be so exaggerated. Were they not afraid of visiting at night? Moreover, the price of dressing up was not small. The gatekeeper mustered his courage and shouted again. Who are you? My husband used to be called Ing Zheng. This is my husband's tomb, Zhao Afong said with a smile. But when he said these words in the middle of the night, no matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably eerie. The gatekeeper's teeth were chattering. Ing Zheng? Qin Shi. Don't spread rumors. If you repeat it 500 times, I'll check your water meter. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid. The gatekeeper's mouth trembled as he said in horror. Old man, you really know how to talk nonsense. It's not your home. Why are you so nosy? Meow. Meow was speechless. Cats can talk. Ghost. The gatekeeper tossed the searchlight aside and ran away. Yin Chuan. Chapter 1489. First World, Outer South Continent. Tiangang and a Nether King had gathered a group of experts from the Great Evil World. Easter High Priest, Hui Yi, and everyone else. I hope that everyone can lend us a hand. Tiangang said solemnly. Some of the experts had 8 arms, some had 4 faces, some had 2 wings, and some looked normal. One of them was a man in a gray robe. His hair was combed back, and he exuded a sacred aura. Tiangang, is Yin Chuan really that powerful? You and another king can't deal with him? The man in the gray robe asked. Tiangang smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan's cultivation is not obvious, but he has many tricks up his sleeves. After suffering so many losses in the past, I finally understood that he can't be described with common sense. Oh, not long ago, I also found out about Yin Chuan's identity. Everyone who knows about the Great Thousand World. Tiangang asked. What do you mean? I also just found out that Yin Chuan was the emperor of the Great Thousand World in the past. He and Zhongshan, the Great Thousand World's lord, split the world. In the end, Zhongshan destroyed himself. In the final battle, Zhongshan achieved immortality. Tiangang explained. There's such a thing? Everyone was surprised. He also cultivated the Jiangchun body. The Nether King interrupted. When he interrupted, a man in a purple robe raised his eyebrows. Jiangchun body? Tian Gang's eyes lit up. That's right, Jiangshan body. Also cultivate the Jiangshan body, right? The purple-robed Hui nodded. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Hui nodded, and the surrounding experts nodded as well. With Tian Gang and the Nether King as lobbyists, most of the people followed them. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, Tian Gang said. Everyone nodded. Boom. There were 20 people in the group, and each of them was a peerless expert. In the great evil world, no one was weaker than Tian Gang. Naturally, their strength was also outstanding in the great evil world. The group of 20 people instantly turned into streamers and disappeared from the outer South Continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In a huge palace. Inside the palace, 5 men sat cross-legged. Beside each man was a huge gourd. They were Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng from the Divine World. The 5 of them sat cross-legged. In front of them stood the Right Chief Minister of Great Zhun, Lu Buwei, the Empress CZ, and the Army Commander Jin Dayu. I've kept everyone waiting. The battle will begin soon, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Except for Sha Di, the other 4 didn't look happy. Where's Yin Chuan? You called us here, but he didn't come out to meet us? Meng Sansheng asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until now, Meng Sansheng had been unhappy. In the past, in order to obtain enough beasts to trade, he had given Yin Chuan a jade talisman that could help Yin Chuan resolve crisis. The God Realm had its own plans, and it also had its own plans for the world. With this jade talisman, it wouldn't be easy to target Great Zhun. However, as long as he used the jade talisman, he would no longer owe Dezhun a favor. Thus, when they received Dezhun's request for help, the eyes of the experts of the God Realm instantly lit up. In fact, 5 out of the 7 great experts had come. But when he arrived in Xianyang, he found that he had been completely ignored by Yin Chuan. Ignored? He had always been the one who ignored others. How could he be ignored by others? Who was Yin Chuan? He had asked him for help, but he didn't even want to show his face. This was blatant mockery. Except for Sha Di, who was good at maintaining his composure. The other 4 immediately looked gloomy. Zizi looked at everyone and took a deep breath. You promised to resolve a crisis for Dezhun, but you didn't say that you wanted my husband to hold a banquet for you. Zizi, Meng Sansheng said with a gloomy face. Zizi was his granddaughter in terms of bloodline. Although there was no kinship between them, he was still her grandfather in name. How could she be so rude to him? Zizi looked at Meng Sansheng without the slightest respect. Ever since she was young, Zizi had grown up in solitude. Yin Chuan was her only family. Meng Sansheng didn't take care of her at all. Zizi even knew that Meng Sansheng must be plotting something against her. Everyone, you're here to fulfill your promise. You're here to return the favor. You're the ones who agreed to help Great Zhun. We're not the ones who begged you, Zizi said solemnly. Huh? Meng Sansheng was a little angry. Zizi glanced at him indifferently. Dezhun can still resolve this crisis without you. It's just that Dezhun doesn't want to have too much to do with you. Too much to do with? What do you mean? Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Haha, I don't want to say more. I'm tired. Prime Minister Lu, I'll leave this to you. Zizi looked at Lu Buwei. Yes, Empress, Lu Buwei replied. Okay. Zizi nodded and stepped out of the hall. After Zizi left, Lu Buwei said with a smile, Everyone, please don't mind her. The Empress is outspoken. Please don't go easy on her because of this. What did you say? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. Sha Di was the only one who remained calm and said, The divinity never goes back on its word. Of course, we will do our best. That's good. Lu Buwei nodded. The relationship between the divine world and Dezhun was very complicated. That was why Lu Buwei was not friendly. This time, they were just using the divine world. After this, they would be very wary of the divine world. Sha Di looked at Jin Dayu and said, Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu had a complicated expression. Although Sha Di refused to admit that he was his ancestor, Jin Dayu found it hard to believe. Moreover, Sha Di had saved him twice, so Jin Dayu was very respectful to him. Where's Yin Chuan? Sha Di asked faintly. Jean Dayu's expression was conflicted. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "The great emperor is receiving honored guests, so he has neglected everyone. Please forgive him." Distinguished guests? Huh. Meng Sansheng, who had just calmed down, was angry again. Weren't they distinguished guests? Seventh brother, Sha Di said in a deep voice. Meng Sansheng's face froze. He sighed and said, "Yes, third brother." Sha Di nodded and turned to Lu Bu Wei. "You can go now. When the crisis comes, just call us out." "Okay." Lu Bu Wei nodded and said with a smile. Then Lu Bu Wei and Jean Dayu stepped out of the hall. Quang. The door of the hall was slammed shut. "How dare Yin Chuan ignore us?" Mengson said angrily. The others were also angry. "I can turn invisible and pass through walls. Let me see who Yin Chuan is meeting." Sixth brother Yulin said in a deep voice. "No." Sha Di shook his head. "We owe Jin a favor. Let's talk about it after we return the favor." Sha Di shook his head. Everyone frowned and nodded at last. "Moreover, after this battle, the divine world has something to discuss with Yin Chuan," Sha Di added. His words completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. 3 days later, Heavenly Dipper and Nether King led 18 experts and arrived at Xianyang City. Although there were not many of them, each of them was powerful. They were peerless experts in the great evil world. Boom! Tian Gang took the lead. When he arrived at the south of Xianyang City, he stopped and a gust of wind swept over. Boom! 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 They approached Xianyang City one by one. Their powerful auras rushed towards Xianyang City. The surging waves of air even forced the countless plants in the surroundings to bend over. Tian Gang rubbed his head that had 36 scars on it, his face full of metal. "Yin Chuan, come out!" Boom! Tian Gang's voice filled the entire Xianyang City. No, the entire Jinlong territory. Tian Gang's voice was so overbearing that all the cultivators in the Jinlong territory felt their hearts skip a beat. "How dare you!" Countless guards shouted angrily. Boom! The array of Xianyang City was activated. Gigu Zi and Lu Bu Wei stood at the square of Chaotian Palace. The officials gathered and looked coldly at the uninvited guests in the sky. Behind them, the gate of Chaotian Palace was closed. Yin Chuan did not show up. However, a group of empresses stood out. Among the empresses, Mo Yushi saw the Nether King in the distance. She raised her eyebrows and looked worried. "Dongan," Mo Yushi shouted. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. "So it's the Empress of Great Jun. Listen carefully. I am not Yin Dongan. I am the Nether King. My surname is not Yin." "Bastard." Mo Yushi glared at the Nether King. Her eyes flashed with anger. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. "Yin Dongan, listen carefully. Since your mind is controlled by the Lotus God, you can't think for yourself. I can ignore your nonsense now. However, if you hurt the people of Grey Jun, don't think that I will let you go." Mo Yushi shouted angrily. It seemed like Mo Yushi was scolding the Nether King. However, they were mother and son. How could Mo Yushi really do anything to the Nether King? In Mo Yushi's mind, Yin Dong-un was the future crown prince of Great Jun. Now that he shouted that he was controlled by the Lotus God, it was actually for the officials and the people to hear. It was to prevent the people from hating the crown prince. "Oomph." The Nether King snorted. "Ha ha ha." Astral Vault was delighted to see the Nether King and his son fighting. "Yin Chuan, come out and die." Astral Vault shouted again. A powerful aura swept across the entire Xianyang City. Rumble. The powerful aura caused ripples to appear on Xianyang's defensive array. "You little rascals want the Emperor to fight?" Astral Vault. "You think too highly of yourself," Lu Bu Wei said indifferently. Astral Vault looked coldly at Lu Bu Wei. An ordinary ancestral immortal dared to be so impudent? He saw Lu Bu Wei looking at a large hall not far away. Creak. The hall opened, and 5 men with gourds on their backs walked out slowly. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng. The 5 experts from the divine realm carried their gourds and slowly walked to the front of the officials. They stood in a row and looked coldly at the 20 peerless experts who had suddenly appeared. The 20 peerless experts also stared at the five. The five of them had their foreheads protruding. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were filled with ferocity. Chapter 1490. As the breeze blew, Shadi and the other four's clothes fluttered gently. However, they were looking at the 20 experts in front of them seriously. Although the five of them were arrogant, they knew that the 20 experts were not as weak as they used to be. At the very least, the current Heavenly Dipper was not the leader of this group of people. In fact, based on the attitude he occasionally revealed, he was rather respectful toward some of them. A detached realm expert, Tiangang, was at level 14. However, he could display the strength of level 15 because he was a detached realm expert. Even with such strength, he still showed respect to some of them. All of them are at level 15. Shadi squinted his eyes and said gloomily, all of them are at level 15. Lu Bui's face fell. 1,000,000 years? What happened in the past 1,000,000 years? There were not so many experts in the great evil world in the past. No, what they knew in the past was just superficial information. The foundation of the great evil world was not revealed to others. Moreover, Lotus God could improve the strength of Nether King and Tiangang in such a short time. Could improve the strength of others as well. Humph! A group of weirdos with gourds on their backs. Get lost or else. Tiangang scolded. Treasure, please turn around. Shadi shouted softly. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot out and instantly reached the Heavenly Dipper. What? Tiangang's face changed, and he slapped it with his hand. Boom! Tiangang's right arm was cut in half. The huge force rushed to Tiangang's head. Ah! Tiangang exclaimed as his figure swayed, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the Immortal slaying flying saber was not only targeting Tiangang, but also the Eastern Grand Priest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Eastern Grand Priest. The Eastern Grand Priest's face fell, and he used the scepter in his hand to counter the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the Eastern Grand Priest took a step back, and the Immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back. Whoosh! The Immortal slaying flying saber returned to the Immortal slaying gourd. Shadi squinted his eyes and stared at the Eastern Grand Priest. The Immortal slaying flying saber's attack was knocked back so easily. Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, and Meng Sanqing's face fell. 20 great experts. That was no ordinary number. The powerhouses of the great evil world were indeed extraordinary. God Realm, Immortal beheading gourd. Eastern High Priest's face sank. On the other side, Tiangang grabbed his severed arm and reattached it in fear. The person in front of him was too ferocious, and he actually had no power to resist. Eastern High Priest, this person is troublesome. Tiangang frowned. Tiangang, looks like you're right. Great Jun? Great perfection indeed has endless means. What a good immortal slaying flying saber. Unfortunately, your immortal slaying flying saber has yet to reach its strongest state. Eastern High Priest said solemnly. This is still not strong. Tiangang exclaimed. You don't understand. East High Priest murmured. I'll deal with the immortal slaying flying saber. As for the others, you guys deal with them. Be careful to deal with them. They are all strong people. Eastern High Priest solemnly said. All right. The others all shouted in agreement. You want to deal with me? Oh, fine. A cold light flashed across Shadi's eyes. Shadi was the first to rush out. The road to the underworld opens. My saber breaks the sky. The Shadi, he shouted. Boom. The void road to the underworld suddenly erupted. Several white lights flew out from the immortal slaying gourd, and more than one immortal slaying flying saber swept toward the Eastern High Priest. Sacred light, the Eastern High Priest shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, countless gray lights appeared in the void. They rushed toward Shadi. Boom! The two peerless experts collided with each other, and a large part of the void in the south exploded. Treasure, let's go out. Shadi, he shouted. Boom! Rolling fire crows spewed out from the fire crow gourd and rushed toward the people opposite. Rolling black sea, Nether King shouted. Unfilial son, you dare to interfere? Mo, she shouted, and turned into a huge black phoenix, rushing toward Nether King. Suddenly, the 24 paths of reincarnation trapped Nether King like pillars. Mo, she did not want her son to interfere. Regardless of the result, it would affect the future. Therefore, she had to do it herself. Nether King was stopped, and the others also rushed toward the endless fire crows. Icebound heaven and earth, a four-faced demon shouted. Boom! Endless icebergs fell from the sky. Treasure, let's go out. Emperor Min shouted. Boom! Countless ice toads soared into the sky and charged towards the icebergs. The first world? There is indeed a group of cowards. Haha, 8-armed Naga. An 8-armed demon shouted, and his body suddenly expanded. Treasure, let's go. Yulin shouted. Yulin's vanity gourd did not spew out anything. Instead, it released a ray of light toward Yulin. Then, Yulin disappeared and became invisible. It was like a fist had landed on the 8-armed demon's body. Boom! The 8-armed demon retreated quickly. However, there was no one around. Yulin was invisible, and no one could find Yulin. Suddenly, another fist wind flew over. The 8-armed fiend's face lit up with joy, and a huge barrier flew over. Boom! The 8-armed demon was still sent flying. The jade Shilin had pierced through the cover. I can't see or touch him. How am I supposed to fight him? The 8-armed demon was frustrated. He could not hit Yulin at all. How am I supposed to fight him? Treasure, please. With a shout, a ray of purple light shot toward a one-horned demon from the Hongmeng gourd. Boom! The strong suction force made the one-horned demon lose his balance. Whoosh! The one-horned demon was sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Meng Sansheng also stepped into the battlefield. Rumble! The heroes of the divine world were fighting against the demons. When the battle started, the sky in the south of Xianyang were filled with countless loud noises. The fierce impact tore the void apart. Shadi, Huang Luo, Yulin, Min Huang, and Meng Sansheng were ferocious. 1 against 1, or even 1 against 2, they wouldn't lose to anyone from the great evil world. However, this group had 4 times the number of people. Gradually, they were suppressed. Shadi was facing 3 peerless experts alone. Seeing his brothers gradually losing ground, his face turned gloomy. Brother, let me borrow your 99 soul dispersing gourd. Shadi shouted. A loud sound pierced the sky. Rumble! A ray of light flashed in the west. Then, a huge red gourd appeared in front of everyone. Treasure, disperse. There was an explosion in the void. Boom! The huge soul dispersing gourd suddenly sprayed out countless godly sand. The godly sand rushed toward the demons. Roar! The demons screamed because the godly sand was too evil. Their protective shields were useless in front of it. It penetrated their bodies in the blink of an eye and hit them. Immediately, the group of demons felt a huge impact on their souls. It was as if the divine sand was melting their souls. What a vicious treasure! The group of fiends immediately roared in shock. The upper hand they had was gone with the appearance of the soul dispersing gourd. Of course, there was one exception, the zombie. A pair of huge purple dragon wings extended from the zombie's back. Its mouth was bearing fangs, and its eyes were glowing red. The godly sand fell on its body, and it was all blown away. The body of a general? Gigu Zi's eyes lit up. Gigu Zi turned around and was about to report to the Sky Palace behind him. Kwang! A door suddenly opened in the Grand Hall. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the Skyward Hall. Greetings, great Emperor! All the officials bowed respectfully. Previously, they were a little worried, but after seeing Yin Chuan, everyone was relieved. As long as the great Emperor was here, any obstacle could be overcome. Emperor, that might be the body of a general from the great evil world. Gue Guzi immediately said. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at the zombie in the distance. The zombie seemed to have sensed something and turned its head to look. However, he saw Yin Chuan walking out of the Skyward Hall. At this moment, the door of the Skyward Hall was only half open. Although it was strange, they were more interested in Yin Chuan's physique. The body of a general. You've also cultivated the Jiangshan body, the zombie in the distance shouted. The other battles were still going on, and there was no stopping them. Since Sha Di and his companions had agreed to take care of this matter, they would not slack off. Boom, boom, boom. In the battle, it was difficult to separate. Yin Chuan glanced at the battle around him and took a deep breath. Yin Chuan from the great evil world. Yin Chuan looked at the zombie and shouted. Di from the great evil world, the zombie said. You're the only one in the great evil world who has cultivated the Jiangshan body, right? Yin Chuan asked. Oh, you know? Di was surprised. That's good. Di, only one of the generals from the Four Realms can survive. Since you've come to great evil world, I'll give you a fair fight. I won't use the power of great evil world. Yin Chuan said. Di frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. Sha Di, leave the filth disaster to me. You guys deal with the rest. Yin Chuan shouted into the distance. In the distance, Sha Di turned around and looked at Yin Chuan. At the same time, he saw the half-open entrance to the Skyward Palace. He frowned and said, All right. Boom. Without Di, Sha Di and the others had a much easier time fighting. Gue Guzi, the 12 Supremes, Desolation Flower, be careful of Yushi. Yin Chuan said to Gue Guzi. Yes. Everyone responded. Mo Yushi was fighting against the Nether King, and Yin Chuan was still worried about her. Now that everyone was watching over her, Yin Chuan could fight without any worries. Boom! Beneath Yin Chuan's feet, the great emperor sacrificial altar emerged, emitting a majestic aura. It slowly rose into the sky and flew toward the roar. Yin Chuan let out a loud roar. A pair of black dragon bone wings sprouted from his back and fangs extended from his mouth. A ferocious aura was emitted. It's indeed the body of a general. A cold light flashed across Di's eyes. Roar. Yin Chuan let out another roar. Another pair of red dragon bone wings sprouted from his back, one black and one red. As soon as the two pairs of wings appeared, a ferocious aura gushed out. Rolling corpse, Chi dyed half of the sky black. This is? Di was stunned. I've already devoured one of the 4 bodies of a general. You'll be the second. Yin Chuan shouted. The 2 pairs of wings flapped. Boom! Yin Chuan charged toward Di. Chapter 1491. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan and Zombie Hui's fists clashed, shattering a large part of the void. The huge impact caused everyone who was fighting to be slightly stunned. Both of them were unscathed after such a fierce physical attack. Yin Chuan's face turned ferocious. You are indeed much stronger than Jie Shi, the body of a general from the great evil world. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and charged forward again. Boom! The black dragon path appeared behind him, and a surging energy rushed towards zombie Yin Chuan. Behind Hui, a purple path shot into the sky, and a purple dragon coiled around it. You also cultivated the true dragon path. Very good. You can help me perfect my path. Hui said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the 2 peerless experts became more intense. The sky was filled with the figures of the 2 fighting. The 5 brothers of the divine world were also fighting a group of evil demons, and the battle was extremely intense. However, the evil demons were also experts from the great evil world, and they did not give in at all. For a time, the battle became inseparable. Outside of Xianyang, there was a shattered void. The officials of Great Zhun watched patiently. At this moment, there was a banquet table in the Skyward Palace. There was a teacup on one side of the table, which was where Yin Chuan had been sitting earlier. On the other side of the table, there was a man with 2 figures standing behind him. The man sat at the table, holding the teacup and sipping the tea. He looked outside the palace, and a satisfied look flashed in his eyes. East of Xianyang, the boulder race. A group of experts stood on the boulder peak, staring at Xianyang in the distance. The leader of the group was the boulder race's patriarch, Pangung. Pangung took a deep breath. The great evil world's sublord, Yin Chuan? This Yin Chuan is growing too fast, Pan Ding said with a gloomy expression. Isn't that a good thing? Pan Gung smiled. I hope so. Pan Ding took a deep breath. There is news from Pan Sheng. Pan Gung said indifferently. Oh, Pan Ding's eyes lit up. The true Lord is about to awaken. Pan Gung said solemnly. Pan Ding suddenly became spirited. Earth. She in Qin Shi Huang's tomb. After the gatekeeper was scared away by Miao, Miao was scolded by Yin Chuan. I know, I won't talk to you anymore, Miao said with an aggrieved expression. In human form, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao slowly stepped into the imperial mausoleum. To mortals, the various checkpoints might be difficult to pass, but to the two humans and one cat, it couldn't be any easier. Soon, the three of them arrived at the terracotta soldiers. Meow, there's so many claim men. Are these the terracotta soldiers? Meow's eyes widened. The number of terracotta soldiers has decreased by a lot, Zhao Afong said with a frown. Mine soldiers. Yin Chuan swung his sleeves and took a deep breath. Ka 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 ka. All of a sudden, the terracotta soldiers seemed to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, a black aura emerged from the eyes of one of the terracotta soldiers. The black aura surged out and gradually formed a human figure in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the terracotta soldiers were emitting black light. Ka-ka. All of the terracotta soldiers knelt down on one knee in front of Yin Chuan. In an instant, the terracotta soldiers were bowing down to their king. Meow, what is this? Meow looked at the black figures in shock. On Earth, there's a type of energy that is very difficult to find in the outside world. It is called antimatter. It can cancel out normal matter. Yin Chuan explained. Cancel out. As you know, the 3,000 heavenly axioms formed heaven and earth. However, antimatter can cancel out the energy of heaven and earth. I didn't understand in the past, but not long ago, I finally understood what antimatter is. Oh, antimatter is the variable, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow? Variable? Isn't it one of the top 10 mythical beasts? Why is it antimatter again? Do you know how the top 10 mythical beasts were formed? Yin Chuan smiled. Meow? Meow was stunned. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan deduced the exchange beast and deduced it to its most primitive form. In the end, he got this antimatter. The birth of the top 10 mythical beasts requires antimatter. With antimatter, everything will be perfect, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ah, Meow was surprised. Relatively speaking, as long as a large number of creatures are integrated with antimatter, they are all variables, Yin Chuan said. Meow, you mean if the billions of people on Earth go to the first world, they will all be variables? Meow was surprised. Yes, as long as they go to the outside world, they will all be variables. The entire Purple Cloud Palace contains endless antimatter. Therefore, the people here are born with antimatter in their bodies. Their bones are strong and incomparably thick, Yin Chuan explained. Meow, if the people here are brought out billions of variables, won't the world be in chaos? Meow exclaimed. Too much is as bad as not enough. If there are too many variables, it will alarm fate. Fate will definitely take action. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meow. Meow rubbed its small head. From this, it can be seen that Hong Jun is very shrewd. This place is rumored to be an area sealed by Hong Jun in the Greater Thousand World. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yin Chuan said, I think that Earth is not only a place to store antimatter, but it is more like a node that absorbs the antimatter of the four realms, and all of it converges here. Zhao Afong analyzed. Oh, that's possible. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. While talking, Yin Chuan reached out and took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang. Opening the world-suppressing bronze coffin, the humanoid and horse-shaped antimatter appeared from the terracotta soldiers and quickly entered the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Meow. Are these antimatter collected by you? Meow looked at the terracotta soldiers and asked. Yes, Earth has been here for thousands of years. I have collected enough antimatter. This is just a part of it. Next, collect the antimatter from the terracotta soldiers and bring it back. Bring him back, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What do you want these antimatter for? Meow asked curiously. Incorporated into the birth chart to increase the number of variables. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, outside Xianyang in the first world. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng. Although the 5 of them were fighting strenuously, with the help of the soul-dispersing gourd, the pressure was reduced a lot. During the battle, they could even see the situation in the distance. The most eye-catching ones were Yin Chuan and Hui. The 2 of them did not use magic treasures or spells. They only used their great path. Then their physical bodies collided head-on. Almost everyone was envious of their powerful physical bodies. Perhaps their cultivation was not as high as others, but their physical bodies were incomparable. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy an ancestral immortal artifact. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them collided more and more fiercely. Roar! Suddenly, their great paths roared. Then, the 2 of them merged their great paths. Boom! Boom! One of them turned into a huge black dragon made of steel. The other turned into a huge purple dragon made of steel. The 2 dragons were about the same size. They roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! With a roar, they pounced on each other again. Boom! Boom! The dragon claws collided with the dragon scales of the other party. Countless sparks burst out. There were so many sparks that they condensed into electric light. In the intense collision, chain-like electric currents were flung in all directions. Rumble! It was different from the battle with Emperor Qing Long in the past. Emperor Qing Long had transformed into a true dragon. His physical body was only so. How could it compare to this head-on collision? They tangled fiercely. Neither of them gave in. Neither of them lost. Roar, Jiangchen's body. The black dragon roared with a hint of frustration. How troublesome. The purple dragon was also frustrated. Boom. The 2 dragons continued to collide with each other. At this moment in the southern outer continent, the entire world was calm. In the center of the southern outer continent, the lotus goddess sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. A group of demons stood beside her. The demons were extremely respectful. At the same time, they looked towards Xianyang with the lotus goddess. Master, it seems that Yin Chuan is not that impressive. His strength is only comparable to Hui's. A 3-eyed demon said in a deep voice. The other demons nodded. The great evil world's foundation was naturally not limited to the 20 people who invaded Xianyang. At this moment, the powerhouses stared at Xianyang with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Yin Chuan, a hint of doubt flashed in the lotus goddess's eyes. Master, that group of people with gourds on their backs seems to be from the deity world, right? It should be a place that was born at the end of the first epoch. However, it mysteriously disappeared later on. I've read some records to understand it. They're actually working together with Yin Chuan? The 3-eyed demon said in surprise. The first epoch is the origin of all worlds. Even though I've long planted spies here, I can't see everything in this world. When the 4 worlds merged, waves of powerhouses appeared. Furthermore, they became stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why I didn't immediately dispatch troops the moment I entered this world. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've also studied Hui's Jiangchen's body. Only 1 person per world can cultivate it. This isn't just a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body, but also a cultivation technique for cultivating fate charts. Furthermore, I saw a great calamity in it. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. A great calamity? Not all the powerhouses of the second epoch have appeared. There should still be some in the Great Kindness world. Send more people to infiltrate the Great Kindness world and the Boundless worlds. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've already done it. The lotus goddess nodded. West of Xianyang, on an island above the sea, 2 figures stood on the island. They were both wrapped in black robes. Dark Ghost Valley, is that your enemy, Yin Chuan? A black-robed man asked in a deep voice. The other nodded. Grand Venerable Yutian, there are 2 people in the distance who cultivate the Jiangchen's body like you. Watch carefully. Chapter 1492. The Battle of Xianying had become the main character of the Yang world. The collision between the experts of the deity world and the great evil world shook the world. Even in Luoyang, which was far away in the western outer continent, Wu Jiong in heaven reaching heard the loud noise and walked to the front of Taiji Palace, watching the battlefield in the eastern outer continent from afar. Boom! Boom! Shadi and the others were fighting very hard. After all, the great evil world's foundation was extremely strong. However, the more they fought, the fiercer they became, resisting the group of experts. At the same time, everyone was paying attention to the two huge dragons, one black and one purple. The ferocious collision went straight to the stars. Ordinary stars were blasted into powder by the two dragons' tails. No more people participated in the battle. The fierce battle was in a stalemate. Roar! The black dragon roared and bit the purple dragon. Roar! The purple dragon was also very ferocious. It bit the black dragon. The two dragons bit each other tightly, neither willing to let go. Roar! The black dragon suddenly exerted force, and its dragon teeth finally pierced the purple dragon's skin. You want to die together with me? Humph! The purple dragon roared. Boom! The purple dragon's teeth also pierced the black dragon's skin. The sound of teeth piercing flesh gave off a heavy grinding sound. Hearing this sound, one could feel the ferocity of the power, which made the hearts of countless people tremble. The purple dragon wanted to force the black dragon to let go, but the black dragon bit deeper. Helpless, the purple dragon could only bite with all its might. Only those who were both generals and subjects would be able to bite through the other's body so easily. Rip! The black dragon and the purple dragon tore at almost the same time. Immediately, they bit off a large piece of the other party's flesh. The internal organs were even exposed, and blood spurted wildly. Roar! After eating each other's flesh, the two dragons became even more ferocious. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were horrified. What was this? Eating each other? The bloody scene continued. The black dragon bit the purple dragon again, but the fierce purple dragon refused to let go and continued to tear at the black dragon. The two dragons kept biting each other, tearing off each other's flesh and swallowing it. Are they really eating each other? Pan Gong said in shock in the distance. How could there be such a way of fighting in the world? Eating each other? Countless cultivators suddenly felt very confused. What was this? Was this a competition to see who could last until the end? On the western island, Dark Gui Guzi looked into the distance, then looked at the black-robed royal. Grand Venerable Yutian, are all you people who cultivate the body of generals and ministers so fierce and overbearing? Dark Gui Guzi was speechless. Beside him, Great Venerable Yutian also fell silent. After all, the battle between the two dragons in the distance was too fierce. He was ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. The two ruthless men were eating each other alive. The purple dragon did not want to do this, but the black dragon had forced him into a dead end. He had no other choice. Let's see who can take it first. He still had the lotus god of the great evil world as his backing. Let's see who could last until the end. You bite, I bite. The two dragons kept biting and swallowing. In the blink of an eye, the two dragons were badly mutilated. Once again, the two dragons bit each other. With a bite, the black dragon was about to tear off a piece of the purple dragon's flesh, but the purple dragon suddenly cried out, "No, no." With a loud cry, the purple dragon trembled in fear. This was because the place where the purple dragon had bitten was the previous wound. There should have been a piece of flesh missing, but now, other than some bloodstains, it was perfectly fine. The purple dragon looked carefully again. As expected, the black dragon's injuries were all healed. This is impossible. With your injuries, how is this possible? The purple dragon cried out in shock. Suddenly, the purple dragon found the reason. The great emperor's sacrificial altar. It was the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The great emperor's sacrificial altar surged with endless energy, filling the black dragon's body. Every piece of flesh that was bitten off was quickly replenished by the energy of the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The black dragon's injured body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple dragon roared. The purple dragon understood that he had been tricked. He should not have competed with the black dragon to see who could last until the end. However, it was too late. The black dragon became more and more fierce as the battle went on, while the purple dragon's vital essence leaked out in large amounts. Roar! The black dragon bit fiercely, and the purple dragon's injuries increased. Finally, the change in quantity turned into a qualitative change, and the black dragon gained the absolute advantage. The black dragon smashed the purple dragon's right claw with one claw. He then tore the purple dragon's right claw off. The purple dragon roared in pain. However, it was too late. The black dragon's advantage was getting more and more obvious. Boom! The huge dragon claw pierced into the purple dragon's head again. The black dragon was about to kill the purple dragon. Lotus God! The purple dragon roared in horror. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God kept looking at Xianyang. The great emperor's sacrificial altar replenished the body. The Lotus God's face darkened. Buzz! A green lotus suddenly appeared between the Lotus God's eyebrows. The Lotus God's consciousness poured in and shot toward the northeast. Boom! Just like the projection of great emperors away, the Lotus God traversed through time and space in an instant and appeared above Xianyang. Boom! A huge force came crashing down, and the whole of Xianyang was suppressed by the sudden aura, causing it to be unable to move. Sha Di and the others who were fighting were shocked. This is Sha Di, Ming, Sansheng, and the others were greatly suppressed. Sha Di and the others did not expect such a powerful expert to appear. Even the experts of the God Realm were powerless against such a huge suppression. The huge pressure suppressed everyone indiscriminately. The great battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a huge rank 36 green lotus floating in the air. A figure in a white robe was standing on the 36th lotus. The figure was transparent and seemed illusory. It was like a projection. However, the pressure emitted by this projection caused everyone in the surroundings to be unable to move in an instant. It was too powerful. Sha Di and the others took a deep breath. Countless lotus shadows appeared around the Lotus God's illusory figure. The world around them seemed to have turned into a lotus pond. More and more lotuses appeared. There were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lotuses of all colors. When the lotus pond spread out, the absolute suppression caused the surrounding people to be inexplicably shocked. Sha Di and the others wanted to work harder, but the pressure was too great. They looked helpless. No, Yin Xuan, Xianyang, we can't protect it, Sha Di said in a low voice. Everyone had already done their best. Not long ago, Yin Xuan had ridiculed them, but now, everyone felt a sense of relief. However, the black dragon in the distance did not seem to care about the arrival of the Lotus God. Roar! He stabbed his claw into the purple dragon's head. How dare you? The Lotus God shouted. A gust of angry cyan light rushed toward the black dragon. The Lotus God was here in person. Even if it was just a projection, it would not allow anyone to be presumptuous, let alone kill the Lotus God's subordinate in front of it. It would have been fine if the Lotus Goddess hadn't arrived yet, but now that the Lotus Goddess had personally arrived, he still wouldn't let go and even try to kill her. This was a slap in the face. The Lotus God's attack rushed toward the black dragon. They were not at the same level. The Lotus God seemed to want to kill the black dragon with one blow. The Lotus God's cyan light was about to hit the black dragon, just when all the experts thought the black dragon was doomed. The other half of the door of the Chaotian Palace in Xianyang suddenly opened. A huge blade shot up to the sky like a snowfield and intercepted the Lotus God's cyan light. Boom! The blade and the cyan light collided, and the void was shattered again. The huge explosion instantly washed over the sky of the Jinlong territory. Boom! ferocious power rushed out of the Chaotian Palace. It was as ferocious as the Lotus God's projection. Meng Sansheng and the others in the air were shocked. They all looked toward the Chaotian Palace. The blade light that rushed out of the Chaotian Palace had shattered the Lotus God's cyan light. It was completely shattered. The black dragon in the distance smashed the purple dragon's head with its claw. Roar! The black dragon roared and opened its mouth to swallow the purple dragon. He devoured ferociously and unscrupulously. However, the Lotus God did not seem to care about its subordinate being swallowed. Instead, it turned its head to look at the Chaotian Palace. Roar! The purple dragon was completely swallowed into the black dragon's stomach in one gulp. The black dragon glowed with black light. By devouring the violet dragon, Yin Chuan's Jiangshan body was evolving even further, as if he were devouring a cultivator of the Jiangshan body from the great evil world. However, at this moment, the experts were more concerned about the Chaotian Palace. Meng Sansheng and the others' eyelids twitched. That was the Lotus God, who was definitely not weaker than Great Emperor Zhui. However, the blade light in the Chaotian Palace blocked the Lotus God's attack. Previously, everyone had complained that Yin Chuan neglected them. Meng Sansheng, in particular, felt insulted. How could there be a more honorable guest in Dezhun than him? Yin Chuan must have deliberately ridiculed him. However, Meng Sansheng's previous good impression of himself disappeared. Indeed, Yin Chuan was entertaining an honorable guest. A peerless expert? Previously, Zizi had said that asking the God Realm for help was dispensable. At that time, he was ready to laugh at her. Now, it seemed that Zizi was right. With such a blade, why would he need them? Yin Chuan was really just trying to draw a line between him and the God Realm as soon as possible. The experts of the God Realm stiffened. The Lotus God's projection stared at the Chaotian Palace's entrance. At the Chaotian Palace's entrance, a man in a golden dragon robe slowly walked out of the Chaotian Palace. There were two people behind him, but more people were staring at the man in the dragon robe. The man had a broad face and a dignified expression. He looked up at the Lotus God in midair without a trace of fear. Instead, he exuded a fierce aura. Zhongshan, the great Thousand Realm Lord? The Lotus God's projection said with a gloomy expression. Yin Chuan's honorable guest was the Realm Lord of the great Thousand Realm Lord. Zhongshan, who used to be both an enemy and a friend of the great Thousand Realm Lord. Zhongshan stared at the Lotus God with a fearless gaze. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I will break your seal. Boom. As soon as Zhongshan finished speaking, a fierce murderous aura rose from his body and rushed toward the Lotus God in midair. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. In the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors who followed the murderous aura and slashed toward the Lotus God. The blood-red light condensed into a warrior's murderous aura. Chapter 1493. Following Zhongshan's words, a fierce murderous aura rose from his body and rushed towards the Lotus God. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors that followed the murderous aura and attacked the Lotus God. The blood-red light and murderous aura condensed into warriors. Just the murderous aura alone was enough to make the warriors in the sky go crazy. They were shocked. Zhongshan of the great wide world, Meng Sansheng, and the others originally looked down on the people of the great wide world. After all, although the God Realm was born at the end of the First Era, it was still from the First Era. How could the great wide world compare to it? Even the Fourth Era couldn't compare to it. However, Zhongshan's murderous aura completely changed Meng Sansheng's opinion. At least, he couldn't reach this level at his peak. In the sky, the Lotus God looked at Zhongshan coldly. Zhongshan's murderous aura rose around him. His eyes were sharp and unbridled. A wild aura rushed towards the Lotus God. Tian Gang, who was also a transcending level practitioner, looked at Zhongshan in the distance and froze. He slowly flew behind the Lotus God's projection. The battle stopped. At least the strong practitioners of the great evil world stopped fighting the warriors of the God realm and flew behind the Lotus God's projection. Unfilial son, MOU, she angrily scolded King of Hell. King of Hell also flew behind the Lotus God's projection. Zhongshan and the Lotus God, the two great realm masters, looked at each other coldly. Boom! On the other side, the black dragon swallowed the purple dragon. Then black gas surrounded it and rumbled. Amidst the rumbling, a strong aura spread out from the black gas. Although it wasn't as strong as Zhongshan and the Lotus God's aura, it was much stronger than Yin Chuan's aura. Another breakthrough? Meng Sansheng was shocked. Far away in the east, Pang Ying and the others didn't care about Zhongshan and the Lotus God. This group of races created by Jiangshan cared more about Jiangshan's body and Yin Chuan. It wasn't just Pang Ying. On an island in the west of Xianyang, Great Virtue World's Great Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi were staring at Yin Chuan. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding black gas dispersed. It was Yin Chuan, who was wearing a black dragon robe, standing on top of a huge Great Emperor altar. Zombie Yin Chuan. The Great Tao had already dissipated. On the zombie Yin Chuan's back, there were two giant dragon bone wings. At this moment, after digesting the filth, a pair of giant purple wings had appeared. 3 pairs of wings, one black, one red, and one purple, soared into the sky, looking incomparably ferocious. The fangs in his mouth became even redder. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan let out a thunderous roar. As he roared, a loud boom rang out around him. Boom! A huge wave of air spread out from zombie Yin Chuan's body. 15th heaven. Far away, Great Venerable Yu Tian's face darkened. On the other hand, the officials and commoners of Xianyang were extremely excited. Congratulations, Great Emperor! The officials bowed respectfully. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Goddess, who was not far away. The Lotus Goddess looked at Yin Chuan and narrowed her eyes. Although Yin Chuan wasn't enough to threaten her, Yin Chuan's breakthrough made the Lotus Goddess quite unhappy. Congratulations on winning. The 15th heaven, the first world, is indeed a huge battlefield. Zhongshan took a deep breath and said. Zombie Yin Chuan twisted his body, and the giant dragon bone wings on his back quickly retracted. Stepping on the Great Emperor altar, Yin Chuan returned to his human form. Lotus Goddess? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the Lotus Goddess. Zhongshan also looked at the Lotus Goddess again. Lotus Goddess, if your original body was here, it would be fine. But now, it's just a projection. What can you do? I'll say it again. Go back immediately. Boom. Once again, a ferocious aura rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. The expressions of the strong practitioners of the great evil world behind the Lotus Goddess changed drastically. This aura was too ferocious. You're determined to protect Yin Chuan? The Lotus Goddess looked coldly at Zhongshan. The Lotus Goddess was annoyed. She didn't expect Zhongshan to be so determined. He would rather offend her world to stand on Yin Chuan's side. Go away! Zhongshan roared again. Boom! Under the roar, a ferocious sound wave rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. Ka-ka-ka! Around the Lotus God, a large number of lotuses suddenly collapsed. The group of experts behind her were in so much pain that their faces were contorted in pain. Some of them even covered their ears. However, Zhongshan's expression didn't change. He was still cold, as if he would really attack if they didn't leave. It was an unstoppable aura, an unparalleled aura. His ordinary figure looked like a towering mountain, suppressing the strong practitioners until they couldn't breathe. The Lotus Goddess's eyes were cold as she looked at Zhongshan meaningfully. All right, Zhongshan, I'll remember it. Humph. The Lotus Goddess swung her sleeves. Then, she turned her head and left with a group of cultivators. Her heart was filled with resentment. Remember? Back then, I said that I would take revenge for the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World and your Great Evil World will never compromise. Zhongshan shouted coldly. Humph. The Lotus Goddess snorted coldly. Without looking back, she led the group of demons and shot far away in an instant. Swish! The group of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhongshan watched the Lotus Goddess leave, his eyes still cold. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped forward. What a powerful aura! Yin Chuan laughed. Zhongshan's expression softened. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and took a deep breath. Back then, in the Great Thousand World, when you were strong and I was weak, you protected me. Today, I'll return the favor. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded without saying a word. Absolute dominance required absolute strength to support it. He had been missing for 1,000,000 years, and Zhongshan had become so powerful. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Sha Di and the others. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, Meng, San Sheng. I apologize for my lack of hospitality these days. After this battle and the exchange of beasts, we don't owe each other anything. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 strong practitioners of the divine world and said. Meng San Sheng and the others frowned and did not say a word. They had thought that Yin Chuan had deliberately neglected them. Now, it seemed that Yin Chuan was indeed unable to entertain them. Zhongshan? Everyone looked at Zhongshan with mixed feelings. That's good. Sha Di nodded. Goodbye, Sha Di said. Yin Chuan nodded. Let's go, Sha Di said. Swish! He led his brothers and shot toward the west. Sha Di did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon. Third brother. How can Zhongshan be so powerful? Meng Xinsheng frowned and asked. There's no need to envy him. When we go back, we'll help big brother and second brother to break another seal on themselves and recover. Sha Di said. Yes. Everyone answered. At Xianyanku, Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan. Just call me Yin Chuan. The old Ing is dead. Yin Chuan shook his head. Zhongshan nodded. I've said what I should say. I'm going back. Your cultivation is still weak. We'll fight later. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. By the way, this is what Bai Wang left for you before he died. I haven't touched it. Zhongshan handed over a box. Bai Wang. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. His heart sank as he took the box. Goodbye, Zhongshan said solemnly. Let's go. Zhongshan took his 2 subordinates and headed toward the north outer continent. Holding the box that Bai Wang left for him, Yin Chuan watched Zhongshan leave and let out a long sigh. Too many things had changed in 1,000,000 years. Great Emperor, too many things have happened in the Great Thousand World during the 1,000,000 years that we were lost. Giguzi said. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Giguzi was silent for a while. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Giguzi's face gradually became ferocious. Great Emperor, how did teacher die? Did Zhongshan tell you? Giguzi asked. Giguzi's teacher was Bai Wang, who was also Yin Chuan's grandfather. In the past, the Great Thousand World was weak. Everyone fought hard to give birth to a transcendence being, and Bai Wang fought the most. With Yin Chuan's relationship with Zhongshan, Zhongshan should have protected him well. But in the end, Bai Wang died. Far away, Dark Giguzi seemed to be connected to Giguzi. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he emitted a vicious aura. Beside him, Great Venerable Yutian looked at Dark Giguzi. Dark Giguzi, I know you hate Yin Chuan, but you don't have to go to this extent. Don't worry, I will kill Yin Chuan. Body of a general? Seems like only one can live. Great Venerable Yutian said solemnly. Dark Giguzi suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Great Venerable Yutian, you were born in the second epoch. I'm sure you know your technique. Dark Giguzi asked curiously. Huh? Great Venerable Yutian sneered. Of course I know. In the second epoch, I followed Jiangxin. Of course I know what this means. Body of a general? It's just for the 4 of us to refine the body for Great Emperor Jiangxin. We're just paving the way for him. Great Venerable Yutian said coldly. Oh, you know? Dark Giguzi was surprised. Of course I know. How can I give him a body I refined? Jiangxin? He's already asleep. I won't let him succeed. Great Venerable Yutian said solemnly. How strong is Great Emperor Jiangxin? He doesn't use the Great Emperor's karma. He's purely 17 heavens. Great Venerable Utian said solemnly. 17 heavens? Dark Iguzi's face darkened. Let's go. Follow me to the Boulder tribe and take some things back. Great Venerable Utian said. Yes. Dark Giguzi nodded. At the entrance of Facing Heaven Hall in Xianyang, Giguzi looked at Yin Chuan and waited for Yin Chuan to tell him the cause of Bai Wang's death. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the small box left behind by Bai Wang. Is it fate? Giguzi asked solemnly. Giguzi had already guessed it, but he didn't seem willing to accept it. If it was someone else, there would be a chance for revenge. If it was fate, how could he take revenge? Yin Chuan touched the box and took a deep breath. I will take revenge, no matter who it is. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's eyes became colder. Giguzi didn't ask any more questions. Lu Gang, here, send more guards and increase the infiltration of the 3 realms. I want to know all the changes in the 3 realms. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lu Gang answered. Chapter 1494. Earth. Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao quickly collected the antimatter. Half a month later, beside a big lake, Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod in their hands. Miao was lying on Yin Chuan's shoulder obediently. Not far away, an old farmer walked over. The 2 of you are in a good mood. This ancient costume is not cheap. The old farmer carried a big box on his back. Zhao Afong looked at the old farmer doubtfully. Please don't misunderstand. I opened a small fishing equipment shop nearby. People often come here to fish, so I sell some fishing equipment and bait. Look at your fishing rods. They are really unique. I won't show them to you, but I have a lot of bait. Do you want to take a look? The old farmer smiled. Meow. Meow looked at him curiously. The old farmer immediately opened the box. This is for Crucian carp. This is for silver carp. This is for carp. This, and this. Take a look. Oh, and this is the cricket I just dug out from the ground. It's fat and big. It's the best for fishing. The old farmer promoted. Cricket, Meow suddenly called out. The old farmer quivered and looked at the kitten strangely. However, he immediately understood and thought that he had heard wrongly. Hong Jun, Zhao Afong's expression changed. Red Army? Haha, you have good eyesight. My box was left behind by the Red Army during the war against Japan. These are crickets. You're from the big city, right? You don't have to be afraid of this disgusting thing. It's the most convenient for fishing. The old farmer did his best to introduce. Yin Chuan looked at the bag of soil the old farmer handed over. There were a lot of crickets wriggling in the soil. His expression turned serious. As expected, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The old farmer looked at Yin Chuan strangely. This city dweller was too ignorant. How could he be so shocked by a bag of crickets? Give it to me. Yin Chuan took the bag. Sigh, okay. Do you want anything else? The old farmer asked. No. Yin Chuan shook his head. The old farmer was disappointed. This is 1 yuan. $1? Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong couldn't take out a single yuan. After thinking about it, Yin Chuan picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and cast a spell. Buzz! The stone trembled and immediately turned golden, turning stone into gold. However, Yin Chuan was very discreet and did not let the old farmer see him. Today, I only brought this, in exchange for a pack of crickets. Yin Chuan handed the fist-sized gold to the old farmer. The old farmer stared at the lump of gold, dumbfounded. When it landed in his hand, it felt very heavy, and he almost lost his grip. It actually weighed more than 5 kilograms. This is, the old farmer asked in surprise. Go, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Although the old farmer lives in the countryside, he still knows about gold. Not long ago, when his son got married, he cut off a lot of his coffin capital to buy gold. But no matter how many there were, it couldn't compare to the lump in his hand. Gold? Impossible. Who would use such a big lump of gold to buy crickets? The old farmer wanted to ask, but he couldn't bear to let go of the gold. The dizzy old farmer was chased away. The old farmer couldn't wait to go home and find his son to confirm whether this lump of gold was real. Of course, The result was self-evident. A few days later, the old farmer brought a pack of crickets to the lake every day, but he never met Yin Chuan and the others again. At this moment by the lake, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao looked at the pack of crickets. The crickets in the four realms are all dead, indicating that Hong Jun has completely fallen. But now it seems, Zhao Afong said in a low voice, as long as the crickets are alive, Hong Jun won't die. Miao was puzzled. Yin Chuan threw a pack of crickets into the lake. Instantly, a large number of fish swarmed over and devoured it. First World, South Outer Continent, Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong family's residence. Family head, we've lost 3 more territories. An old man from the Kong family said. The demons of the great evil world quickly gathered all the territories. Even the Kong family, who used to occupy an entire continent, lost most of their land in a short time. Family head, it's not good. We've lost both the left and right territories. Another expert from the Kong family rushed over. Peacock Z's expression turned ugly. Only Imperial Heaven territory is left. Blind Kong said in a low voice. What should we do? Everyone looked at Peacock Z. Kong Huangtian's fall was the Kong family's greatest loss. In this chaotic world, the Kong family had become rootless duckweed. Peacock Z clenches fists. Family head, let's go to the netherworld. We can't defend the world of the living anymore. Blind Kong advised. No, the South Outer Continent of the living world belongs to my Kong family. It's mine. Peacock Z immediately shouted. He had endured enough humiliation in the past. It wasn't easy for him to sit on a continent, but he had to give it up in the blink of an eye. Peacock Z wasn't willing to give up. Family head, Blind Kong advised again. But Peacock Z wasn't willing. After a while, Peacock Z said in a low voice, 2 days ago, the subordinate of the Lotus God, King Bing Feng, came to my place. Oh, how come we didn't know? Blind Kong said in surprise. Everyone looked at Peacock Z in surprise. Bing Feng said that as long as the Kong family submitted to him, we would continue to control the 5 continents and help him consolidate the 4 directions. Peacock Z said, what? Everyone was in an uproar. No, Blind Kong immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Blind Kong. Family head, since things have come to this, I won't help you cover it up. The old ancestor left behind a message that if he died, the Kong family would listen to Yin Chuan's orders. Blind Kong said, what? Everyone was shocked again. But at this moment, most of them were shocked, but their hearts calmed down. Yin Chuan? Impossible. Peacock Z said in a low voice. Family head, I also recognize you as the family head, so I didn't announce this matter. I only hoped that you could be independent and support the Kong family. But now, you have disappointed me too much. Not only did you fail to support the Kong family, but you also led the Kong family to destruction. What will happen if the Kong family becomes the subordinate of the Lotus God? In the upcoming struggle for the world, we will only be cannon fodder. If you want to lead the Kong family to destruction, I have no choice but to speak up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Bastard, who does that Yin Chuan think he is? Is he a match for the Lotus God? Peacock Z shouted. At the very least, Yin Chuan has half of the blood of the Kong family in him. Also, he received the inheritance of the old ancestor. He will definitely protect the Kong family. Blind Kong shouted. No, I won't agree forever. Submit to that bastard? Over my dead body, Peacock Z said coldly. Blind Kong's face was gloomy, but he didn't continue to make a fuss. Instead, he retreated. All disciples of the Kong family, listen up. I announce the old ancestor's last words in the name of the legacy elder. The old ancestor has fallen. The Kong family will follow Yin Chuan. Those who are willing to follow me and listen to the old ancestor's last words, follow me. Blind Kong shouted. Boom! Blind Kong's voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Sky territory. Instantly, countless people supported Blind Kong. But there were still countless people who supported Peacock Z. Peacock Z looked at Blind Kong with a gloomy face. Even you betrayed me? You've gone mad. I did it for the Kong family. Blind Kong said in a low voice. In the Kong family, I am the most important. The old ancestor became muddle-headed and gave the inheritance to Yin Chuan. Otherwise, the Kong family wouldn't be like this. You betray me too? Those who betray me die. Peacock Z glared. Boom. The two powerhouses collided with each other. Chapter 1495. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Boom! Peacock Z and Blind Kong clashed ferociously once again. Behind each of them, a huge illusion of a peacock appeared. The feathers of the peacock filled the sky with divine light. They were exceptionally ferocious. More and more disciples of the Kong family gathered from all directions. They had all heard the news and came over. One of them was the head of the Kong family. He had a respected status and was unique. The other was the elder of inheritance. Although he did not hold any power, he was responsible for the inheritance of the entire family. He was respected by everyone. No one rushed into the battlefield because no one was qualified to participate in this battle. Everyone looked anxious. Boom! The two peacocks clashed again. Peacock Z's eyes were wide open, but Blind Kong's eyes were still closed. Blind Kong, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Peacock Z said in a low voice. Peacock Z, you go your way, and I go mine. I can understand that you don't respect the last words of your ancestor, but I don't want my family to be destroyed. Let's go our separate ways. I'll take those who want to leave with me. Don't stop me. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Leave? Let you submit to Yin Chuan? Submit to an outsider? Peacock Z said coldly. Yin Chuan? He's much better than Lotus God. This is the last words of our ancestor. Blind Kong shouted. I don't care. I can submit to anyone, but not Yin Chuan. Either he dies or I die. Peacock Z said resentfully. Boom! Peacock Z swung his tail. Divine light flashed, instantly tearing through the void. But Blind Kong could do the same. His divine light collided with Peacock Z's divine light. Boom! The huge collision caused the void to shake violently. The two powerful cultivators of the Kong family fought fiercely. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, almost all the disciples of the Kong family who had some status came. Boom! 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 Watching the battle, countless peacocks were anxious. Peacock Z was worthy of being the head of the Kong family. He finally had the upper hand. Screech! The peacock let out a long cry and instantly flung out 20 beams of divine light that seemed to be able to curl up and bind Blind Kong. Ha ha ha! Blind Kong, you want to fight with me? You are still lacking. Peacock said coldly. Bound by the divine light, Blind Kong was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, but his expression was still gloomy. Peacock's son, don't make one mistake after another. The Kong family appointed you as the family head so that you can lead everyone to glory, not so that you can do whatever you want. This is the trust that the entire family has in you. Do you want to lead the entire family to destruction? Blind Kong shouted. Countless Kong family disciples looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. Patriarch, please let go of the legacy elder. One of the Kong clan's disciples knelt down and begged. Patriarch, please calm down. Patriarch, please let go. In an instant, countless members of the Kong family knelt down. Blind Kong had not done anything wrong. Even if he had taken some people with him and left, he had not wanted to target Peacock Z. However, Peacock Z had been so overbearing again and again that many people could not stand it anymore. Looking at the kneeling members of the Kong family, Peacock Z's expression became uglier and uglier. Bastard! Peacock Z shouted. Blind Kong, you slandered the family head, subverted the family, and betrayed the family. You deserve death. Peacock Z shouted. Peacock Z, I'm the legacy elder. The family head has no right to kill me unless more than half of the Kong clan's disciples agree. You're not qualified. Blind Kong shouted. Haha, not qualified? In the Kong clan, I have the final say. Blind Kong, you want to follow Yin Chuan? I will let you follow him. Die! Peacock Z shouted. As he spoke, he took out a long sword and slashed at Blind Kong. Stubborn and unrepentant, Blind Kong will punish you on behalf of the ancestors. Blind Kong suddenly shouted. Peacock Z's hair stood on end as a great threat swept through his body. What was going on? Blind Kong's eyes, which had always been closed, were slowly opening. When Blind Kong opened his eyes, 2 rays of blazing white light shot out from his eyes. The light was filled with a tearing power. Wherever the light passed, the void was instantly torn apart. As he slowly opened his eyes, a pair of gray pupils gradually appeared. As for Blind Kong's eyes, they seemed to contain an endless amount of power. The moment he opened his eyes, all of that power exploded out. Endless power, vast and incomparably vast. The light of destruction. It bore the brunt of the attack, directly facing Peacock Z. Wherever the light of destruction passed, a huge tearing force viciously tore at Peacock Z's body. Ah! Peacock Z suddenly screamed in pain, but it was all too late. The light of destruction instantly drowned him. Peacock Z's body was rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Wherever the light of destruction passed, half of the void was completely torn apart. The huge impact caused the originally clear sky to become incomparably dark in an instant. The sky was filled with torn black holes. In pain, Peacock Z's body was quickly torn apart and even melted. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a scream, he turned into nothingness. Rumble! Wherever the terrifying light of destruction passed, everything was destroyed and disappeared. Below, countless Kong family disciples also widened their eyes at this moment. The Eye of Destruction? Elder, you cultivate the Eye of Destruction? Someone recognized it. A technique that can only be used once in one's life? While everyone was discussing, they looked at Blind Kong. At this moment, Blind Kong's hair had turned completely white. His eyes were gray, and he still could not see. In an instant, Blind Kong had aged. Blind Kong's body swayed. Elder, a group of Kong family disciples quickly flew into the air and supported Blind Kong. Blind Kong's face had indeed aged countless times. Being supported by everyone, Blind Kong sighed softly. Sigh. It was as if he was feeling sorry for Peacock Z. Peacock Z, you have always lived under Yin Chuan's shadow and thought that Yin Chuan had stolen everything from you. But have you ever thought about it? From the beginning to the end, Yin Chuan had never looked you in the eye. You treated him like an enemy, but he treated you like a passerby. Your breadth of mind is too far from his. Blind Kong sighed. The surrounding Kong family disciples did not speak. You have been blinded by hatred. I hope you could be reincarnated into a good family. Blind Kong shook his head. As he spoke, Blind Kong turned to the Kong family disciples. Kong family disciples, listen up. From now on, withdraw all Kong family disciple from the outer South Continent and enter the Netherworld through the road to the Yellow Springs. Follow me to the great celestial realm. Yes, everyone answered. There was no family head, and the legacy elder had the greatest authority. With an order, the Kong family gave up on the outer South Continent and entered the Netherworld, preparing to submit to Yin Chuan. 2 months later, Netherworld, Great Qin City. Blind Kong met zombie Yin Chuan. Yin Di, the old ancestor has fallen. From now on, the Kong family is in your hands. Blind Kong said bitterly. Yin Chuan helped Blind Kong up. Don't worry, I promise Kong Huang Tian. He is also my ancestor. When the Kong family enters the Great Celestial Realm, the Great Celestial Realm will definitely protect it. Thank you, Yin Di. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. Back then, the Kong family was full of metal. Who would have thought of this? I know about Peacock Z's matter. You don't have to worry too much. After all, Kong Huang Tian is not really dead. He will be resurrected one day. Yin Chuan comforted him. Well, what? Blind Kong's body suddenly trembled as he cried out in shock. Behind Blind Kong, the Kong family disciples also widened their eyes in shock. Kong Huang Tian has only ascended. As long as the Kong family is not destroyed, he will be reborn one day, Yin Chuan explained. Then he also described the ascension. Ha ha, good, good, good. Blind Kong was immediately overjoyed. In his ecstasy, two streams of tears flowed down his face. The Kong family disciples were all pleasantly surprised. The old ancestor could be resurrected. This was great. Everything was worth it. Everything was worth it. By the way, I remember that there's still one more person in the Kong family, Demon King Kong. In the past, Kong Huang Tian snatched the position of sage and then left him in the netherworld. I wonder why? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong was the strongest person in the Kong family in the sealed realm. However, in this world, his strength was not enough. Later, Kong Huang Tian appeared and forcefully raised Demon King Kong's strength to the ninth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He then forcefully took the position of sage from the heavens. However, Demon King Kong did not follow Kong Huang Tian to the world of the living. He had been hiding in the netherworld, and his whereabouts were unknown. I don't know. Don't worry, Yin Di. I will send someone to contact Demon King Kong as soon as possible and ask him to meet you. Blind Kong immediately said, Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. You have cultivated the eye of destruction. It must be very taxing on your body. You should go and recuperate. I have already drawn out an area for the Kong family to settle down temporarily. Yin Chuan said, Thank you, Yin Di. Blind Kong nodded. Earth, Bermuda Triangle. Above the sea. Meow. Yin Chuan, what formation did you set up just now? Meow asked curiously. Let's go. You will know in the future, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow. If you don't want to say, then I won't say. Meow turned her head and said. Zhao Afong smiled at the side. Husband, I have already deduced what should be deduced. However, this earth is in chaos. I can't deduce anything, Zhao Afong said with a frown, because there are too many variables. Moreover, this world is not within the control of fate, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you want to bring a group of variables out? Zhao Afong asked curiously. Not for now. Let's talk about it in the future. Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. Zhao Afong nodded. Call Dongfang Zhenpai. We should go back. Yin Chuan said. Meow, that perverted man. Let him stay here. The last time I called him, he was hiding in his room. I don't know what he's up to, but he sealed the room with a seal and even drew the curtains. When he drew the curtains, he even looked outside in a perverted manner. I don't know what he's up to, Meow Meow said, shaking its head. Everyone has their own interests. Zhao Afong laughed. Dongfang Zhenpai, it's time to go. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. His voice seemed to penetrate the void and went straight to a room far away. In the room, Dongfang Zhenpai was watching a video on the computer with full concentration. Kawaii. A perverted voice came from the computer. Dongfang Zhenpai's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's voice came. Dongfang Zhenpai was startled. Leaving just like that? Dongfang Zhenpai exclaimed regretfully. However, he quickly regained his senses. All right. Luckily, I am smart enough to collect so many disks and computers. When I am outside, I can still watch them slowly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Zhenpai turned off the computer reluctantly. He carefully kept the computer and the box of disks, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the room. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, Dongfang Zhenpai met up with Yin Chuan and the rest. Let's go, Yin Chuan said. The group of people stepped into the sky and flew out of Earth. Chapter 1496. In a world of the living in the southern continent, on the giant lotus, the lotus god was pinching her fingers as if she was calculating something. In front of her stood a group of powerhouses from the great evil world. After a while, the lotus god slowly opened her eyes. Master! Everyone looked at the lotus god. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have calculated Zhongshan, but unfortunately, I can't. Oh! Everyone was puzzled. In the past, when Zhongshan had just transcended, I was still able to deduce a trace of his outline, but now, it seems that something extraordinary must have happened in the vast thousand domains in the past 1,000,000 years. The lotus god said in a low voice. Lotus God, what could it be? The Nether King was puzzled. I'm not sure. Nether King, you are to investigate the Great Thousand World. I need all the information about the Great Thousand World, everything that has happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The Lotus God said, Yes. The Nether King replied, Master, what about Yin Chuan? Tian Gang was still unwilling. That day, the Lotus God retreated because she did not want to destroy her projection. After all, it was Zhong Shan's real body. Yin Chuan? The Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Everyone looked at the Lotus God. Let's wait a little longer. Now is not the time. The Lotus God said, Why? Tian Gang was unwilling. Based on my calculations, this Yin Chuan is actually involved in a huge amount of karma. Lotus God said in a deep voice, Karma? Apart from me, he is involved in the karma of at least 4 powerhouses of the 17th heaven. The Lotus God said, 4? The 17th heaven? Everyone was shocked. Tian Gang and the Nether King especially widened their eyes. How is that possible? How could there be so many 17th heaven? Yin Chuan was involved in so many karmas? I said at least. The Lotus God emphasized again. Tian Gang, 17th heaven? Wasn't there no 17th heaven in this world? How did Yin Chuan get involved? This was fake, right? It wasn't just Astral Vault. Everyone else couldn't help but look toward the northeast with complicated expressions on their faces. Karma was not an ordinary thing. Only a huge entanglement could produce karma. How could Yin Chuan have so many big shots entangling him? Our top priority right now is to seize a bigger world. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. Heavenly Dipper, King Bing Feng, Easter High Priest, you will lead the left 9 divisions to conquer the southeast continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. Yes. The other 2 replied. Don't worry, my lord. In the southeast continent, only Golden Sovereign is not bad. Tian Gang said confidently. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. Southern High Priest, lead the right 9 divisions and conquer the Anan continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. As you command. The other 2 experts said in a deep voice. My lord, now that the outer South continent has been unified, the original Kong family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now all of them have fled back to the underworld. An expert laughed. High Priest of the West and High Priest of the North, lead the 9 divisions and conquer the southern outer continent. Lotus Goddess commanded. Yes. Everyone replied. Go. Following Lotus God's command, a group of evil demon experts gathered their divisions and attacked all 4 directions. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Monolith Clan. Pan Gung was talking to a green-robed man in a square. Pan Gung's eyes revealed a hint of friendliness. You Tian, I didn't expect you to have established a foundation in the great kindness world. This is great. Pan Gung smiled. The green-robed man had a broad face, long hair, and a dignified look in his eyes. Of course, once True Lord awakens, I can help True Lord quickly control the world. Yu Tian smiled. That's good. Have you gotten used to living here recently? I feel like I'm about to break through again. Yu Tian smiled. Congratulations. Pan Gung smiled. Yu Tian smiled. All right, do you know about the Jiangshan body in the Great Kindness world? Pan Gung asked curiously. I have some clues. However, the Jiangshan body is a secondary master, so I didn't interfere much. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. That's good. In the future, bring my Monolith clan to take a look. No problem. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. You have a breakthrough, so continue. Pan Gung smiled. Okay. Yu Tian smiled and nodded. After watching Pan Gung leave, Yu Tian's smile gradually disappeared and became incomparably serious. Turning his head, Yu Tian walked back to the main hall. Clang! The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. In the main hall, Dark Giguzi was controlling a formation. The formation formed a beam of light that formed a space-time gate in midair. On the other side of the space-time gate, a dark red light surged out. Yu Tian, what is that? What a powerful lightning chi! Dark Giguzi exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Peach Sword. Yu said in a deep voice. The heavenly peach sword? Rumor has it that it's the heart of a huge peach tree in the first era. It's the first peach tree in the world and can withstand all lightning in the world. Later, it was refined into a sword by the first era's almighty. It's also the nemesis of zombies. Yu said in a deep voice. The heavenly peach sword, nemesis of zombies? Dark Guzi looked at Yu strangely. One had to know that Yu cultivated the Jiangshan physique, which meant that he was a huge zombie. Stealing something that could restrain him? Don't look at me like that. Indeed, this sword can restrain me, but it can also restrain Jiangshan. Grand Venerable Yu said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Jiangshan's power and majesty shook heaven and earth. Only this sword is his nemesis. However, Jiangshan was too strong at that time. He snatched this sword from a weaker opponent and tried to destroy it, but he couldn't. So he suppressed it here. Grand Venerable Yu said in a low voice. Even Jiangshan couldn't destroy it? Only suppress it? That's right. Pan Jia, Pan E Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Xian, the 10 first created by Jiangshan, are responsible for guarding this sword. In the future, I will have to face Jiangshan. If I want to defeat him, I have to use this sword. Grand Venerable Yu said in a low voice. So you came to steal this sword? Dark Gigu Z's expression changed. That's right. I'm familiar with this place. You happen to have this method, so I want this sword. Only with this sword can I contend with Jiangshan. Grand Venerable Yu said in a low voice. That's good. Dark Gigu Z nodded. Escape immediately later. Grand Venerable Yu said. Don't worry, but remember, you owe me another favor. Dark Gigu Z said. Grand Venerable Yu nodded. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yu reached his hand into the black hole. Pa! His hand instantly grabbed the purple-red sword's hilt. TSK, 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 TSK. A burning sound came from the place where the hand and the sword met. Imperial Yution's face revealed a hint of pain, but he still pulled. Boom! A purple-red sword was instantly pulled out. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with endless lightning. A long sword that was constantly spewing out lightning was pulled out. Heavenly Peach Sword? Dark Gigu Z said in surprise. It is indeed the bane of zombies. Grand Venerable Yution's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, the entire coiling rock peak suddenly trembled. Rumble! The trembling of the coiling rock peak caused the expressions of countless strong practitioners of the rock tribe to change. What's going on? Why is the ancestral mountain moving? Even Pan Gung, who was handling the affairs of the tribe, had a sudden change in expression. He quickly flew towards the coiling rock peak. Bastard! How dare you? How dare you? Angry shouts could be heard from the boulder peak. What's going on? Pan Gung hurried over. A group of strong practitioners walked out of the cave entrance of the coiling rock peak. Each of them had a dignified expression. Big brother, second brother, why are you all out? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Break! The leader of the strong practitioners stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge palm print slammed into the distance. Ah, that's Imperial Yution's residence. Big brother, what are you doing? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Boom! The huge palm slammed down and the entire hall exploded. However, it was quickly shattered by a huge sword light. A purplish-red sword light flung out endless lightning and shattered the palm light. Imperial Yution was exposed. Dark Gue Guzi, on the other hand, was fleeing into the distance. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Great Venerable Yution. They didn't care about Dark Gue Guzi's escape. Imperial Yution? What are you doing? Pan Gung's expression changed. Imperial Yution? It's you. You want to betray true master? Pan Ding rebuked angrily. Holding the heavenly peach sword, Imperial Yution laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Betray? As he laughed, Great Venerable Yution's figure flashed. Boom! A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared. A pair of emerald green dragonbone wings appeared and pierced the sky. Great Venerable Ution spat out blood-colored fangs. His eyes were red as he smiled malevolently at the strong practitioners. Body of a general? You cultivated the body of a general? Great Kindness World Vice Master. It's you? In an instant, everyone understood why Great Venerable Ution wanted to steal the Heavenly Peach Sword and betray True Master. You want to use the Heavenly Peach Sword to betray True Master? Pan Gung's expression changed. That's right. Lend this sword to me. Thank you, ha ha ha. Great Venerable Ution laughed loudly and rushed into the sky, flying towards the west. How dare you, where are you going? The strong practitioner in the lead shouted. Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu, follow me to capture the traitor. The rest of you, guard this place. The leader Pan Jia shouted loudly. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. Boom. The group of people rushed towards Imperial Ution. Imperial Ution was naturally unafraid. He turned his head to look at them and sneered. You're courting death. Heavenly Peach Sword, slash. Great Venerable Ution slashed with his sword. Boom. The rift shattered as a loud explosion echoed across the entire Outer Eastern Continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at the rock tribe. He held a golden ball in his hand. Whoosh! The human Yin Chuan, Zhao Afang Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai flew out of the ball. What a pity, what a pity. If only I had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when I can go in again. These few hundred discs aren't enough. Dongfang Zhengpai said regretfully. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.